Chapter 841 Civilization Development. This time we have gained a lot. First of all, we got a lot of useful technologies, including some SIE technologies and some collection technologies. The other side's warships are obviously far superior to us in terms of navigation technology. Of course, this is normal. If there is no pressure at the beginning, civilizations usually pursue speed when developing star navigation technology. After all, the scale of the universe is too large. If the speed is too slow, it will take years and months to reach the target area. So it's normal to prioritize upgrading this technology. This just makes it cheaper for us. While discussing the players, they also sorted out their profits. The profits this time surprised them all, mainly because they did make too much money this time. The first is the various technologies. These technologies are not simple, because if they research these technologies themselves, it will take a very long time. Although some technologies can indeed be researched at their current level, the fact is that their current situation simply does not have the time to research them. Where do they have time? Currently, they have a lot of problems at hand. They simply don't have the resources to invest in other technologies, so they have given up on many irrelevant technologies. However, after solving this civilization this time, they got these things for them. Although these things would not have any impact on themselves if they did not have them, no one would refuse them if they did. Of course, apart from technology, there are some more useful things, and that is the land of this planet. If such a large planet is fully developed, it can produce a very large amount of food every year. At the same time, they have a new place to stay, which means they can live a normal life here in the future. Some technologies that once had no resources or time to research can now be researched here. In short, everyone is very excited. This time the rewards they received were simply too great. In this way, the development of this planet is in full swing. A large amount of resources have been invested, and the exploitation of surrounding resources is also in progress. Soon a piece of exciting news came out. First of all, about food growing. They have developed the latest special plant. The maturity cycle of these plants is very short, and they are very suitable for planting in the spacecraft. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that when they were researching materials, they made breakthrough progress. They conducted research on the materials used by the two civilized warships, checked the advantages and filled the gaps, and finally developed new materials. The new material is 10 times harder than the original material, which means that their battleship survivability will increase. For them, this is naturally good news. So everyone decided that all subsequent battleships must use such materials. Similarly, some previous battleships have been retired, and they can also consider replacing them with such materials. Folks, we've been very successful in every aspect so far. Not only do we have our own planet, but we also have many technologies that have been improved. But as the saying goes, prepare for a rainy day. Although everything is fine here now, we also have to consider the future. At this time, everyone in the conference room was discussing the future development. Although they no longer need to worry about trivial matters, who can guarantee that this civilization's fate today will not be their fate in the future? Therefore, they need to prepare in advance and prevent all dangers in advance. In this case, research on weapons technology cannot stop. This is the most important thing to ensure the security of our civilization. In addition, sufficient funds must be invested in materials technology to ensure that stronger materials can be developed. At the same time, we also need to set up an exploration team. The main role of this team is to find real planets without intelligent life. In terms of surrounding security, we must also ensure that it is safe within 1 light-year radius. Enough detectors need to be deployed 1 light-year away to cover the entire area. Of course, this project is very huge, but there are some things we must do, and these cover detectors can monitor the surrounding situation for us in real time. This plan may take hundreds of years and require a large amount of resources to be invested in it. Although our resource shortage problem has been solved now, it is undeniable that if we do such a huge project, then the resources we need, the quantity will not be small. No one knows whether our place is absolutely safe. After all, this is also a star navigation civilization. We don't know whether they have other backups or whether they have any means to perish with us. So we must take care of everything in advance. Make arrangements to avoid any surprises. In this way, everyone discussed various things word by word. And finally, after their deliberations, they discovered a very scary fact. That is, although their resource reserves are now much larger than before, and they have obtained there are many more channels, but if they actually want to use them, they still don't have enough resources. Of course, we can't blame them. After all, they used to be Zerg in the game. The resource utilization rate of developing Zerg is very scary. Even a tree or a stone on the roadside can be converted into biomass. But they can't. Just imagine. The Zerg are still worried about resources all the time. Not to mention that they are in short supply of resources now. But even though they know that resources are scarce, they have nothing to do about this matter now. But for them now, even if they are short of resources, they are still in a stage of rapid development. At least much faster than before. After all, they are no longer the civilization that needed to squeeze resources from their teeth. In this way, as time goes by, the first thing to be operated is the planetary defense plan. This plan is to arrange enough detectors within a radius of 1 light-year from the center of the planet. These detectors can use quantum entanglement communication technology to detect real-time. The situation it observes is fed back to the civilization. Once an enemy invades, they will be able to know the specific situation in advance. Even if there is a problem, they can respond as soon as possible. However, due to various reasons, this plan ultimately reduced the distance to 0.3 light-years. There is no way to arrange it in a range of 100 million light-years. The entire radiation range is too large, and the amount of resources is simply not enough to support it. Secondly, it will take a lot of time for their Singapore Airlines technology to sail there, let alone arrange these things. The time required will be even greater. The 100 years once estimated are not enough at all. It is estimated that adding an extra 0 at the end will be enough. But it is obvious that they cannot spend such a long time on this plan. So the scope of this plan was narrowed down. And they felt that the atmosphere was enough for them to arrange it in advance. All in all, after all kinds of bumps and bruises along the way, this plan has finally begun to be implemented. At the same time, the plan to update and iterate the battleship is also in progress. First of all, the original battleships will definitely not work. They need new battleships. And the first thing that new battleships need to do is to be single-minded. For them, this feature is very important. In the past, when they were short of resources and had a small number of battleships, one battleship had to have many functions. But it is different now. Now they do not need to worry too much about resources. As for battleships, they are more inclined to use different battleships and combine certain ones. Characteristics taken to the extreme. Soon various related battleship designs were released, followed closely by the research on battleship model machines. After some real-time battles with model machines, they identified several special warships and regarded these types of warships as the key to the future of their civilization. After the battle lines of the new species were determined in this way, various related research began to be carried out. At the same time, the entire civilization is paying attention to this matter. Everyone in this civilization that has been wandering in the universe for many centuries knows very well that battleships are related to the lifeblood of the entire civilization. So they are particularly concerned about these things. Although civilization still retains the entertainment industry, and there are also small stars and so on. In the final analysis, these stars just have jobs with slightly higher incomes. That's right. Slightly higher. The stars here are not like the original Blue Star, where everyone can earn sky-high prices casually. The salaries of stars here are similar to those of ordinary elites, and they are relatively well off. What this civilization respects are those scientists. Every scientist can enjoy very high salary and various welfare subsidies, and it can also attract the attention of many people. In short, if you become a well-known scientist, then you will gain both fame and fortune in the true sense. Unlike the original Blue Star, only people in this circle know you. In this civilization, the whole civilization knows you. Of course, this is also very normal. After all, it is related to the prosperity of the entire civilization. No one will mess up on this matter. In this civilization, as long as you are a talent, you will not be buried. There are too many organizations targeting scientists. Some are dedicated to helping them with the unfair things they encounter, and some are dedicated to serving them. In short, other people may be suppressed, but this type of people cannot. Therefore, many people are eager to pursue this career. When there are more people like this, the development of civilization will naturally enter an accelerated stage. After all, when a civilization wants to become scientists, it means that the individual knowledge reserves of this civilization are very high, and they can work in any position. Played a very big role. This is a completely different way of development. Of course, this will only happen after civilization has undergone a reshuffle, and a lot of capital will withdraw from the stage. Otherwise, their operations will still be the same, with entertainment first. All in all, Although this civilization cannot achieve true world unity, it is almost the same as the fair world imagined by the Blue Star people. This day is a day worth celebrating for the entire civilization. The entire civilization paid attention. At this time, at the spaceport, a reporter wearing a space suit was explaining to everyone. Dear viewers, hello everyone. Welcome to today's science broadcast. I believe you have been looking forward to today's program for a long time. After all, the internet has been full of news about our civilization's first cruiser recently. And today this battleship is finally going to meet everyone. As he said this, the next moment the camera switched. A giant battleship painted in gray appeared in front of everyone. The battleship you all see is the first cruise-class battleship of our current civilization. Chimay Junk. This is a defensive warship, and its main role is to bear the opponent's firepower on the battlefield. First of all, this warship has 730 small automatic turrets and 2 main guns. The main role of this warship is to take damage on the battlefield and provide a comfortable environment for the output warships behind it. It is also responsible for cleaning up the opponent's fighter plane or escort-level boat. The overall length of the warship is 331 meters, of which the armor thickness reaches 73 meters. And it uses the most advanced special armor in current civilization technology. It is no exaggeration to say that this warship can withstand the concentrated fire of thousands of enemy warships and remain standing. It is the strongest shield of civilization at present. Of course, after learning the data about this battleship, everyone must have immediately understood that it is impossible for this special battleship to enter the planet. Once it enters the planet and is pulled by the planet's gravity, it may never be able to fly. This type of warship is also the first attempt of civilization. In the past, it was easy for their warships to enter the planet. But to enter the planet, the warship had to give up a lot. Now they have developed this kind of warship that cannot enter the planet. Battleships. Battleships focused on space warfare can also be considered a breakthrough. With the exposure of this battleship, it also caused an uproar among civilization. After having the strongest shield, everyone is curious. So what level of battleship should the strongest spear be? But soon, something different was discovered in civilization. Because several warship companies in the civilization seem to have begun to compete overtly and covertly. Because the success of this battleship made Annie's company the strongest battleship manufacturing company in the entire civilization. This naturally made the other major companies unhappy. So they began to build the strongest spear. After all, since the strongest shield is there, how can the strongest spear not appear? As a result, the entire civilization has entered a state of overeating. They really want to see what kind of warships other companies will develop. Every day is filled with information about the strongest spear. Of course, this is natural. And it also makes these warship fans a feast for the eyes. Various conceptual drawings under construction have been unveiled online, which is dizzying. Chapter 842, Prepare to take action against the original civilization. In this way, amid everyone's discussion, the second main attack warship of civilization soon appeared. This is a silver-white battleship. The entire battleship body is streamlined, giving people a full sense of technology. With the appearance of this battleship, related press conferences also appeared. Hello everyone. Today is the launch conference of our main battleship, the Chiyu class. Chiyu battleship. The design concept of the battleship is mainly attack. This battleship is equipped with a powerful energy turret, mainly to target some of the enemy's large battleships. Of course, we consider that this battleship is mainly focused on energy damage, so the requirements for the energy system are very high. The battleship must give up defense to ensure the output of the turret. So we have perfectly optimized this warship. We have replaced the bulky armor, and the defense has improved the maneuverability of the warship. The warship has very powerful maneuvering and deflection capabilities. At the same time, the large amount of energy inside the battleship can also provide certain support for the energy shield. With the support of these two, the survivability of this battleship will be further improved. In this way, with the introduction of this battleship, everyone finally understood what kind of battleship this was. Everyone is very excited about this, because since the birth of their civilization, they have finally been able to have their own real space battleship. Compared with the past temporary work and patchwork, this time their warships systematically optimized various capabilities. This also marks their civilization, and the battleships will be more standardized and unified. Although both battleships are cruise-level battleships, they are already very good considering their current technology. Of course, after these two types of battleships have been researched, the next step is to install them. Regarding this, everyone is also very concerned about this. The number of battleships will determine the security of their civilization, because the materials used by these two warships are the strongest materials they have researched so far. But it is relatively difficult to obtain this material, especially heavy armored warships such as Chimera, which have a higher demand for materials. So hunting gear is not fast. Of course, the civilization has also made some corresponding adjustments. The civilization will organize a fleet of miners so that all ordinary people can join in and go to the unknown universe to find resources and extract the benefits. They can also get the benefits to a lot. In this way, with the implementation of a series of policies, the number of warships on the civilized side is increasing at an extremely fast rate. During this period, civilization also entered a stage of stable development. During this time, they found no enemy. Stable days like this are very rare for them, and they have been wandering in the universe for many years. They know very well that they must seize this opportunity and develop vigorously. And this time in an office, a group of scholars are gathering together. These scholars are all discussing a topic that will determine the future direction of the entire civilization. Everyone has been wandering in the universe for so many years. I think you have already figured out that it is basically unrealistic to carry out regular market transactions in the universe. The distance in the universe is really too far away. Within such a long distance, it will take a long time for us to get from one place to another. The distance prevents us from doing a lot of things. So now we have to solve that problem. The curvature engine technology must be familiar to everyone. This technology is in our concept, or we have seen it a lot in games. And what we need to do today is to research this technology. With the technology we currently have at our disposal, we already have the prerequisites to study the curvature engine. The next step is to integrate these technologies and continue to conduct in-depth research to finally implement this technology. In this way, everyone in the conference room began their own discussions. In the development process of civilization, there are some technologies that a certain group of people can achieve, while some technologies require the combined efforts of the entire civilization. Just like now, this technology will be a major reform for the entire civilization. If this technology is implemented, distance will no longer be a problem in the future. Therefore, this technological civilization is inevitable. As time goes by, related research is put on the agenda. A large number of scholars join in and start various theoretical studies. Large collider was created, and the relevant research laboratories were also created, because this technology involves a lot of space-related things. If there is a mistake, space collapse is very likely to occur. Under such circumstances, if the research site is located in a civilization, it is very likely to lead to the destruction of civilization. So this research technology is arranged in an independent laboratory at the edge of the galaxy. Although it is very far away from the residential area, the attention here is the highest. With this technology, it would take them 1 or 2 years to go back and forth from one resource point to another. But it may only take 1 or 2 days to go back and forth to a resource point, which means that their resource collection efficiency will increase many times. This technology is not only useful for civilization, but also for ordinary people. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that with this technology, if they encounter a powerful civilization again, they will have the possibility to escape, and it will be much easier to find other living planets or resource areas. In the past, they only had a ticket to enter the universe, but this was a ticket to a wooden ship. If this technology is developed, it means that they will have a ticket to a cruise ship. Compared with the safety factor of wooden ships and steamships, it is naturally much stronger in all aspects. So this determines the entire civilization, and the future has naturally attracted everyone's attention. Have you heard about it? The research over there has made great progress. Yesterday, according to the latest news on curvature engine research, we have successfully pushed a piece of goose feather forward by 0.2 millimeters. Everyone could not help but be pleasantly surprised when they heard the news. Currently, this civilization focuses more on researching scholars. So everyone has a high level of education. Everyone's awareness is generally on the high side. So they know very well what this 0.2 millimeters represents. Compared to the previous blue star where this kind of thing might have happened, some people would say that such a small distance is of no use. On the scale of the universe, it is not even a hair. But unfortunately, this is not the previous blue star. Everyone knows what a little progress means. This means that their research direction is correct. And it means that the regional engine has already taken shape. This is just like the nuclear power plant when we were still on the planet. The power generation efficiency at that time was only a few points at the beginning. But as long as it is determined that this idea is feasible, and this research direction is feasible. Then if we continue to optimize, a nuclear power plant will eventually be built. The same goes for the curvature engine. After confirming that the idea is correct and correct in all aspects, the next step is to study optimization. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and the same is true for this technology. After getting through this difficult initial stage, subsequent research on this technology has progressed rapidly. It can now be pushed 1 meter. After a long time, an exciting piece of news came. According to the research there, long-distance experiments can basically be carried out. And the most important thing is that the relevant optimization technology has also made great progress, and the energy consumption has begun to shrink. According to this progress, it will not take a long time. In 10 years, our technology will be ready for use. In this way, in the past few decades, exciting news has come every day, making everyone look forward to this technology. From 0.2 at the beginning to the entire galaxy now. This is simply a very big improvement. This technology will be implemented on our warship soon. Currently our maximum jump distance is 3 days of light distance. I'll go. This distance is incredible. The 3-day flight distance of light is our maximum jump distance. So what is the energy consumption of our jump? How long does it take to replenish energy after each jump? Even if the technical department has made a lot of optimizations, the current energy consumption problem still cannot be solved. A cruise-level battleship can support 2 times, and Latte will need to replenish energy for 3 days or more. Does it take so long? By the way, I remember we found the ore in the game, didn't we? That thing contains a lot of people. If it can be used, the energy problem will be solved. Currently, I heard that they are also researching this aspect, but there is still no progress. However, it is understandable, according to the settings in the game, or to be precise according to the information left by that civilization. This kind of, or should belong to the universe. A relatively advanced energy source. It can completely replace all types of human energy, so it is basically impossible to study something like this within a short period of time. Currently, our personnel are in urgent need of improvement. Otherwise many things will not be usable. If progress can be made in energy, the distance of the jump will increase. In fact, everyone is very satisfied with the current research. Although 3 days is not too much. It is 3 days of light flight. What does this mean? It means that their speed has now exceeded the speed of light by too much. Because the jump distance takes less than 10 minutes for the spacecraft to complete. To go to a farther area, they can use jump repair to jump over bit by bit. At a distance of 1 light year, they only need more than 100 stops to complete. Although they carefully calculated the distance of 1 light year, they still needed to sail for a year. After all, the charging time after each jump was too long. But this is for conventional battleships. If they are cruise-level battleships, because they can jump 2 waves at a time, they only need about half a year. This speed is already extremely incredible for them. You must know that it took them dozens, or even hundreds of years to travel 2 light years. Now they only need half a year to accomplish this feat. And as time goes by and the transition continues to be optimized, this time can be said to be even shorter. However, many people know very well that this kind of thing will not happen in a short time, because energy technology has always been a hurdle for them. When they can research and understand energy ores, then when can they really take the step? Although everyone is looking forward to this day coming as soon as possible, many people know that this is by no means an easy task. In this way, as time goes by day, the technology here at Blue Star has progressed very rapidly. This day in the civilized conference room, everyone, the detector N274 we sent to the universe recently sent a message. While talking, the main player showed the message returned by the detector for everyone to watch. The picture shows a living planet, and on the edge of this planet, many space towns have been established. At the same time, in the space shipyard, some aircraft can be seen coming in and out from time to time. This is, seeing the planet in the picture, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And soon they thought of something. This is probably the planet where we parted ways with civilization. It is indeed this planet. And we also found that the civilization that now occupies this planet is the same civilization that drove us out of Blue Star. They destroyed the civilization and then occupied it. After discovering the news, everyone was shocked. What? It's actually them. At this time, many players were already clamoring to kill them. There is no way. This civilization is the culprit of their suffering. If it were not for this civilization, they would not be wandering in the universe. If it were not for this civilization, they would not part ways with the main civilization and struggle to survive in the universe. Everything is this civilization. In the past, when they were weak, there was nothing they could do against this civilization. But now that their technology has advanced rapidly and they can conduct expeditions, they feel that they can still do it here. With the announcement of this incident, it naturally aroused widespread discussion in the entire civilization. Most people in the civilization hold the attitude that this war must be fought. After all, everyone within the light cone is destiny. Even if they don't want to fight, sooner or later both sides will meet. Therefore, before they become invincible, taking action in advance to solve them is the best solution. After much careful consideration, Famous' side entered a state of preparation for war. Several encounters have confirmed that the light cone theory is true. So they must take action. And now they have a high risk of taking action, because they have been experiencing a technological explosion during this time. And various technologies have been rapidly improved. If we don't take action now, why don't we wait until the opponent's technology explodes? Chapter 843 The Battle of Revenge begins. Soon a large number of detectors were sent out. The player's playing style is very simple. First, they need to find out the positions of some of the opponent's defensive units. After figuring this out, they can then take action in a targeted manner. First remove these obstructions, and then attack with the main fleet and confront the opponent head-on. In this way, the entire civilization began to prepare for war. The first is the most basic things, the logistical supplies of war. This is a very important thing in any war, and it will directly affect the entire war situation. So this cannot be taken lightly. In addition to this, there are naturally many other things, such as the production and manufacturing of battleships, the manufacturing of various auxiliary fighter aircraft, and a series of other things. All in all, the players are very well prepared this time, and all kinds of things are clearly arranged. The purpose is naturally to win this war. Over time, one warship after another was built. So far, players have 327 Chimera heavy defense warships and 254 Chio-class attack warships. After all these preparations were completed, the players' troops set off in a mighty manner. Brothers, this time we have prepared a total of close to 600 main warships. In addition, all previous warships have also been put into the battlefield. This time we have a total of 1,300 warships. Other than that, the logistics are basically ready. We have arranged a total of almost 200 transport ships here to be responsible for transportation and later supply. Everything that should be prepared for tonight has been prepared. So let's set off. It's time to give this matter a result. In this way, under the gaze of all civilization, these warships slowly left the port. Immediately after the commander's order, the battleship entered the jump state. This voyage took about a month. After a month they will reach a distance of almost 10 light hours from the target point. And they will also build a simple space fortress here. This will become their base. The difficulty of this war is to build a space fortress in this area without being discovered by the enemy. Although they have scouted this area many times, it is safer than other areas because it is a surveillance blind spot for this civilization. In this way, as time passed quickly, the first batch of certificates all arrived at the predetermined location. Everyone basically has no major problems. We have arrived safely. If we have already arrived, then there is nothing more to say. Everyone should act immediately when they are ready. In this way, infrastructure construction began in this area. Countless materials prepared in advance were put into it. At the same time, the manufacturing robot also started operating at an extremely fast speed. And soon the entire fortress took shape. This time the building adopts a modular construction model. This construction method can be completed as quickly as possible. Although it is relatively inferior to other buildings in terms of sturdiness, there is nothing to say in terms of efficiency. And players naturally need this effect. After all, he is now under the opponent's nose. Brothers, speed up. We haven't been discovered yet, but I guess we won't be able to hide for long. At this time, the players were communicating and discussing. In fact, they naturally know the risks of doing this under the noses of others. But sometimes they have to do it. At first they thought about doing these things farther away, but then they gave up on this plan. There is no way. If their stronghold is too far away, it will be difficult to pull the battle line through in the later stages of the fight. And the asteroid belt in this area is an area that must be broken. Otherwise, they will not be able to enter the galaxy. Instead of waiting for this civilization to react in the future and arrange their own arrangements here, it is better to establish a base here in advance and directly start a war with them here. In this way, the players operated secretly. And soon a huge space fortress was built. The module assembly is completed. And then the reinforcement and improvement of internal facilities begin. Just like this, as orders were issued one after another, the fortress was being improved very quickly. And at this moment, the other party's civilization's detector finally found this place. This time on the enemy's side. In the conference room, everyone was staring at the picture coming from the detector in front of them. So can anyone tell us what's going on? At this time, the leader suddenly spoke. After hearing his words, everyone lowered their heads. Department in charge of surveillance, tell me. I'm really curious as to why the enemy built fortresses under our noses, and you only discovered it. At this time, the department managers responsible for monitoring couldn't help but lower their heads when they heard the leader's question. This was an accident. A major accident. You must know that their civilization is in charge of surrounding security surveillance. In the end, who would have thought that such a big mistake would happen? This civilization monitoring system is not as perfect as the players. After all, the two civilizations have different ideas, and the developed technologies are naturally very different. It was also for this reason that they did not discover the players at the first time, and the players only dared to build a fortress here after discovering this. When they sent out detectors to explore this place, they discovered that the large-scale observation technology of this civilization was not mature. In order to ensure the safety of the surrounding area, they sent out a lot of detectors to patrol the surrounding area. There are many obstacles in the asteroid belt, so if you want to find out the situation inside, this civilization needs to prepare too many detectors. And these detectors cannot only look here, so errors will inevitably occur. Players have observed that it takes about 2 years for the detector to detect the asteroid belt and other areas. As long as they enter after this round of detection by the detector, they can get 2 years of stable development time. It is because of this time that they will consider doing this. But I have to say that although this plan was risky, they succeeded in the end. They had taken out their fortress before the enemy discovered it. Although there are still some finishing touches that have not been completed, the fortress can now be used normally. Just as we expected, they just came over after our fort was built. While saying this, the players knew that since they had been discovered, they could not hesitate. The next moment, the order was issued. The fighters that had been hidden in advance immediately set off to attack the defense facilities deployed in the system. For a time, the original peace of the galaxy was broken, and as a large number of warships joined the war, the situation here gradually became chaotic. Attack! Attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick! 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 The opponent's fighter plane is too fast, and the turret speed cannot keep up. How can it be so fast? No. These are unmanned combat aircraft, and judging from their appearance, they are clearly specially prepared for us. We may have been targeted by this civilization very early. At this time, as the war began, the entire area became chaotic, and as the war began, they discovered a very terrible thing. That is, the opponent is obviously well prepared, and the fighters they have prepared are all aimed at targeting their own fortress. This can only explain one problem. That is, this civilization has been observing them here for a long time, and has a clear understanding of their situation. So this civilization has designed corresponding things for them. I have to say that their idea is very correct. But what is different from what they imagined is that the other party has not paid attention to them recently, but has been paying attention to them a long time ago. Players are naturally very concerned about their every move. After all, this is their life and death enemy, and players know their situation clearly through previous players. In many cases, they will subconsciously deal with this problem during designing it as their imaginary enemy. So the players' battleships are very targeted. At this time, many defense points in different areas of this galaxy were attacked by fighter planes, and the casualties they caused to these fighters were very small. Although these fighters were all destroyed by the group in the end, their 173 defense points 170 were immediately taken away, leaving only 3 lonely ones still inside. These 3 points no longer play a big role in the war, and if a war breaks out later, the players will also clean up these 3 points. This time the players' attack will naturally hit this civilization. Caught off guard. Everyone. The war has begun. Just today, the other side launched a surprise attack on us. Before we could react, they destroyed all our defense points. From now on, we must make all preparations for the enemy, which is what we need to arrange on our side. Their fortress was built in a strategic, key planetary belt. We must destroy their fortress there. Fortunately, we now know the location of their fortress. From now on, We will immediately mobilize the civilized fleet and go to that area to destroy them. Catch them all. The order was issued quickly, and they began to prepare. This time they dispatched a total of 1 to sign and receive documents. And these 1,000 battleships are also all the main battleships of the current civilization. At this time, after the players saw the opponent taking action, the players naturally could not sit still and wait for death. They immediately began to organize defensive warships to respond to the enemy's attack. Everyone, we can only win this war and not lose. Not only have we put in our efforts in this war, but even those who were eliminated by them have also put in their efforts. As the commander finished speaking, everyone was a little confused. It was obvious that they didn't know why their commander suddenly said this. But the commander soon told them the reason. It's obvious that these enemies don't know about our existence. The commander then added, when this planet was attacked by them, our people parted ways with us, and finally they were destroyed. This matter is not a secret, and everyone must be aware of it. But according to normal circumstances, after the destruction of this civilization, the other party will most likely know our existence when collecting the heritage of this civilization. But take a look. Under normal circumstances, if they know our existence, do you think they will still live here with peace of mind? Do you think their surrounding monitoring facilities will be so simple? After hearing the commander's words, everyone suddenly realized. At this time, they also understood what was going on. Maybe before their compatriots were destroyed, they tried their best to delete all information related to their fleet. Although the two parties broke up on bad terms at that time, it is undeniable that for them at that time, they wanted them to help them get revenge. So they did not choose to drag themselves into the water, but chose to hide their information, just to wait for the day in the future when he can avenge them. This news makes almost everyone feel a little surprised. There is nothing wrong. As human beings, they know their own situation too well. When they are desperate, many people will want to drag others into the water. At least this is the case for most people in civilization. They really can't imagine what happened in civilization at that time, which allowed them to choose to hide, and allowed them to find ways to keep your only famous incense. Although I was suppressed at the beginning, even though these people were targeting me due to various incidents, although they almost left us in the form of fleeing, it is undeniable that they were moved at this moment. At least when civilization collapsed, that group of people finally chose to protect them instead of dragging them into the water. If even a hint of the situation on their side had been leaked, then this civilization would not have had so few defense facilities around it, and the observation range would not have been so short, and they would have had no chance to sneak in and launch a surprise attack. It was obvious that they used the negativity of the entire civilization to make the other party believe that this place was safe. They successfully captured this planet, and this was the only chance they left for themselves. At this time, after learning the truth and the specific reasons, everyone was filled with indignation, and they all made an action. That is, no matter what the cost, this civilization must be destroyed. This is an explanation for ourselves, and also an explanation for those who protected them in the first place. With this belief, the fleet set off in a mighty manner. All cannon fodder warships be prepared. What we need to do is divide the enemy's warships into multiple battlefields. Then the main battleships will destroy them one by one. All the members of the surveillance team always report the movements on their side. Remember that we played against them. The first round is very important. In this way, as orders were issued one after another, the war between the two sides officially began. Chapter 844: A stalemate between the two sides. The reason why the first round is very important is because of their technology. It is impossible to rely on energy shields to deal damage like those advanced civilizations. For a civilization of their level, if they can gain an advantage in the first round of confrontation, they can take away many of the opponent's warships. Of course, we also need to prevent the opponent's first round of attacks. And this is why the asteroid belt is called an important strategic fortress, because there are too many bunkers here. If your enemy comes in to attack, you can use these asteroids as bunkers to gain a suitable attack opportunity for yourself. In this way, the warships from both sides began to move in the direction of the other side. Everything is normal here on No. 1. No. 5. An enemy detector has been discovered here, and we are taking cover. Detector No. 6 is nearby. Hurry over to No. 5 and take a look at the situation. Received on the 6th. In this way, as the fleet advanced, various related intelligence was soon continuously reported through the detection team. The fleet also constantly changes its route based on the reported news. If we had made our suggestion tomorrow, maybe we would have had a big war with them here at that stage. Yes, Many players also said this at that time. The asteroid belt is a very important area that must be defended. It's a pity that because of their arrogance at the time, they didn't take it seriously. They even said that even the command of this area would be handed over to others. It was also for this reason that we left early. By the way, what the person above said is wrong. There was a high probability that we left because of other reasons. This reason can only be considered one of them at most. You really don't understand anything. My grandfather was one of the players who left at the beginning. Do you know why they took the risk and left in the first place? Let me tell you this. They deprived the players of their identities and made them fall off the altar. In fact, my grandfather and the others don't blame civilization. After all, civilizations have their own considerations. What made our grandfather decide to leave was because of the asteroid belt. Our grandfather had long proposed the importance of the asteroid belt to the civilization at that time, and told them that the asteroid belt can only be solved if all players go together. There is a chance to block it. After hearing what this player said, everyone was curiously waiting for his next words. However, regarding this matter, the civilization at that time told them that there is a big difference between games and reality. It is impossible that just because you fought many battles in the game, you can fight so many battles in reality. So because of this, the reason was that they directly rejected the player's proposal at that time. Follow them. The power of war has been handed over to this civilization. There is nothing wrong with genius. This is a war genius. But our grandfather said at the time that this is just a genius who talks about war on paper. Everyone became more curious after hearing this. Let me go. The civilization at that time was crazy. Geniuses who were talking about military affairs on paper dared to command the battle. They were afraid that they would not be defeated quickly enough. The player who heard this also explained the situation. According to historical records, our civilization is called Blue Star. It was this civilization that found the planet in the first place. So we had no choice but to escape into the universe. However, what many people don't know is that a long time ago, Blue Star was composed of multiple countries. It was not a unified entity. So wars would break out between different countries. Through these wars, Blue Star also obtained a lot of data. Later, the world was unified. After the unification, it was basically small-scale frictions that could not lead to large-scale wars. So some commanders had to conduct simulation through past data. Make yourself a person suitable for command. This group of people is called the commanders of the new era. They do not have any combat experience. All their experience is through taking away some knowledge through virtual simulations again and again. After hearing what this player said, everyone became even more confused. No. If it's a simulation. According to the introduction about that game, this game can be regarded as a perfect restoration of reality. It is a perfect restoration in every sense. If you can simulate a powerful commander in the game, it shouldn't be too bad in reality. After hearing this player's question, the previous player also told the truth. Brother, there is nothing wrong with what you said. But the premise is that they simulate it through the game and not through other channels. What do you mean? Everyone asked subconsciously. It's very simple. They didn't simulate it through games. It's even said that civilization at that time didn't pay attention to games at all. They also had all kinds of disdain for this game. Even if they know that this game can perfectly restore reality, they will not use it. This is their instinctive arrogance. They have studied a war simulator themselves, and their purpose is to use this to cultivate commanders. They claim that this simulator is much more realistic than the game, and the details are also more in place. In short, they want to use this method to pull. Although this does not make sense to ordinary people. But for those who it's different for the commander. These commanders subconsciously think that this is what can really train them. Little do they know that there are too many errors in the data. And many details in the war have not been taken into account. Due to various reasons, their simulations failed. The data that comes out is not true. Imagine that a general experiences real battlefields every day and hone himself through these battlefields. Another general experiences virtual battlefields every day. And many of the data are still problematic. All his victories are false. And in this situation, who do you think has a better chance of winning? After hearing what this player said, everyone suddenly realized that they had to admit that the situation of civilization back then was really like a dog shaking his head. For the sake of one's own power and one's own prestige. It was a very stupid thing to put some incompetent people in important positions, which ultimately led to the defeat of the war. And the most important thing is that the players at that time did not do anything. They also used their knowledge to save the civilization. Even so, the civilization still did not put away its arrogance. This is the most chilling thing. Even when the survival of civilization was at stake, they still sent out people they thought were very professional, and ended up handing in such an answer sheet that so many people from the entire civilization were buried with them. It's a pity that this group of people didn't know what they said after they fled. Those people who they thought were buried with them had all kinds of words and disdain for them. In short, all kinds of slanderous words came out. If it weren't for a person with a high position and conscience at that time, he wanted to be civilized. The last hope. Regardless of all the obstacles ahead, he tried his best to finally let the civilization send out the news that all the fleeing players were killed due to a cosmic accident. I am afraid that this group of fleeing players will inevitably be targeted by this civilization. After all, many people in civilizations know which direction they are running. For these civilizations, as long as a direction is provided, they will search desperately and will always find clues. If the higher-ups hadn't come out and said that this group of people had failed, then when they were invaded, I'm afraid the identities of this group of players would have been directly exposed. And then, there wouldn't have been this battle today. In doing so, they not only helped the fleeing players, but also helped themselves. Because if the fleeing players knew the other party's situation, or that the other party had been staring at them, they would not be able to risk the world without risking this. Take action against the enemies at every stage. After all, they are not stupid either. Sometimes taking a breath and continuing civilization. Of course, the latter is more important. So if they are really at that stage, they will not send troops easily. In this way, this incident slightly eased everyone's nervousness. After all, this is a battle that determines whether they can be civilized, and whether they can vent their anger. It is also a battle that determines whether they can avoid the haze that has been weighing on their hearts. The same thing, it is also the first time that they have participated in space combat in this way. In the past, there were encounters with other civilizations and large-scale collisions. But now they are truly fighting with the power of all civilizations. And both sides have civilizations that have their own planets to live on. The meanings of the two are naturally different. Everyone. This is Detector Team No. 27. We have discovered the enemy's warship. There are a total of 175 enemy warships. A combined fleet composed of different warships escorting and destroying cruisers. Based on our speculation about the strength of this civilization, this should be a small group of them. As the words of Detection Team No. 27 fell, the entire fleet group immediately became nervous. This fleet is most likely sent by the other party to find out the direction. Or it is a decoy. I estimate that the decoy is more likely. The other teams will continue to pay attention and report the movements of enemy warships at any time. Receive. As orders were issued one after another, the players soon found 3 more fleets. A total of more than 300 warships in the 3 fleets are all bait thrown by them. Everyone, please confirm the opponent's current total number of warships. A total of 1,130 ships have been observed by us so far. The commander player couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. There are more than 1,000 warships. Logically speaking, this is basically the foundation of a civilization at a level similar to ours. And now these warships are divided into 3 squads. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to think. The other party obviously had his own purpose in doing this. Soon he had a rough guess in his mind. And he felt that the accuracy of this guess was very high. It seems that I have roughly guessed the situation. These battleships should be the battleships that were eliminated when they wandered the universe. They used these battleships as bait to lure us to attack. And then, they also have main battleships. Our warships have been upgraded. And their warships may also be upgraded. So we must be cautious in this war. While thinking about this, he calmly issued one order after another. Now that the location of the bait has been found, we have to find the location of their hooks. Although the distance between the 2 parties is very close, if you are not careful, you will be in catastrophe. It's obvious that both sides know the other's plan. So now they are very careful every step they take. This war lasted for a very long time. From the time the players arrived here to the time they formed their troops to attack the enemy. By the time this series of events happened, a month had passed since the players officially sent their fleets to fight against the enemy in the asteroid belt. After all, both sides know very well that once they fight, they must defeat the other party as soon as possible. A long tug of war is not beneficial to both sides. For the players, their resources limit them. And for the local civilization, they are worried about being suddenly attacked in the asteroid belt. After all, the combat area is over there. And as a local civilization, they always have to capture it. Even if they win a war, if they want to completely win over there later. The chance of something happening in and out of the asteroid belt is definitely not low. This location is really too special. At the same time, in order to deal with them, players also split their fleets into multiple squads. In this case, both sides have thrown out their own bait. It is difficult to say who will take the bait in the end. However, compared to the other players, the players here are more prepared to make dangerous moves. Currently, we don't know their true strength. They have thrown out enough bait. Now many of their fleets have been split up. Even if their subsequent fleets are many and all our fleets gather together to fight, I think there is still a chance. If we choose a fleet, we will just choose it casually. Their warships are relatively scattered. If you choose a group at random, it might just be far enough away from the fleet they prepared. At this time, the two sides were in a stalemate for a long time, and neither side saw the other side's main fleet. After that, the players decided to make a risky move. They decided to gather all the dispersed fleets, launch a surprise attack on a fleet, and then run away while the opponent's main warships and other cannon fodder warships were not coming over. After all, if they suddenly attack, all the warships can gather together and defeat an opponent's squad in a short time. In this way, the players quickly started taking action. And the fleet they were targeting this time was currently the fleet with the third largest number of squads among their civilization, because they found that the battleships composed of this fleet were basically models that the players had never seen before. And it was not the first time that the players had dealt with this civilization. So they knew very well what models they used before, and what models they used later. Some models, although they don't know whether the model they are seeing now is their latest warship or whether it is their main warship. But adhering to the principle of using the new rather than the old, the players are ready to launch an attack on this fleet. Chapter 845. The war between the two sides begins. At this time, although this area looks no different from usual on the surface, in fact, there is already an undercurrent. The players' fleets are gathering at an extremely fast speed. Soon almost all the battleships gather together, and then they set off in a certain direction. At this moment, there were multiple fleets being monitored, and they were discovered by the other party as soon as they took action. Of course, the players naturally know this, so they need to deal with the opponent's fleet as quickly as possible and then evacuate. Otherwise, they may be surrounded and suppressed by their subsequent fleets. On the enemy's side, called the command center, and the other side's warship is starting to speed up. The same is true for the fleets observed by us at the headquarters. Judging from the situation, they are gathering. Not sure. Is it the area where the other party gathers? We can't be sure for the moment. Their route of action is irregular, and there is no clear direction. We can only wait and see what happens. Continue to keep an eye on these fleets, but you must be careful not to be discovered. Just like this, as orders were issued one after another, the two sides immediately began to take action. In fact, both sides already had a pretty good understanding of each other's situation. The technology on both sides should be at a similar stage. Under such circumstances, the victory or defeat of both sides naturally depends on tactical command. The commanders on both sides are very aware of this, so they are very cautious when making various commands. And now the actions of the players have naturally attracted great attention. At the same time, after finding out what the players planned to do, they immediately started making arrangements. Similarly, their warships also began to gather, but unlike the players, they were preparing to assemble two large fleets to fight the players by outflanking them. Brothers, the other side's fleet has begun to take action. It seems that we have been exposed. It's normal. The technology on both sides of us is similar. We can't detect their reconnaissance ships, and they can't find our reconnaissance ships either. Now that the other party has started taking action, we can't delay any longer. As the order was issued, the assembled fleet immediately began to move towards the target fleet, and their target fleet also made some moves. Judging from the route, players estimated that they had also assembled in the past. At this time, just as the fleet was preparing to assemble, a piercing siren suddenly sounded in the battle street. Upon hearing these sounds, the fleet immediately responded. But before he could react effectively, countless lasers flew towards them in the next moment. The first round of confrontation between the two sides began, and it was pretty much what the players expected. They had similar technologies to the enemy. Although they have mastered shield technology, their shields are now as thin as paper under the attack of space battleships. As soon as they fought, hundreds of the opponent's battleships were destroyed. This is how the war at their level is. As long as it is hit, the spaceship will definitely not survive. Therefore, when the two sides fight, It is very important to attack first. Only this level of civilization is very likely to appear. In a war, not one battleship can be lost, but the entire army on the opposite side is annihilated. And such a situation is very likely to occur between the two sides of the war, not just any one party. By the time the enemy starts to counterattack, their warships have almost eaten. At this time, it is of little significance to counterattack. And even if they counterattack, it will not cause much harm to the players. After a long time, the small-scale friction here ended, and the enemy fleet was completely annihilated, at the expense of the players losing 27 previous battleships. The victory of this battle made the players more confident about the next battle. And at this time, news came from the person responsible for surveillance. Sorry everyone. The other side has assembled two large formations, and are attacking us from two different directions. It came so quickly, but that's normal, the player in charge said, and immediately asked about other situations. Everyone, be prepared for the battle. The players currently in charge of investigation will always provide us with information on the approximate location of the construction sites on both sides from us. As the order was issued, everyone immediately began to take action. Soon the commander got the news he wanted. The time difference between the arrival of the two fleets should be about 20 minutes. In other words, it takes about 20 minutes for us to fight one of their fleets. It takes 20 minutes to break through the opponent's defense line. And then we have the ability to fight the opponent head-on. Otherwise, if we are attacked from both sides, the consequences will be disastrous. After understanding the general situation, the commander immediately issued combat orders. At the same time, the opponent's fleet was very close to them, and both sides had entered the other's effective process range. As soon as they entered this range, the battle between the two sides started immediately. The next moment, among the countless battleships, the fleet players on both sides of the catharsis naturally had a huge advantage in numbers. As the battle began, countless fighter planes and warships were seen rushing directly towards the opposite fleet. It stands to reason that the closer the two sides rush in such a battle, the greater the losses, the farther the distance, the more suitable for tactical deployment. At the same time, the ability to evade the opponent's weapons must also be improved a lot. But the players still chose to rush forward, and the other party seems to have discovered that the players are preparing to rush into their fleet group to fight, which can minimize the role of their fleet group. After all, the warships in the fleet group perform their own duties. If they are rushed in, the role of their fleet group cannot be played. Not to mention some auxiliary warships are also vulnerable to attack by the opponent's attack warships. The same method is mutual. Since the other party dares to attack from their side, there is nothing they dare not do. Anyway, when the support fleet arrives, they will attack from both front and rear. So he can also understand why the other party takes such an approach. If they attack in this way, if the breakout is successful, they can reorganize their formation and fight with their own side without falling into a situation where they are attacked from both sides. If the breakout is unsuccessful, the two sides will continue to mix here and support from behind. The fleet that came over would not dare to fire indiscriminately because of the rat weapon. When that time comes, the people on their side will become their shields and cannon fodder, restricting the performance of other fleets in the civilization. Regarding this point, the commander had to admit that the other party's method was simple, but very effective. Naturally, he couldn't let the other party succeed. The next moment, the fighter planes of both sides met, and then the war in this area broke out again, while the opponent's main fleet maintained its formation and continued its crazy output while advancing. In this way, the whole battle situation instantly became chaotic. Soon the commander discovered that because almost all the fighters or warships of the assault force sent by the opponent were equipped with powerful self-destruction devices, they did not come here to deal with you, but came directly and started to self-destruct. How can this be? Seeing this scene, the commander was deeply shocked. Yes, he was shocked. In fact, it is not particularly strange to put explosives in the spacecraft. After all, it is normal for a civilized war to use all possible means. But when doing this kind of thing, there is a high probability that you will arrange manpower to do it forcibly. But if you look at the other side, so many self-exposed fighters, it is obvious that they have been prepared, which means that these things can do this in their civilization. Others may not know what this means, but this commander understands it. First of all, the total amount of resources in the universe is limited, and the amount of resources they obtain is also limited. The actual combat performance of self-destructing aircraft is too low, except for its miraculous effects in some sneak attack operations. It is basically of no use in conventional operations. Moreover, once this kind of combat unit self-destructs, all the resources invested will really be gone forever. In a conventional war, after the war is over, cleaning the battlefield can always find some warships that can be repaired and can continue to be used. This can save a lot of resources. However, if this kind of self-destructing aircraft appears, it will directly blow up all the resources. No matter how many resources they consume in a war, that's how many resources they have. There will be no possibility of recovery, which will inadvertently increase their investment in war resources. This is why the commander was frightened after seeing the other party's operation. Such a waste. Even if he agreed, they wouldn't be able to do it without others. After all, every combat unit needs to consume a huge amount of resources. How should these resources be used? How they should maximize their value is what they all focus on. Not what it is now. Fong is also a mature civilization. It wants to conquer the people inside and invest so many resources into it. It is indeed a bit exaggerated to produce these evidences. But this civilization has done it. This means that the situation within their civilization may be much better than any civilization I imagined. If the same information were released in their civilization, they would definitely be scolded. But here the other party is willing to spend resources to complete this matter. However, at this time, the commander may never have thought that the reason why the other party did this is because a large part of the other party's warships are basically left over from the past. Logically speaking, these warships will be rebuilt, but because they have now upgraded with new materials. There are many things in the metal made in the past that are not used at all now. It is too troublesome to extract them again. So these battleships are left behind. After all, no matter how bad they are still battleships and have certain combat capabilities. It is also because of these cannon fodder warships that the follow-up combat plan can be started in a real sense. At this time, in the battlefield, due to the fire suppression and advancement of the main force from the rear, the formation was soon opened up, and countless battleships filed in. Then, after approaching the opponent's main battleship, they directly began to self-destruct. Of course, all this is operated by AI. All players have already gathered in the main battleship before departure. And these cannon fodder battleships are a big gift they have prepared for each other. They know this battle very well, so they never take it lightly. They have made arrangements in advance for various arrangements, considerations, and the like. Clearly, they all know that in a war of this level, the most important thing is to start. If they are outflanked, they must open up the situation. If conventional attack methods do not work, then they can only use special attack methods. It is also because they took this into consideration before setting off for the expedition that some cannon fodder warships will do this modification. Although it is still very painful for players, they will do whatever it takes to win. Obviously, their idea was correct. But as the distant fleet's fires lit up one after another, the entire fleet immediately became chaotic, and their chaos was naturally the best for the main formation of the players. During the attack, countless ammunition poured down on them. The opponent's attack hit the top, but there was no reaction on the Chimera at the front. It must be said that the materials the players upgraded this time were harder than imagined. Relying on the Chimera's powerful defense capabilities, the players' fleets advanced step by step, pressing closer and closer. At the same time, the situation when he faced the face was a mess. The self-destruction policemen, who rushed in from time to time, would sometimes directly take away their spaceship number 20 or 30. This was a very terrifying number. At this time, among the number of their fleet, the number of battleships is decreasing at an extremely fast rate. At the same time, the follow-up support troops were also rushing towards this side at an extremely fast speed. Brothers, the opponent's reinforcements are coming soon. They are only 5 minutes away from our side at most. You must break through as soon as possible. The main fleet is speeding up its advance. Soon after the order was issued, the main force pushing the fleet here couldn't help but speed up. At the same time, the other side also guessed the enemy's intentions, so they sent a large number of warships to desperately block the players. Even if they can't stop all the players, they still want to keep most of them, because they are now surrounded, and they have the advantage. But once the players successfully break through, then the two sides will really be competing for battleships, firepower and quantity. However, after fighting each other for such a long time, they found that although the technology of both sides was similar, the materials of the other side's warships were obviously better than theirs. Therefore, if they were to fight head-on, even if they could win, it would be a tragic victory, and the losses would definitely be considerable. Naturally, He did not want this to happen. So today, he would stop the enemy here no matter what. However, they were still somewhat powerless in the face of the opponent's self-destructing aircraft. As long as their warships dare to gather together, those self-destructing planes will go over and explode without hesitation. But if they don't gather together, they are very likely to be defeated one by naming the battleship group. In this situation, the commander can't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Chapter 846: The Enemy's Thoughts. In this way, under the operation of the players, their fleet quickly rushed directly into the opponent's fleet group. The Chi-Yu-class warships behind the Chimera cleared the way and were doing crazy output. Finally, these self-destructing warships cooperated, and soon the entire area was killed and a passage was created. Everyone, get out! Following the commander's order, the warships of the family drove straight in. With the assistance of various warships, they quickly killed this fleet. The remaining fleets were scattered and knew that they could no longer fight head-on. So they immediately moved away from the battlefield and quickly gathered. At the same time, the enemy support warships also arrived at this time and formed a new formation with the previously gathered warships. Obviously, their plan to flank the two sides failed. They also had to fight head-on with the other side. According to the current battle loss statistics from this battle, the battle loss ratio on the player's side is 2-1. Of course, players are also aware of such a battle loss rate. After all, the price paid for breaking out of the siege is too high. Fortunately, there were no casualties on their main battleship. At the same time, this battle completely highlighted the power of the main battleship in front of the players. And they also had a clear understanding of their own battleship. Everyone, it's time for a head-on confrontation. Although the opponent has more warships than us, don't forget that we still have a fortress here. Once the warship is injured, we can immediately return to the fortress for repairs. When fighting, try to fight and retreat at the same time. This time we have to rely on the fortress for defensive operations. As the order was issued, the players immediately took action. At the same time, the players were also paying attention to the situation of their main battleships. The Chimera battleship is worthy of being the main defense battleship. Although the shield technology is not very good, players who have taken a different approach have used heavy armor resistance. And the effect is surprisingly good. Although the attack is fast and violent, it hits the Chimera's thick armor and cannot cause much damage to it. The Chimera itself has an output belt, and the rear is assisted by the Chi-Yu sword. As the war begins, although the opponent's warships are larger than there are obviously many more on their side. But the battle damage is very large. Logically speaking, they have more battleships, which means their firepower will be more intense than the players. But the fact is that their battle losses are higher than the players. Sure enough, as we thought, this civilization does not seem to have invested all its resources in this battleship. Many of their remaining battleships are in a similar situation to ours. They were all eliminated when the universe wandered. Battleship coming down. Many times we think that victory or defeat is often decided on the battlefield. Maybe no one has ever thought about the outcome. Or it may have been decided long ago. Both the enemy and the players themselves can be called low-level civilization. When such a civilization fights, if all the strategies are exhausted, then the only thing left is force. And the current evidence is also the same. It has entered the stage of head-on confrontation. The competition between the two sides is met, and there is no ambush to speak of. The next step is to compete with the firepower of the two sides' warships, as well as the quantity and quality of the warships. At this time, as time goes by, the number of the opponent's documents is also decreasing at an extremely fast rate, and the battleships on the player's side have also lost a lot. Looking at the ships floating in space, the players know that every battleship, if it is destroyed, at least half of the people inside may die, and the remaining half can escape in an escape capsule if they are lucky. But even so, the players have no intention of backing down, because they are doing it for their own civilization. The sacrifice is worth it to them. From the emergence to the establishment of their new civilization, they were single-handedly responsible for it. For them, the establishment of civilization required their own efforts. They are also willing to pay for civilization. In other words, if the former Lon Xian could listen to them, then they would be willing to pay. After all, there would be no intact eggs after the nest is overturned. But unfortunately, that civilization took the wrong path. At the same time, this war is also proving that they can win if the other party's command was given to them. They wanted to use this war to let the group of people who died know that they were wrong. Unusually fierce. Countless firepower poured into the opponent's fleet. and one battleship after another turned into the most gorgeous fireworks in the universe. The Chimera battleships on the player's side once again proved to the world that what they claimed to be the strongest shield of civilization was true. Countless firepower was borne by their strong bodies, and layer after layer of armor was defeated. But they have more than one layer of armor. The Chimera-class heavy cruiser has more than 100 layers in total. Otherwise, the Chimera battleship's armor thickness would not be so high. This method of manufacturing warships allows each ship to play its due value. First of all, each layer of Chimera's armor has a characteristic. This characteristic is that once it is attacked by energy, the damage will spread in a short time to the entire layer of armor. In other words, this damage will be deposited by a whole layer of armor, which will undoubtedly greatly weaken the damage caused by energy weapons to them. If it encounters physical problems, even if a big explosion occurs and the layered armor is destroyed, only the outermost layer will be destroyed. In this way, each battleship can take a large amount of damage. Although even in the face of enemy firepower, their warships still suffered heavy losses. But it is undeniable that without this kind of warship, their entire army might have been wiped out early today. Of course, apart from the Chimera, Chiyu's words naturally show his strength. Compared with the Chimera, this battleship is definitely inferior in defense. But Chiyu's powerful maneuverability gives the entire battleship another way to play. These silver-white warships on the battlefield were extremely fast, and were constantly avoiding the enemy's attacks. Although the other side also discovered the special features of this kind of warship, it was obvious that they had no way to attack this kind of warship. Most of the damage will be blocked by the Chimera, and the remaining small part will be blocked by the energy shield due to its high mobility. The cooperation between the two is perfect, and with the Chimera's damage to resist Chiyu, it also shows its due firepower. The high-power laser cannon pours firepower wantonly at the enemy. The opponent's warship couldn't hold out for long before it was completely penetrated by the laser cannon. At the same time, players retreat while fighting, letting the enemy know their intentions. They probably want to retreat to their fortress and rely on it to continue dealing with us. At this time, the enemy commander obviously saw this. Is there any way to stop them? Report to the commander that there is no enemy firepower for the time being. It is too fierce. There is no way for us to mobilize the fleet to go back. Moreover, even if it falls out, the other party will immediately focus on our fleet. After hearing what the adjutant said, the commander couldn't help but look ugly. They will definitely win this head-on battle with the enemy. But after this battle is over, how many battleships will they have left? Moreover, he also discovered that there were many enemy warships. When the losses were relatively large, they would immediately leave the battlefield and return to their fortress area. In this way, casualties during the battle can be reduced as much as possible. And the most important thing is that the opponent's retreat route is also the area where the fortress is located. So they are really powerless to stop these warships withdrawing from the battlefield. This is a very difficult enemy. The commander at this time naturally sees it clearly. And they are originally on the disadvantaged side, because the other party is the attacker and knows the area where they live. And the initiative is in the hands of the other party. On the outside, the other party's commander is so outstanding and knows how to operate. If he wants to win in this war, the difficulty of winning can be imagined. The commander couldn't help but feel a headache. But he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue to persevere for the sake of civilization behind him. Continue to go head-to-head with him. Although we will lose a lot of warships in the end in this battle. If we say victory, all the resources on the battlefield will belong to us. So many destroyed warships are all resources. Let them taking it back will make up for our losses. It proves that the commander is so contemptuous. Now, there is only one way for them to do this. They will directly confront the opponent head-on to seize the final battlefield resources, without considering anything else. After all, they had suffered enough losses in this battle. What can be done now is to reduce the opponent's resource acquisition through various methods. And this is where they have a chance of winning. After all, the opponent is a cross-system long-range combat resource, and the quantity it carries is limited. It can be seen from the fortress they built. They will definitely want to use the fortress for later war maintenance. Although they can transport resources through other channels. The development of civilization is not only the path of war. There are many other paths that must be considered. So he is not worried about how long the players will stay here to fight with them. Time. First, resources need to be collected and transported, which will involve a huge cost. He does not believe that the other party's civilization can sustain it for too long. And the longer the time, the more beneficial it is for them. Because the longer the time, it means that they can build a lot of new warships. and there are many that have been built long ago. But there are no perfect warships. It can also be completed within these hours. If they are fighting a war of attrition, they will naturally have cube on their side. They only need to survive the first round of the war, and the rest will be their advantage. Therefore, at this time, this commander has no idea about the subsequent war. Don't worry. Although they lost this battle. Indeed, they lost this battle. They did not lose on the battlefield, but on the decision-making team. Their civilization cannot resolve the other civilization and destroy the ship. Many policies that are impossible in their civilization can be implemented by the other side. This is enough to illustrate the cohesion of their civilization and the harmony within their civilization. Otherwise, many policies cannot be implemented, such as the previous fighter planes. The technological level of the two civilizations is almost the same, so the commander estimates that the other civilization should be similar to his own. But the only difference is that there may be various factional disputes within the other civilization. But when facing the civilization, when things go well, everyone can give up their own interests and mutual prejudices. If they had not given up these things, it would have been absolutely impossible for the other party to come up with them. Because if some things were not willing to let go once they were involved in the exchange of interests, then these things were destined to not be produced. Of course, there is basically nothing wrong with this commander's analysis from beginning to end. His analysis is very correct. The original civilization might have had the problems that the commander expected, but the civilization established by the players would not be like this at all. It is also because of this that many wild ideas can be implemented, and ideas that may appear problematic in other civilizations can be implemented. Everyone is working hard for civilization. This battle from beginning to end is not about who has higher technology, but about who has looser policies within civilization, and who is more able to contribute to civilization. Obviously, the players won this game. Their policies allow them to have many new warships, and many tactics that may cost more than they gain in order to win can be successfully implemented here. In this way, the fighting between the two sides continued. It's just that both sides are now in a patient state. So when the commander here found that the other side was very close to their fortress, he immediately ordered the withdrawal of troops. At the same time, they also began to build their own defense line and set warships to clean the battlefield. But in the middle, players began to harass them in various ways. Of course, it is impossible for the players to let them go so smoothly. As time went by, this battle soon came to an end. Compared with the opponent players, the losses this time were greater, but the losses of the main battleships were not large. So for them, this was acceptable, because at this time, another batch of built main battleships were heading towards them. Come here. The players don't know how long this battle will last, but they know that they must win this war. Similarly, if the other commander knows about this, his mentality will probably collapse, because his thoughts always stay on the other side, attacking him for the planet and resources, rather than thinking that the other side attacks him purely for revenge. Sometimes even a small idea may very well lead to the outcome of the entire battle. For example, if the other party knows that the enemy is here for revenge, the tactics they adopt may be completely different. But it's a pity that the other party doesn't know what the players think. Chapter 847. Guessing the player's intentions. If it is purely for strategy, then what needs to be considered is whether the investment and harvest are proportional. If the final income cannot match the investment, then this is a meaningless war. Therefore, after the opponent reaches a certain level of fighting, they will give up and continue fighting, because no one is willing to do a loss-making transaction. But it is different if it is revenge. That's really a fight to the death, even if you lose money. So there's a world of difference between the two. For them, the players may be here to obtain resources, so they have a premonition that this battle will eventually end if the two sides are in a stalemate. As for when they will meet again for a decisive battle in the future, it is hard to say. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but start to think calmly. The technological levels of both sides are now about the same. If we persist, we can still do it. At least the people in the asteroid belt will consume a lot of resources from both civilizations. If we don't wait long like this, the other party may choose to retreat. This is what everyone present is thinking. But obviously, they thought wrong this time. In this way, as time goes by, the war continues day after day. New warships are constantly joining the battlefield on the player's side, and the opponent's side is also building warships day and night. Small-scale battleship battles can be seen at all times in the asteroid belt. However, as time went by, more warships arrived in the confrontation area, and the small-scale confrontation gradually turned into a large-scale battle. As the war ended, more warships soon came to take care of the battlefield. Most of the battles that both sides are famous for ended up being a draw between the two civilizations. Sometimes it was the players who got the qualification to clean the battlefield, and sometimes it was the other side. In short, as time goes by, the resource consumption of both sides is getting bigger and bigger. The players' fortresses were also attacked by the opponent, but they failed to capture them many times in a row. Instead, they suffered heavy losses, which made them give up the idea of attacking the fortress. The same players also tried many times to break through their defense lines. But in the end, it didn't achieve very good results. Brothers, if we continue to fight like this, it will be a long-term drain. We will have to fight to see who has more resources. If we had to do the math, it took them longer to find the planet than us, and they took longer to develop than us. They definitely have an advantage in terms of resources. But fortunately, we have also studied it during this period, and they have not mastered the jump technology. So we have an advantage in terms of resource acquisition efficiency. As long as we continue to delay, they will become poorer and poorer with subsequent wars, and we can at least barely maintain the current war consumption. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of joy. As long as there are no huge command errors in the subsequent war, the balance of victory in this war will eventually favor the players. Now every war is jointly commanded by more than a dozen commanders. Unless the situation is urgent, everyone will discuss some peacemaking or some combat arrangements together. In this case, even if one person is stupid, there will be others. This also reduces as much as possible the occurrence of stupid situations that lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Compared to the players, the situation here with the enemies is not so good. Now the periphery of their galaxy is blocked by players, and players will have warships patrolling there. Although these are scattered warships, these warships pose a huge threat to collection ships and so on. This has also led to big problems in the transportation of supplies on their side, especially now that they have a large amount of supplies that are blocked at the periphery of the galaxy. We have tried many methods. The warships they patrol are completely independent. No matter what the situation is on the main battlefield, they will patrol the surrounding areas and will not join the battlefield. Maybe they also know that if they cut off our resource supply line, we will be dragged down by them. What's next? Otherwise, we can send the main fleet to escort our transport ship back. In this case, the resources aspect will be solved. Would you like to hear what you were saying? As you can imagine, the main fleets of both our sides are in a confrontation. If we send them, our defense line will definitely be broken by them. It is even said that they can drive straight in to kill our motherland. Xing, do you think our main battleship can move at this time? But if we don't use the main battleships, so many of our resources are outside and cannot be transported here. How should we fight future wars? Otherwise, let's send a small team. Send a small team of 10 to 20 warships. Anyway, they are all single warships. I think if we send a small team here, we should be able to win. It's easy to say. Have you ever calculated how many scattered war orders they have patrolling there? I estimate that there are at least 300. More than 300 ships. What does this mean? It means a large formation. So much. If they add up all these patrol warships, I feel that they might actually be able to break through our defense line. They are not stupid. They know very well that if all the warships combined can indeed break through the defense line, their losses will also be very heavy. If we use this interception method to destroy us, we can always be slowly worn out, and their losses will not be too great. While everyone was discussing, they couldn't help but feel worried. In fact, after such a long period of time, both parties have a very good understanding of their respective situations. They know the situation on the player's side. First of all, the opponent's online technology is not much different from theirs, and even the weapon technology. There are defense techniques, and so on, and so forth in between. However, this is the situation. They are retreating steadily, and are fighting very hard. As for the reason, they are naturally very clear. In the final analysis, the biggest problem here is that their pre-civilization policies cannot be as decisive as the enemies. The other side's civilization seems to be specifically designed for war. As long as it is beneficial to the war, they will do it no matter how outrageous the request is. The opponent had made full preparations for the subsequent war before the war began. So even though the opponent and our side were similar in all aspects, our side lost in terms of tactics. It is also for this reason that they are in the current situation. But if they continue to persist, their situation will get worse and worse. So everyone at this time is thinking about how to break the situation next. It is impossible for them to give up on the defense line. But if they continue like this, they will be short of resources. A lot of resources from outside cannot be transported here. If they continue to delay like this, their defeat will be certain. But what they don't know is that at this time, on the player's side, a group of people are also discussing this battle. Brothers, what we can confirm now is that the technology on our side should not be much different from the technology on their side. It is also for this reason that we have been in a stalemate for so long. However, our various routines gave us an advantage in the early stage. So it seems that our side will have a greater chance of winning this battle. But we need to reduce our losses as much as possible. Our next thing is very simple. That is to accompany them slowly, and then find a way to block their supply line. In this way, until their last warship is destroyed, consume it, and then win it successfully. While talking, the player seemed to think of something again. So he quickly added, "We can only win this battle and not lose. No matter what the cost. We must destroy this civilization. Otherwise we will be the ones destroyed the next time we meet." No one has the slightest doubt about what this player said, because they have all seen it. In fact, it stands to reason that the gap between the two is huge. In terms of technology, the other party has gone so long before them. It is absolutely impossible for him to catch up in a short time. But the fact is that they were overtaken by themselves. As for the reason, everyone knows that there was a technological explosion in their civilization, which allowed them to master a lot of technology. It was also for this reason that they came out for revenge. So according to the current situation, it is obvious that the opponent has not entered this stage. So they relied on this stage to accumulate enough advantages to fight like this on the battlefield. But once they withdraw their troops or something, when they also encounter got to something similar, the follow-up is self-evident. The opponent's strength itself is almost the same as theirs. Once they enter the technological explosion, and their strength increases by leaps and bounds. What else can the players do to suppress them? So what they have to do now is to take advantage of the fact that the opponent has not become stronger yet, and take advantage of the improvement in their own strength to give priority to solving this unstable factor. Therefore, they have no other way to go in this war. What they can do now is to try their best to destroy the enemy, so that they will not have so many worries in the future. Having made up their minds, players fought even harder in subsequent wars. Countless resources were invested in the battlefield, and a large number of warships perished in the war. However, none of this could stop the players from attacking. As time went by, the enemy's defense line soon became unbearable, and the players launched a more violent attack before the opponent's defense line had time to join in. Artillery fire. Finally, after a period of fighting, this war is completely over. With the end of the war, the enemy's most important line of defense was announced to have been breached. In this way, this war lasted for several years, and finally succeeded, opening the most important line of defense. And the other party had to retreat to their second and third lines of defense. This battle was an unprecedented victory for the players. After winning this area, a large amount of resources were transported. With the blessing of these resources, new shipyards and various facilities began to be slowly established. With the rapid emergence of these buildings, the efficiency of mining has been greatly improved, and the speed at which players can build warships has also increased. Everyone, our first line of defense is also the most important. The line of defense has been breached. What should we do next? This is indeed not good news for this civilization in the conference room at this time. They admitted that they had miscalculated in this war. At first, they thought that when the other party found that the efforts and rewards were not proportional, they would definitely choose to abandon this place. In the end, who would have thought that even so, the other party still persisted and spent such a huge price to completely defeat their place. As of now, it is basically certain that the other party is not launching this war for resources. At present, it may be for the planet. However, based on the technological comparison between our two sides, it is impossible for the other party not to know that they will definitely not be able to get the planet. So after excluding the planet option, there is only one option left. They are fighting purely for the sake of war, even if this war is a loss for them. But why do they do this? Is there any unsolvable grudge between us? But when they recalled everything that had happened from the beginning of the war to the present, they immediately thought of something. In an instant, they all understood the reason. It was very likely that the other party belonged to the planet they occupied. Maybe before they attacked this planet, this civilization had a small team wandering in the universe. Later, after discovering the situation here, They fled with the civilization's last hope, the same civilization, in order to allow them to develop stably. Deleted all records about them. This is also why I didn't get any information related to this fleet after capturing this place. Obviously, the other party had hidden all this long ago. However, the reason why the other party was able to fight back in such a short period of time was most likely because they encountered a technological explosion when developing civilization, which made their technology rapidly improve. Only in this way can they have developed to this point in a short period of time, and then came back for revenge. The possibility of this is very high at present, at least for them. If the other party comes with the purpose of revenge, then it is not surprising what the other party has done. For them, as long as they can destroy us, nothing else seems to be important. If this is the case, then we will have to work hard in the future. In addition, an escape plan must be formulated as soon as possible. After understanding the general situation, they immediately reacted. This battle should be endless. After all, they had destroyed their civilization. When they came back for revenge, they would definitely not consider the investment of resources and returns. So for themselves, on the other hand, you must also make corresponding response plans. After all, the other party also had a chance for revenge. But he didn't want his side to not even have a chance for revenge in the end. So he began to make arrangements for the future of civilization. At the same time, he was also prepared for the subsequent war. Since he would not stop fighting, he did not need to think too much about investing all his resources and giving up all development for the sake of the war. Chapter 848 All-Out Attack. In the past, they had to consider many things, such as whether the investment of resources was worth it, how long the other party would persist with them here, and what they should do to reduce losses as much as possible. But now it seems that they have understood that the current situation is that both sides will fight to the death, which means that there is no upper limit on the investment of resources. Both sides can only be considered over when the other side is completely destroyed. Currently it seems that we are at a disadvantage. It is unknown what the outcome will be like, and how much changes there will be on our side. Yes. So everyone, we must consider how to deal with some problems. Maybe they also guessed our escape plan. So they are very cautious about many things on our side, especially the patrols at the edge of the galaxy. On the surface, these patrols seem to be to prevent us from transporting resources. But in fact, they may be to prevent us from escaping. Perhaps for them, preventing us from escaping is their priority. Purpose. At this time, everyone was also discussing with each other. In fact, when things have developed to this point, they also feel a little headache. At the beginning, they misjudged the opponent's strength and also misjudged the opponent's purpose. Because of these reasons, the current situation on their side became more and more complicated. First of all, in terms of resource supply, they cannot get in at all. Of course, this is nothing. The most important thing is that the opponent's attitude towards them is to eliminate them regardless of losses. Based on these 2 points alone, this matter is difficult to handle. The most important thing is that their initial decision-making has made it difficult to handle the matter now. And there is no way for them to make any changes. So for them, things are getting more and more difficult now. However, although things are difficult, they have not reached the point of no return. So now, they are also communicating on how to deal with these issues on their own side. Matter. The first is the issue of external resources. This is easy to solve, since we cannot transport the resources out, and the other party is preventing us from escaping. We must also consider some issues. The first and most critical thing is that we will how to plan. Yes, this is also a troublesome matter for us. While talking, everyone couldn't help but start thinking. And it seemed that the best way to deal with it at present was difficult or simple. Since people from outside can't come in, then they simply don't come in. Their idea here is to directly let the external fleet here consider it. Otherwise, from now on, they will turn around and go to other areas, which is equivalent to leaving a way for civilization to fall back. Even if they are destroyed here, then the follow-up there can be other operations on their side to avoid being directly annihilated by the entire army. But if anyone decides to issue this order, it means that a very terrible situation will arise. That is, this kind of behavior is a disguised way of telling other people in the civilization that they may be responsible for this matter. If we don't survive, civilization may be destroyed. For any civilization, or a civilization that is at war, the impact of this incident is very terrifying. Therefore, it is impossible for them to make this decision too easily. They have to consider the future of their own civilization. At least this matter cannot be exposed now. However, if this matter is not exposed, How will they solve the various problems they will face in the future? It is obviously impossible to continue to keep their fleet on the periphery. If they continue to keep their fleet on the periphery, if the other party discovers their fleet and kills them, they will have no last way out. But if they told the fleet directly about this and asked them to retreat immediately, then another heartbreaking issue must be considered. Who can guarantee that this matter will not be leaked? At a time when civilization is at stake, a lot of information, or many of their ideal policies, will naturally not have any effect. At this time, who will still listen to you and what you have to say? If you say it won't be leaked, it won't be leaked. Who can guarantee it? And even if it is leaked, how can we find out whether there is a follow-up to the current civilization? The question of whether to leak it or not is of little significance at this time. The question that everyone is concerned about now should be where they should go next, rather than the people inside other battleships, who will definitely consider their families or something else. Some people may quietly leak some information. Even if it is leaked, you can't do anything to him. Maybe you can say that you did something to him or something. But at this stage, if problems arise internally, then there is no need to think about escaping civilization. Just stay inside. Have a fight first. It is no exaggeration to say that if things go wrong by then, there may really be a very embarrassing situation. That is, before they start fighting here, the people in their battleships start fighting first. After all, the time has come when civilization is at stake, and all the rules are about to change. Under such circumstances, if you still make trouble, are you deliberately trying to cause disunity? At that time, some people will be unhappy with you and directly deal with the commander in the spaceship. It is not impossible to seize the spaceship and run away on your own. All in all, once this order is issued, many subsequent problems must be calmed down. Use various means to appease these people so that they can run away smoothly with the spaceship and successfully establish civilization. We cannot let them fight among themselves because of some messy things. I don't know if they will run away by then, but a large number of members here will probably die. Thinking of this, these commanders couldn't help but look sad. Indeed, this was too heartbreaking. There were too many things to consider. Forget it. It doesn't make sense for us to think so much now. We might as well think about how to operate next. The escape must not be exposed. At least at this stage. It must not be exposed. We are very aware of your concerns. But the problem is that now is the best time to escape. If it is not exposed, do you think we will have a chance to escape later? As the words fell, everyone fell into deep thought. It did make sense. Now was the best time to escape. If they didn't resolve the matter now, they might not even have a chance to escape by then. After all, they still have the energy and time to divert the enemy's attention. What if one day they are unable to divert the enemy's attention? There are various issues, and they need to consider that if any problem goes wrong, they know very well what is waiting for them. In fact, after things have developed to this point, many people have thought of a question. That is this battle. In the final analysis, their chances of winning are not as high as they imagined. This is not because they are not confident in their own strength, but because they know that this is the case. Although the two sides appear to be evenly matched on the surface, they are like this: the state is simply incapable of long-term combat. The opponent's continuous combat capability is obviously much stronger than theirs. And the most important thing is that they have also noticed a problem. That is, the opponent's star navigation technology far exceeds theirs. What this means is self-evident. This means that the other party can continuously transport resources. And at the same time, if they build warships, they don't need to worry about insufficient resources, because they can arrive at resource collection in a very short time and transport resources back as quickly as possible. These two advantages alone can increase their resource collection efficiency exponentially. So they had to take this into consideration. Originally, in a long-distance battle like theirs, the real advantage was their own side, not the enemy. However, the enemy's star navigation technology meant that their follow-up support capabilities were not bad. And the most important thing was that their warships had now become more powerful, due to their disadvantage. The opponent's number of warships is gradually surpassing theirs. Oh, but I really didn't expect such a result. At this time, the commander of this civilization couldn't help but have a headache. They miscalculated in this battle. A little misunderstanding or command would directly lead to earth-shaking changes in the entire battle situation. Originally, they were in a favorable position in this war. But because of the misunderstanding, in this war, they became non-cubic. The backlog of various problems gave them a headache. But they still had to find a way to solve the current problems. Just like that. Because of this matter, Everyone is talking about it. But there is no good solution. It is indeed a very difficult choice for them to keep morale and civilization at the same time. However, although they are faced with various choices, the players will not give him many opportunities. Your situation has been explained to everyone. The advantage in this wave is ours. The number of documents on the other side is significantly lower than when the war first started. From this, we can infer that there may not be many of them left on their side now. So this is our opportunity. Our blockade on the periphery makes it impossible for them to transport resources here. And we are still searching for their fleet to transport resources to ensure that they are completely annihilated here. In short, for them, we have blocked all their escape routes, using our resources to gain efficiency. Coupled with the pre-war preparations before the war, our warships are constantly rushing here, and they can only use the resources they have to build warships. Whether it is efficiency or the manufacturing of battleships, they are definitely not our opponent. And because they did not prepare for this war like us at the beginning, more than 90% of the things they have in hand are improvised. Prepared? There is nothing wrong with what the players said about this. They have made very adequate preparations for this war. It is also for this reason that they have the confidence to fight against this civilization. After all, for this war, they were premeditated in a strict sense. They did not start to operate this battle without any premeditation. All preliminary preparations have been almost completed, and the subsequent details will be based on the battle. When circumstances change, that's all. And this is their biggest advantage compared with these people. Before the battle began, they had prepared everything they could prepare or consider. And this is where their confidence lies. And it is because of these preparations that they are now confident. War intelligence is so important. If the opponent knows the player's offensive intentions in advance and prepares in advance, there will be another result. But it is a pity that it is impossible for the opponent to know these things in advance. It is also because of these reasons that the current battle is very unfavorable to the enemy. It is no exaggeration to say that the players are very worried about this war. It has the right time, right place, right people, and many other factors. They have considered any problems and have a plan to deal with them. So the opponent did not lose this battle unjustly. Of course, this battle is so important for the players, and it is very necessary to be fully prepared. Although we have certain grievances with the previously civilized people, these are grievances between us. We can just resolve them privately internally. But externally, we will always be united against the enemy. There is nothing wrong with what this player said. Indeed, whatever problems they have at present are internal problems. This is the principle that internal problems should be solved internally, rather than internal problems should be solved internally. No matter how much trouble we have internally, it is our own business. But once we encounter something outside, it will be different. And the entire nature will be different. Therefore, they can be said to have the same hatred towards their enemies. Just like that. As the players' words fell, the next moment the large army of players set off in a mighty manner. They have prepared too many things for this battle. Previously civilized people went to great lengths to hide information about themselves, because they hid the news from their side. They gave themselves a stable development period, made the enemy unprepared for their side, and allowed them to attack here smoothly. All this has come at a heavy price. And now they want to use practical actions to tell those people that this price was not paid in vain. As the players' fleets advanced mightily, the enemy soon became aware of the situation here, and soon they sent their fleets to attack. When the fleets of both sides met, the war was about to break out, because the most important line of defense has been lost. This battle is not difficult for the players. Chapter 849. The war is over. The fleets on both sides of the universe are fighting. The players' new warships have really shined in this war. After they discovered the advantages of Chimera, they built a very large number of Chimera, because the two sides are actually not very resistant to each other's firepower. But Chimera is an exception. This battleship can easily withstand a large amount of damage. It is also because of this feature that players favor this battleship, especially when facing a sudden attack from the opponent. Other battleships may not be able to withstand it at all, but Chimera is different. His excellent defensive ability completely solves this problem. If the opponent wants to capture Chimera, the price they need to pay will be very heavy. This one battleship can bear the total damage of at least 10 battleships. Having such a terrifying damage-carrying machine means that in later battles, players can get maximum rewards with minimum losses. On the battlefield, only a large number of chimeras were seen in the front row, and countless artillery fire hit his armor. But he endured the fall of each chimera forcefully, and the price paid by the other party was more than 10 or 20 warships. Although some of the opponent's warships are known for their defensive qualities, It is obvious that their design ideas and defensive methods are not as good as those of the players. Players who know the situation of space war design the battleships according to the way they originally operated on Jiang Yao's side. In a war, there is no need to consider the so-called post-war utilization rate, or many other meaningless factors. What is considered in war is to maximize the effect with the minimum effort. That's right. It's about maximizing the results with the minimum effort. When many civilizations design battleships, they will subconsciously consider issues such as the subsequent utilization rate of the battleship and so on. For players, these questions are completely redundant. They will not consider subsequent utilization. The design of Chimera does not consider anything but how to maximize defense. What should I do with post-maintenance in this battle? Things like inconvenience to the maintenance side are useless. Because if you can't survive this war, then whatever you think about in the future will be delusional and will have no effect. After all, you won't survive that stage at all. If you think about the problems at that stage now. Aren't you kidding? But obviously not everyone can understand this truth. And not every civilization can understand it. There is a huge prerequisite for understanding these things. That is, you have experienced many space wars and witnessed space wars. The real situation. If you don't understand the situation, then the factors you consider will be completely different. This is a matter of knowledge. Obviously, this is the case on the enemy's side. The war they have experienced is far different from the players. And they don't know many things at all. Everyone thinks as we do. We have an absolute advantage in this battle, judging from the current situation. Compared with them, our battleship design is indeed much better. They also consciously built some defensive warships to bear the damage. But their defensive warship design ideas were obviously not in place. And the total amount of damage they took was really pitifully low. It is no exaggeration to say that we have the advantage in this battle. So there is no need to worry at all. At this time, while looking at the number of enemy warships lost on the battlefield, the players calmly analyzed it. It has to be said that in this battle, the players can truly experience the truth of the saying that knowledge is power. Under normal circumstances, this battle should be very difficult for both sides. But because of their knowledge, the players are completely in a crushing situation for them. At this time, looking at the opponent's warships on the battlefield, one after another was destroyed by them. The players also showed a satisfied smile. According to the current situation, if we continue to fight, the winner will be us in the end. If I'm not wrong, they don't have a lot of warships left at present, which means that we can go straight in and deal with them directly. If nothing else happens, what's left after this war is over is the decisive battle. But currently we don't know how many warships they have left. Since we want to solve them, we must solve them to the end. This civilization must be completely destroyed. For the players, both emotionally and rationally, they have to completely solve this problem. Because it was this civilization that caused them to lose too many things. Originally, everything was fine in their ordinary life on the planet. However, due to the arrival of this civilization, they ended up in their current situation, struggling to survive in the universe. This is also a very unbearable thing for them. If this damn civilization hadn't been a hindrance in the first place, how could they have done so many things later? From escaping the planet to now, their casualties are in the hundreds of millions. And more than 90% of the people in the civilization died on the road. This also includes their relatives. So for them, this battle is not only revenge for civilization, but also revenge for themselves. If there are many of you, I won't say more. Everyone knows better than me what to do next. According to the current situation, after this battle is over, the opponent will have no ability to resist at all, and we will have almost 50 warships coming over in the future. At that time, we will launch an attack on their mother. At the same time, the supporting warships will be directly deployed in the surrounding area to find the opponent's relay. In addition, all detectors will be sent out. As long as evidence of the enemy is found, they will be marked immediately. We have to make sure we uproot them. In this way, as orders were issued one by one, the war entered its final stage. Everyone, actually after the battle has started, I don't think there is anything more to say. Everyone must be aware of the various situations involved. Then it's time for us to take revenge. They didn't directly destroy us. This would be the biggest tactical mistake they made. Mistakes like this led to their current situation, and we cannot repeat the same mistakes. We have to make sure they are all dismantled. In this way, as orders were issued one after another, and as the war continued very quickly, the opponent's main fleet began to retreat, and the players began to pursue the victory. Although they also had various defensive measures deployed in many areas. But it is obvious that such measures have no effect. As for the reason, It is also very simple. Even before the war started, you respected the players so much that you had a good grasp of their situation. It is no exaggeration to say that the players now have a thorough understanding of their situation, and have no problem describing it. Players know exactly what areas they have defensive measures in. It goes without saying that there are many brothers. I think everyone knows about some of the opponent's current defensive facilities. Next, when attacking, pay attention to take out these defensive measures first. The opponent may want to rely on the defense facilities and our side. We're trying to get around, but unfortunately, we won't give them that chance. It is true that the players think that the opponent wants to rely on these defenses to deal with them. But the players' operations are even more confusing. They left part of the fleet to deal with the opponent here, while the other fleets prioritized other defensive measures. Because there was no support from battleships, the players quickly took down a lot of defense facilities. Because these defense facilities were taken down, the subsequent battle would naturally be simpler. After taking down these defense measures, the players rushed over as soon as possible to support this defense facility area with fleet assistance. Although there was only one fleet here to resist the opponent's defense facilities, and the fleet suffered heavy losses, it was all worth it, because they had already pulled out other nails. And at this time on the civilization side, when they received this when the news came out, they also knew what they were going to do next. What they have to do next is very simple. That is, the fish is dead and the net is broken, because they have no way out. At this time, their commander-in-chief looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but frown. So all our intelligence is transparent to them. The enemy easily found and destroyed all our defenses. I really can't understand how this information was leaked. It shouldn't have been leaked. Through this period of combat, I can basically confirm that the opponent's reconnaissance technology is far superior to ours. We used to think that their reconnaissance technology was similar to ours. Now it seems that they just want to let us see. The commander-in-chief fell silent upon hearing this. If this is the case, then it is obvious that for us, this battle does not seem to make much sense if we continue to fight. Because all our advantages have been lost. As our home court, we ended up playing like this. This is something no one expected. But it doesn't seem to matter anymore. After hearing what the commander-in-chief said, everyone naturally knew what he wanted to express. Although they were helpless, this was also true. Announce it. Let the mining formations outside lead directly. And leave with the hope of civilization. We may have a chance to come back for revenge in the future. Of course, this is not important. The most important thing now is that we need to continue civilization. Just like this battle will soon come to an end for the players and this civilization. Centuries of struggle will also come to an end here. Although the situation on the player's side was very bad at the beginning, the result is good. When the player's fleet surrounded the enemy on their home star, and after the final battle between the home star and the opponent's fleet, everything seemed not so important. The civilizations of both sides tried their best to fight, and one battleship after another was destroyed, and countless battleships turned into dust in the universe. In this battle, the players suffered a lot of losses. After all, this was the opponent's temporary attack, counterattack. But just as the battle between the two sides reached the final stage, the civilized commander received unfortunate news. What do you mean our fleet has been found? We discovered their detectors, and at the same time we discovered that they have a fleet coming towards us. After receiving the news at this time, the commander fell weakly into a seat. It was obvious that he knew that it was over, and his own civilization was over. His only hope is to be found by the other party. And he is very aware of the gap in strength between the two sides. The other party's goodbye was too fast. Trying to catch up with their battleship was like a child playing house. I'm on the player's side. Everyone. The main battlefield is basically stable. We discovered another fleeing fleet of the other side before. Then other support warships will go over immediately to wipe out all these fleets and ensure that the routes are eradicated. Just like this, as the orders were issued to the players one by one, they immediately began to take action. Countless warships chased the fleeing warships. Just like this, some time passed, and the battle on the main battlefield was over. Players began to enter the planet to clean the battlefield and organize resources. They suffered heavy losses in this battle. But fortunately, after wiping out this civilization, they gained a lot of resources. Of course, resources are secondary to them. The main thing is that they have acquired a lot of new technologies. With these technologies, they will have many development directions to choose from. Players also experience the joy of looting again. It took hundreds, or even thousands of years, for his civilization to obtain the things he researched so easily. This also meant that they saved a long time on certain technological development routes. At the same time, the other party's fleeing fleet was also caught up and destroyed, which meant that this civilization basically had no follow-up. It took a very long time to clean up the battlefield. This civilization had a lot of legacy. It took the players almost 5 years to collect all kinds of things. After doing all this, the players did not choose to destroy this planet. After this battle, the planet itself has been devastated, because the ecology has been destroyed. The plants and animals on the planet have also begun to become extinct on a large scale. Players don't know whether species that can adapt to this environment will be born in the future, but it didn't matter to them anymore. Just like that, the players left here. With the victory of this battle, the players finally got their revenge. It was because of them that our own civilization wandered the universe. And now it will begin a new chapter as it comes to an end. At this time, everyone on the planet gathered together to celebrate this huge victory, and also to celebrate the removal of the haze that had been buried in their hearts for many years. It is finally over. At this time, looking at the cheering crowd, the players participating in the battle side. Yes, but we also sacrificed a lot in this battle. Indeed, there are many warriors who will rest there forever. Chapter 850 Civilization from Scratch. After the celebration was over, the players began their daily development life. Because there is no early pressure, the players are living a very comfortable life. They don't have so much to think about now. For them now, what they need to do is extremely simple. You just need to develop civilization according to your own preferences. That's it. You can operate according to your own ideas about what civilization looks like. After there is no external pressure, there are many natural choices internally. At the same time, many previous policies or ideas are also changing. After all, for players, the civilization they create is more of a need. Free. In the early stage, because there was a civilization behind the war. They didn't know when the two would meet, which put pressure on them and forced their policies to be biased towards combat. But now that these pressures are gone, they have begun to slowly shift more to life. And this is what they want. After all, compared to war, freedom is naturally better. But players also know very well that no matter how much they yearn for freedom, there is always a premise that cannot be touched. That is threatening other people's personal safety. For them now, personal safety is very important. They naturally still maintain various criminal laws and other things from previous civilizations. After all, sometimes there are some bottom lines that can never be broken. Many times, some civilizations are destroyed because these bottom lines are touched. So it is absolutely impossible for them to allow such a thing to happen. And considering some of the naughty kid incidents they had encountered, everyone was also discussing this matter during the discussion on drafting the bill. Those children are not mentally mature after all. Under such circumstances, I think it is unfair to them if you enact such a law. It's not fair. What's unfair about this? Haven't you seen some of the things that civilization encountered back then? Have you ever seen how terrible the things that younger people do? There are even many older people who cannot do such things. But in such circumstances, they can be protected. Is this fair to those victims? It is true that we have the obligation to protect the people, but we have no obligation to protect the devil. Yes, some people are born devils. It is true that sometimes things are like what you said. But have you ever considered that they are still young? If they end their lives without giving them a chance, what if they will have high achievements in the future? After all, they still young. The possibilities are endless. We don't know whether they have unlimited possibilities. But I think what we should always protect are those normal people, not devils. It is true that their minds are immature. But with such terrifying minds, are they really worth protecting? How should the real victims deal with it? At this time, everyone was expressing their opinions on this matter. This matter was very important to civilization. They knew very well what would happen if this matter was not handled well. Dire consequences. Similarly, they are very clear in their hearts that some things are just like what they said before. What they think is that civilization does want to protect people, but it must also have the right person to protect. If he is young, if he becomes an umbrella, he will repeat the same fate as before. So whether this matter is for them or for other people, there are really too many things to consider. For a long time, everyone has been talking about this matter. And now it is true that this matter really makes them unable to come up with an idea in a short time. The main thing is that this one thing involves too many things. Everyone. I don't think we need to consider so many things at all. Anyway, I am thinking that everyone must remember one question. That is, who are we? It is true that some words are very reasonable. But you should not forget one thing. That is, we are now a brand new civilization. Various policies of previous civilizations can be used as a reference, but they must not affect our subjectivity. Judge. If we continue to acquiesce, or continue to think that we still belong to the original civilization, then we will eventually follow the same old path. So I think as a new civilization, we need to have laws that belong to our own civilization. We can't still refer to the past. Those things in the past are no longer suitable for us. We need a brand new solution of our own. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. And indeed there was nothing wrong with what they said. Now they really need a brand new plan, rather than continuing to use the previous plan. After all, they are a brand new civilization. It is impossible for a brand new civilization to continue to do things in the same way as before. If this is the case, then they will still be the previous civilization without any changes. And this is naturally what they do not want to see. After all, the players have invested too much in creating this civilization. At the same time, since they separated from this civilization, many things have been separated. Now they need to create a brand new civilization of their own, rather than leaving the old path before continue the civilization that had long been cut off from them. The civilization of the past can appear in museums and history books and be remembered by the world, but it absolutely cannot influence their current thinking. Regarding this matter, everyone was discussing and expressing their own opinions. It must be said that as the players' words fell, everyone's thoughts also changed a lot. And soon they had their own ideas. As a result, brand new bills were promulgated, and these bills will also guide them. With the introduction of the new bill, it has naturally caused an uproar, and many people are paying close attention to these things. Although there were many different voices in the process, the new law was eventually implemented. Of course, this is understandable. After all, since the change has been decided, it is impossible for the players to give up halfway. Although there were many obstacles along the way, everything finally settled. Whether it is battleships, bills, or other things, after earth-shaking changes have occurred, this civilization has also ushered in a new life. Without the threat of enemies, all walks of life and civilization soon began to gradually develop, and everyone could do what they wanted to do according to their own preferences. For them, this is naturally something worth celebrating. In the past, all walks of life were for the sake of war, and all kinds of policies were closer to war. But now with the end of the war, various new things just appeared. Everyone can develop according to their own preferences. So all walks of life began to recover. Whether it was entertainment, books, or others, they began to develop prosperously. Everyone has their own goals and pursuits. Similarly, in the development of all walks of life, players will naturally not forget their roots. They know the importance of technology to civilization. So the support policy for technology is still the largest. It's just that compared to the past, some support from their side has been used, and of course, it is used in other industries. Of course, compared with technology, the proportion of support in other aspects is naturally much smaller, and the taxes on the entertainment industry are very serious and require strict monitoring. The purpose is to restrict it to a certain extent. Compared with the previous mail policies, the biggest restriction on entertainment is that instigation is not allowed. Fans perform operations such as posting lists and so on. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is another thing. And this thing also shocked everyone. That is to strengthen the supervision of the internet, especially for things like spreading rumors. The punishment is quite serious. After all, in the past civilization, the internet was a mess. Everything has these things. If it is not regulated, sooner or later it will cause trouble. All in all, everything has changed a lot, and everyone needs to slowly adapt to these things. In addition to these things, there is another matter that is a major event for the entire civilization. And this matter is also of great concern to everyone. And that is matters related to games. Indeed, games are a very big problem. At first, some people directly destroyed the game. But fortunately, all the important information was preserved. Later, after they escaped, not much of this information was brought out. It wasn't until after they captured the civilization this time that they sorted out the civilization's heritage and discovered that this civilization actually retained these data. It was also because these data were retained that they were able to use them to restore the game. For them, repairing the game is a very important thing, because their biggest contribution to being able to survive until now is this game. The data in the game itself is closely related to space wars. It is also because of the existence of these data that through the wars in the game, they can win the battle with the enemy and have the last laugh. So they know very well how important the game is to them. They know very well that they have not played the game very deeply. And there are still many things that they have not touched. They want to learn more useful things through the game. For example, their curvature engine technology. Logically speaking, given their civilization, how could they develop curvature engine technology? But in fact, they have developed it. The reason for how to develop it is of course very simple. That is, they have developed it through games. The principle of probability engine inside is studied. Although the game does not tell them the complete technology tree or process, the explanation of regional night engine technology in the game is the correct idea. As long as you have a general direction, then through this direction, it is still possible you can research something easily. In addition to these technologies, there are many technologies in the hands of players, which are also researched in this way. Although this research method looks very strange on the surface, it is undeniable that this research method is indeed. It helped them a lot in the early stage, especially when they had no clue. Referencing some of the things in it can always provide some inspiration. As for games, I think no one will have objections. After all, our civilization can continue to this day, and games are indispensable. No one objects to this sentence. After all, they have been using the routines in the game since they fought against the enemy. However, this routine is very easy to use. We can basically confirm that the information on the alien civilization we obtained is definitely that of an advanced alien civilization. Otherwise, it would never be able to achieve this effect. Through repeated exercises in the game, we have a strong space knowledge. Combat. I have to say that this is indeed a surprise for us. We didn't know the situation before. But now that we know it, we have to be very careful about the game. We can't lose it no matter what, because it is a channel for us to cultivate real space combatants. Indeed, after enjoying the benefits brought to them by the game, they paid more attention to the game. This is a real space simulator. As long as it exists, players can use it to continuously cultivate new space warriors. In this way, the repair work for the game began, and a large number of technicians entered it and began to repair various data. However, after the players installed the most important data module, they found that after the module was installed, the game began to run autonomously. This incident made the players a little surprised as to why the game would be autonomous. Operation. Players naturally know it very well. In fact, the reason is very simple. That is, the most important module, the module that stores data, is still the same as before, although they want to start over with new data. But if you don't use these data, you can indeed start from scratch. But whether you can still achieve the previous effect is another question. If the previous effect cannot be achieved, then even if the data appears, even a slight deviation may be a disaster for the players. Because this is not a real simulation. So for this matter, the players will also extremely cautious. In the end, they chose to retain their previous progress. Just like this, as the game started again, players entered this familiar yet unfamiliar world. Hundreds and thousands of years have passed by in a hurry, and there are not many game players left. All of this is changing over time. But when the players enter here again, they are still I was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Chapter 851 Entering the game again. At this time, the players looked at the place in front of them that was no different from the real world and were filled with emotions. Here, this cowhide is even better than the projection of a battleship. Many new players were filled with emotion as they looked at everything around them. It goes without saying that most of the information here comes from the technology of an advanced civilization. The core data of the game uses information obtained from advanced civilization spaceships, so it is naturally very real. At this time, an old player said, "We have heard this news before, but we didn't feel anything at the time. Now it seems that we thought it was too simple." Naturally, many people know this news. At the same time, many of them also know that this game is more realistic. But they only know this information and do not have a deep understanding of it. In other words, it doesn't seem to matter to them. However, after seeing everything here, they were shocked. They really couldn't imagine that it could be so real. You know, this was done thousands of years ago. However, this picture remains the same thousands of years later. But compared to the shocked new players, the old players are different. At present, there are still many old players among the player group, because they spend a large part of their time dormant. And taking advantage of biotechnology can increase their average lifespan. So many old players are still alive today. It's completely different than when we left. Does it mean that even if the game is turned off, the data will still run on its own? I feel like it's very possible. At this time, the veteran players were also discussing with each other. That should be it. At this time, the veteran players were a little emotional when they saw this strange place. If they hadn't seen the bugs around them and the familiar affiliated civilization players, they wouldn't be sure whether they were still in the civilization. It's changed so much. At this time, the veteran players said, while observing their surroundings. But at this moment, while the players were still wondering, a brainworm crawled towards them. Fellow Zerg warriors, welcome back. As the voice of the brainworm fell, all the old players were filled with emotion. After going round and round, they finally came back. But they soon got into the mood. Can the brainworm tell us what happened over the years? Hearing this, the brainworm nodded. We fought against those superdimensional civilizations before. Although we used almost all the technologies at the time, the effect was not good. In the end, I failed in that battle. But before we escaped, we used various methods, which should have caused some damage to them. But after that battle, more than 90% of the people in the affiliated civilization died. And our Zerg army also suffered heavy losses. Only a small part of the Zerg escaped. While talking, Brainworm also fell into memories. But fortunately, the leader has the foresight. We released a lot of bugs at the universe node to let them develop on their own in the universe. It is also because of this that we have a way out. In fact, before the war with the superdimensional civilization started, the leader secretly made those cosmic bugs take action. We traveled through multiple universes and advanced through the universe gate technology and left anchor points in different universes. The moment we start fighting with the superdimensional civilization, the plan will start. When the main civilization is at war, our transfer plan will also start. Our small team of transferred bugs pass through the first universe, which is the bug team we initially sent to develop in a certain universe. Starting from here, then I cross more than a dozen universes in a row before reaching my current destination. Our current universe is called Universe 13. The situation of this universe is very complicated. It is a super universe composed of multiple universe bubbles. Each universe bubble is an independent universe. But these independent universes have a place similar to a space node. In other words, these universes are connected together, and wars will break out in different universes from time to time. As for us bugs, which are still in the hidden development stage, of course there is another thing. And that is that the backup plan we originally arranged is the first transfer point of our universe's transfer. Universe No. 1. After our transfer bugs left, the gathering place there as a deception to lure the enemy was also destroyed by a powerful force. Then from Universe No. 2 to Universe No. 7. The same fate followed. They were all devastated. Obviously the leader's decision was correct. By constantly changing universes, the other party would lose track of us. Hearing this, all the players nodded. And they probably understood the current situation. Although all the previous things were gone, they felt it didn't matter. After all, after such a long time, it was good to return to the game again. It was not difficult for them to start from scratch. Externally, their current civilization can be considered a new civilization. And many things are starting from scratch. So they don't think it matters. That is to say, our situation is now in a state of post-war recovery. But this area is currently relatively dangerous. So we dare not expose it too much and can only recover slowly. Hearing what the player said, the brainworm nodded. Correct. This is the current situation. Based on our explorations over the years, we have determined that there are 3 extra-dimensional civilizations in this universe and 12 super civilizations. What is certain is that these 3 ultra-micro civilizations usually do not participate in the battles of the civilizations below. They are more like observers. Apart from them, the rest are super civilizations. Between super civilizations, there were fights from time to time. But the frequency of their wars is not high. Other than that, they are basically other small civilizations. These are not a threat to us. Everyone was thoughtful after hearing this. By the way, in addition to this information, there is another more important information. And that is about our race. After hearing what Brainworm said, a group of old players also began to ask about the situation. The game this time is very different from their previous games. For this, they must understand clearly in the shortest possible time. Case. First of all, we have unlocked the special genetic lock. So the restrictions on insect evolution have been greatly changed. Now we can evolve quickly by swallowing some substances. For example, If we are often attacked, we can evolve resistance to attacks extremely quickly. Of course, all the warriors must know this information. And what I want to tell you today is another thing. That is, we have abandoned the route of evolution by consuming points. In this way, Brainworm began to spread some new news to the players. And this is also the change that Jiangyao has made for this game. Of course, this is also very normal. After all, the evolution of his bugs relied on the system in the past. But since he knew the true face of the system, and fought against the civilization that created the system, it is definitely impossible for him to use the system again. Because this thing the child has been destroyed by him in the infield war. At the same time, it is impossible for him to develop along the routes arranged by previous civilizations. After all, what they arranged is what they want to see. So now, he has started a new development model. And this development model is naturally the development model that is most suitable for the Zerg. Continuously strengthen the self-recovery ability of the Zerg, as well as the various special talents of the Zerg. His current civilization level is roughly between the super civilization and the ultra-micro civilization. The main reason why his technological level has dropped from the ultra-micro civilization is actually because everything he acquired before was arranged for him by other civilizations. When his relationship with these civilizations was broken, the connection between him and these civilizations was also severed. Under such circumstances, he lost all the laws. It was also for this reason that his technological level was lowered. Which was exactly what he wanted. Because once you enter that stage and master the rules, you cannot change them again. If it is not a rule that you have a special grasp of. If you calculate it according to a water tank, most of the water in it comes from others. And only a small amount of water belongs to you. At the same time, the tank was attacked and damaged. And most of the water drained out. Only in this way can one's own civilization level regress. In fact, to be precise, it is impossible to regress some of the civilization's technologies or other things. The only thing that regresses is the law. But the law is the most critical factor in entering that stage. Without this thing, you will never belong to that stage. So it can also be understood as a regression in the technological level of civilization. Of course, none of this is important. In fact, for Jiangyao, the most important thing is that he has a new choice because of his regression. Now he has not started to study other laws. Because he found that some conventional laws existing in the existing universe are easy to use. But they are not suitable for him. Because his future enemy is a powerful behind-the-scenes mastermind. And he is fighting against them. If you use the conventional laws of the universe, you will suffer a loss. Because with their knowledge, they naturally know a lot of laws. Under such circumstances, they also know how each law should deal with them. Therefore, if they still use these laws, they will naturally suffer a great loss. This is why he does not want to see it. Alright. It is very difficult for us to understand other laws. Or some rare or even non-existent laws. But at this time, he also had a vague feeling. Through research and his deep inner feelings over the years, he always felt that there might be such a law around him. But he had never discovered it. That's why he lets players re-enter the game. Because in his virtual universe, players have completed transformation, experienced war after war, and struggled to survive on this big stage of the universe. In the end, they got a planet of their own to build a civilization. And they started to get on the right track from here. After these years of experience, they have also gained an understanding of space wars, and have a deep understanding of the continuation of civilization or other things. Under such circumstances, Jiangyao believes that the players can come back. He also wants to see if the players have their own ideas on this matter. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What is important is that he needs to give the players time to slowly get used to the new Zerg. After all, he now has enough gameplay. It's completely different from before. And they need time to adapt. Of course, there is one most crucial thing. That is, he needs to train his troops. There is nothing wrong. For him, most of this group of players are new players, and do not have any experience. Although there are experienced players to lead them. If they want to grow, they still need a lot of experience. So he only at this stage did we bring all the players over and let them start learning. What he can do now is very simple. That is, try his best to let the players adapt, and give them enough time to train, so that when they encounter danger in the future, they will be a group of elite old troops. He didn't want to wait until the enemies came over and the players in his hands didn't know how to testify. Which would be embarrassing then. So he needed to prepare in advance. In this way, under his arrangement, the players began to practice day and night. For players, Such practice is naturally good for them. The new insect swarm takes time to adapt, especially for veteran players. The current route we are following for this heavy patrol is mainly based on the principle of self-purification, a route to ensure the population size. This route is really easy to use, at least compared to the elite route. You don't have to worry so much about battle losses. In the past, they had experienced the era of elite routes and sky-high prices for a single unit, so they felt that this type of equipment was more suitable for them because it was large in quantity but cheap in unit price. In this way, as the days go by, the players are becoming more and more prepared. After they have basically practiced, the next step is to conquer other civilizations. Of course, when conquering civilizations, they must go from weak to strong, adapt step by step, or compared to the development inside the game. A group of people are gathering together outside the game to discuss the ratio of game currency to real currency. I won't go into details about this specific situation. Today we are here to discuss a very important matter, which is about game currency and real currency. First of all, the exchange of game currency for real money is not only the old tradition of this game, but also the key to the game's ability to attract so many people. We need to have a complete policy in place in advance. Then we will modify the content according to the actual situation. Anyway, what we need to ensure is that we can earn a good income in the game, because this game is also a simulator for cultivating super soldiers, which is naturally very important to us. Finding a way to get as many people into the game as possible so we can have enough space warriors. Chapter 852, Civilization Gone Astray. In this way, more and more players choose to enter the game, because civilization has developed very well now with the help of subsidiary civilizations. It is easier for players to get started in the early stage. Go to various resource points to collect resources, and soon players will have a certain amount of income. Brothers, this wave is good. This resource is too easy to obtain. Of course, resources must be obtained, because this place has already been developed. When civilization first started, resources had to be found by oneself, and the efficiency of finding resources at that time was extremely low, compared with now. There were two different worlds at that time. Now many areas have been arranged, and we just need to go there and collect them. At this time, compared to the players in the game, the players responsible for management looked sad. Fortunately, we released a pricing standard for converting game currency into real currency. At this time, looking at the busy players in the projected game, several people present could not help but feel a little frightened. Yes, if we had directly issued a relevant announcement at that time, I guess something big would have happened. At first, they set a reasonable ratio for converting game currency into real currency, at least in their eyes. However, when they entered the game again, they found that they had made a mistake. Their thinking is still stuck in the past, and they have ignored an important thing. That is, the insects nowadays are all taking the quantitative route. In the past, one person might control a worker bee to go mining. This makes the efficiency not particularly high. But now one person may be overweight with hundreds or thousands of worker bees, and as time goes by, this number will gradually increase. In this way, it won't be long before every player has a worker bee. The quantities are very exaggerated. Under such circumstances, if you still follow this ratio, there will be a high probability that something will go wrong. Obviously, the current mining efficiency is many times higher than it is unknown. If the ratio is still the same as before, then the economic collapse will be a matter of time. It is true that training warriors requires investment, but the cost of this investment cannot be too high. So at this time all players begin to calculate how much is appropriate. The first thing is to ensure that these players, who devote themselves wholeheartedly to the game, can support themselves. This is the key, because once they cannot support themselves, the game can only become entertainment, and they don't want this game to be just entertainment. After all, this game is no different from reality, and a large number of space combat warriors can be cultivated cheaply. So what they want to do is to let everyone participate. Just like previous civilizations, most of the work can be handed over to robots. Robots can be connected to the game, and the robots can be controlled in the game to complete real-life work. This ensures the normal functioning of reality. At other times, you can enter the game and participate in space wars. Their idea is to make everyone in the entire civilization become space warriors. Everyone has basic space combat capabilities. This is the same as the policy of compulsory education introduced by civilization at the beginning. Through compulsory education, all people can understand some simple things, and understand characters and other such things, which is a huge promotion for civilization. And now they have to do the same thing. Everyone becomes a space force. Although it may not necessarily be useful if there is any accident to civilization. With so many space forces, there is no need to worry about subsequent operations. After wandering in the universe for many years, they know the importance of the Space Force in space wars. A battleship, no matter how frugal they are with personnel, still needs at least 400 to 500 people on board. This also means that if a battleship is destroyed, there will definitely be a majority of those who have no time to escape. Each such damaged battleship is not a lot, which means that their losses will be very large. Under such circumstances, for the Space Force, the consumption is also very terrible. If all the people are Space Force, then there is no need to worry about the problems inside. At least they can guarantee that as long as civilization still has people, they will not lack Space Force. In this way, the overall comprehensive strength of their civilization will be greatly improved. And if the number of space forces is large enough, then they can confidently and boldly build more space battleships to enhance their fleet strength. All in all, this is a thing that is no harm at all. So they must design a reasonable plan to ensure that these people are willing to stay in the game. In this way, after some discussions, they determined a rough ratio, which was 10:000:1. This ratio is quite explosive, which means that according to the current per capita living standard, at least 100 is needed every day. So they have to spend millions of resources. Perhaps such an exaggerated amount of resources was very difficult to achieve in the past. But now when you have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops, then this mission goal can be achieved very easily. And it will exceed a lot every day. But even if it exceeds, it will not exceed too much. According to their estimates, based on the current limit of the number of units controlled by a single player, the daily output limit should be about 10 million to 2,000. Around 10,000. This means that their daily income can reach approximately 1 to 2,000. In 1 month, it will be around 60,000. This kind of income can be regarded as an upper middle level among civilizations. But this also has a prerequisite. That is, there are enough resource points. In the early stage, everyone may be able to achieve it. But later on, as the speed of collection becomes faster and faster, soon, the resource areas will be completely mined. So it will take time to find new resource extraction areas. Not only that, after finding it, it may not take long to be used up. According to their estimates, after it stabilizes in the later period, each person's income should be around 10,000 to 20,000. Being able to cultivate a space for civilization with such a small investment of resources must be a huge profit. This kind of income can easily support their lives. And their lives are still relatively good. For them at that time, the period of searching for resources was equivalent to a rest for everyone. With this thought, everyone finally settled the matter. After it was finalized, the relevant announcement was immediately released. Naturally, the appearance of this announcement caused an uproar among everyone in the civilization. This wave is okay. According to this ratio, my current mining volume can make at least 100 or 200 yuan a day. Currently, my mining volume is at least 400 to 500. And I can continue to increase the number of insects under control. According to my estimation, as long as I am given time to develop the Zerg army, my daily income will be at least over 1,000. This is just free money. At this time, everyone was talking about this matter. Of course, no one objected to this, because they knew very well what the game was about. To put it bluntly, the official wanted to cultivate the Space Force in this way. Therefore, it is naturally impossible for anyone to object to this thing. After all, this is a matter related to the safety of civilization. If you dare to jump out an object at this time, then it is a bit difficult to explain what your intentions are. All in all, everyone expressed various opinions on this matter. But there was one thing that everyone did the same. And they all joined the game without hesitation. Those who have time can devote themselves to it. And those who have no time due to work can enter the game in their spare time to make some extra money. All in all, the players plan to unite all the people as soldiers is progressing steadily. Seeing more people entering the game, everyone nodded with satisfaction. Of course, the Space Force has naturally corresponding warships. And it must be arranged clearly. After all, with so many space forces and a stable planet, they can then vigorously develop warships. In this way, as time went by, the players gradually stabilized. At this time, inside the game is actually the real world. Affiliated civilizations naturally also discovered the insect swarm with an increase in diaries. The number of main civilizations is increasing at an extremely fast rate. Judging from the situation, The leader should be ready to take action. This time, after so many years, we have almost developed and basically have the ability to compete with the local civilization here. The war will spread here next. But there are several extra-dimensional civilizations in this universe. This is also our biggest threat. We have not yet developed our own laws. The leader should have an idea now. But he's not sure yet. At this time, everyone was also talking about this matter. Thousands of years have passed since their defeat, and great changes have taken place in civilization. At the same time, they are not only afraid of the civilization that almost destroyed them, but also hate it. They want to go back for revenge. But if they want to go back for revenge, there must be a prerequisite. And this prerequisite is that they can develop their own laws. But this time on Jiang Yao's side. Now he still gave birth to the previous planet. And now this planet has developed very powerfully. They entered space and had their own fleet. But the technology tree of this civilization was obviously askew. In the past, high-rise buildings could be seen everywhere on this civilized planet. And now in this civilization, almost all technological directions are developing towards flesh and blood technology. The original reinforced concrete building became a huge biological building. The people on the planet have also changed a lot. They transform their bodies at will. And all kinds of tools require their own bodies as the medium. All in all, the civilization that used to seem relatively normal has now become extremely hateful. If a normal humanoid civilization walked into this place, it would definitely feel like this is H.L. The unknown organization has covered the entire planet. And the most terrifying thing is that the plants have also mutated. And they grow on flesh and blood. This incident occurred because of a scientific research error. Of course, to be precise, it should not be a mistake, but an accident. Originally, civilization was developing genetic technology. The biggest impact of genetic technology was on things like lifespan or the strength of living things. At first everything was very normal. At that time, those people tried every means to advance the research on genetic engineering. Later, this was indeed the case. Genetic engineering was no longer rejected, and all research was back on track. It seemed that everything was developing for the better. However, there was a scientist who believed that their physiques were too weak now. They could pass genetic engineering to change human physique. Folding a very good directional genetic engineering is like a Pandora's box. Once opened, it may become uncontrollable. Obviously this civilization did not notice this. As time went by, special genetic medicines were developed. After many rounds of clinical trials, this genetic medicine could finally be used. This is a very powerful potion that can increase their physical fitness by more than 10 times. In the past, a person might only be able to jump more than 1 meter high. But now a person can easily jump 20 or 30 meters. It is even okay to fall from a tall building. This potion has educated them and turned all of them into supermen. However, this is also the beginning of a nightmare. At first, everyone was very excited because this potion came out. They started using this potion. For a time, civilization also enjoyed the benefits brought by this potion. The increase in physical fitness greatly improved their productivity. But what followed was a major disaster. There are many problems with this potion. But based on their technological level, it is impossible to understand what problems there are. The first batch of problems appeared after 30 years of using the medicine. The genes of those people began to collapse. And a large number of people began to die. At this time everyone realized that the situation was not good. But even if they knew the situation was bad at this time, there was nothing they could do. Because almost everyone has used this potion. According to the cycle of this medicine, it is very tempting that their civilization will be destroyed soon. So they began to save themselves and began to research various methods. With other medicines, a large number of people die every year because of medicines. So these people are also very anxious. Finally, there was a breakthrough in the 5th year. They developed an item that could suppress this special medicine. However, after using this item, a more troublesome thing would occur. That is, their bodies will undergo particularly big changes. They will become very scary monsters. But in order to survive, they can only accept it. So the storm subsided. But a brand new race was born and they became monsters and discovered their genetic tolerance. Very strong. Even if the original medicine is used again, there will be no genetic collapse. Which gives their technological research and development a new direction. Chapter 853 Law of Selection. Overall, Jiang Yao felt that this civilization was somewhat strange. Of course, regarding this situation, he is naturally aware that in the process of civilization development, any mistake may change the future development direction of the entire civilization. This is inevitable. But he is not particularly concerned about this matter. For him, he is just an observer, observing these civilizations through various channels. And according to his estimation, it may not take too long for this civilization to come to an end. It will become increasingly difficult to move forward with the abnormal development of science and technology. At this time, he has discovered that this civilization is slowly entering destruction. First of all, the population of civilization has dropped sharply. The reason for this is because when they turned into monsters, they had lost their ability to reproduce. And their subsequent new humans were all artificially created using genetic technology. And the manufacturing efficiency is not high. So the number of deaths of their population far exceeds the number of new births. Which means that this civilization will come to an end in a few years. We can use this civilization as an experiment to test whether my civilization's super brain can calculate the future situation of this civilization. Jiang Yao's supercomputer plan for this civilization was proposed by him a long time ago. This plan has been successfully completed recently. Compared with supercomputers in the traditional sense, his supercomputer is a biological type developed based on a large number of brain worms. Computer. To put it bluntly, this is not so much a computer, as it is a brand new species in their civilization. It is similar to a species like a brain worm, except that its computing power is much more powerful than that of a brain worm. This supercomputer will replace the previous supercomputer and take over the arsenal to provide Jiang Yao with some computing support. It's just that after this supercomputer was built, no system tests have been carried out. Of course, regular tests have been carried out, but regular tests are not challenging for him. Jiang Yao's idea is to use this opportunity to conduct a test to see how effective this supercomputer is. The object he wants to test is naturally this civilization. He wants to use this supercomputer to deduce what this civilization will look like in the future. After all, if you test it in this way, you can intuitively feel the power of this supercomputer. If you want to simulate the future, you need to go through a lot of data calculations and deduce some situations of the other party. Although conventional deduction can be done by a civilization, if you want to deduce the most accurate answer, the amount of calculation required will be very huge. These calculations include combining the process of civilization development to understand the character of civilization. Secondly, there are many things that need to be taken into consideration. Only after taking all these things into consideration can we get the most accurate answer. It is easy to make simple deductions, but it is not easy to make accurate deductions. After the deduction is over, he will leave a detector here to find out whether the development of this civilization is the same as the result of the deduction. This kind of ability has a feeling of predicting the future, but in fact it has nothing to do with predicting the future. In this way, with his order, the supercomputer began the deduction. The entire amount of data is very large. After deduction, the supercomputer will sort out the various possibilities deduced, and then randomly select the most likely possibilities, and then screen them one by one for final determination. In this way, as time went by, various related information soon came out. This kind of deduction is not ambiguous. It tells how your civilization will be destroyed in the future, and how long it will take. What this kind of deduction tells is the important things that happen from the day of the deduction until the end of the civilization. And there will be an accurate time. The most difficult thing in my eyes is to establish a relevant database for everyone in the civilization, and determine what kind of character they have based on their performance from childhood to adulthood. What role does this single individual play in civilization? Will it play a key role in civilization? And so on. The future development route of civilization requires simulating the future of these individuals before we can understand the future development of civilization. All in all, this is a very complex process. As the deduction started very quickly, events from the second, third, fourth, and 10 years to the next appeared before Jiang Yao's eyes. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Now that the deduction has been completed, the next step is to verify its accuracy. However, this matter requires the detectors left here to report to themselves from time to time in order to determine the accuracy of this deduction. And what he has to do now is to pay attention to the development of his own civilization. Because now that the players have returned, his focus will naturally be on the players. After such a long period of training, the players have changed a lot compared to before. Whether it's the combat awareness or the other players, things are no longer what they used to be. And with the players joining in, he is also ready for war. In fact, if we start a war with them now, we will still have to bear a lot of risks. After all, this universe is not without powerful civilizations. He feels that for him, This is also an opportunity to give himself more opportunities to fight against civilizations of this level. Although this civilization is very powerful, he knows very well that the real enemies are many times more powerful than these civilizations. If he can't even solve this civilization, then it will be impossible to fight against those enemies. Therefore, he needs to constantly practice his combat capabilities by fighting against civilizations of these levels. These civilizations are just right for you to practice. Not too strong, but not too weak either. Just enough for players who have just entered the game to hone their skills. After having a plan in mind, he immediately started to operate, and this time on the player's side. Because a large number of players have settled in, the collection efficiency has naturally been greatly improved. The total amount of resources is also increasing. Although these resources are temporarily unavailable, they will be put to great use after the war begins. At the same time, as time went by, the previous deduction results were confirmed step by step, which made Jiang Yao extremely happy. It looks like the supercomputer has succeeded. Although it cannot achieve 100% accuracy, it is completely sufficient. Unless you have the ability to predict the future, it is absolutely impossible to have 100% accuracy. The accuracy rate of about 90% is completely enough for me now. In fact, his idea is very simple. Since he can't choose or find a suitable rule, he can completely use this supercomputer. If he can't think of it, he feels that it would be better to let the supercomputer think about it than to find it himself. Many supercomputers can calculate a large amount of data and then get a solution that suits them. This is indeed very reliable. After confirming that there were no problems in all aspects, the supercomputer began to deduce its own civilization. Because of the current situation of its own civilization, the deduction is naturally much more difficult than the previous civilization. But this is also very normal. After all, the two civilizations are not at the same level. Therefore, the total amount of data required is not at the same level at all. In this way, a large amount of data was deduced over time. First, the supercomputer experimented with the law of reproduction. This is a Zerg talent. He has conducted relevant research before, so he naturally knows how to understand this law. Compared with other laws, it is indeed very easy to understand this law. At least in the supercomputer simulation. He only needs 10. It takes only a few years to fully master this rule. Of course, this also depends on the fact that he has various previous data in it, so the speed is very fast. However, this law changes with the simulation time, and he quickly discovered the flaws of this law. The flaws of this law are very big, at least in his opinion. During the deduction, when his civilization entered a superdimensional civilization and fought with civilizations of the same level, various problems arose. Among them, the most unacceptable one was fighting against civilizations of the same level. He needed to consume the amount of resources is very exaggerated. Although it is relatively easy to deal with these enemies as long as there are enough resources. As time goes by and civilization advances rapidly, he will confront the original civilizations. However, after confronting these civilizations, the rules will change. The defects appear. This flaw was hard for him to accept. That is, in the simulation, his side has developed to a level similar to that civilization. Under such circumstances, the battle in the east began. Countless insect swarms fought against the opponent's warships. And then terrible things happened. A large number of insect swarms entered the scope of their laws, and their speed began to slow down. A large number of attacks would not have much effect on the enemy warships, because the single ability of the insect swarms was not particularly strong. So in this case, both sides after fighting, the natural advantage becomes less and less obvious. Although his side has a great advantage in quantity, quantity is not equal to quality. Therefore, after the two sides fought, his side suffered very heavy casualties, and even said that it did no harm to the enemy at all. This result made him also it was a bit hard to accept, but he could understand it. After all, the laws had different biases. This battle ended in his disastrous defeat. The civilization was destroyed, and he was also killed by the opponent. Seeing this result, he knew that although the accuracy rate was not very high, it was an estimated accuracy rate of 80 to 90%. It was enough for him to start considering whether to continue taking this route. Soon he started a new simulation. This time he gave up the three-finger rule and started to study other rules. Because of the mistakes in the previous simulation, his rule this time was biased towards the offensive rule. This law is called the law of destruction, which maximizes the damage on your side. Of course, the effect of this law is also very obvious. When he entered the superdimensional civilization, he fought against several civilizations in this universe. He found that it was very easy to win. And even the losses here were not big. So he easily eliminated the opponent. Naturally, this result was a very good result for him. But he also knew very well that this was just an appearance. For a civilization of this level, it can easily defeat it. And the next step is the main event. That is, for those powerful civilizations. After the battle between the two sides began, the situation here immediately changed a lot. At least compared to before. The changes here were very obvious. He can cause considerable damage to the enemy. Although his advantage is not very obvious under the opponent's rules, it is enough for him now. Because his swarms can cause great damage to the enemy, and can easily destroy the opponent's warships. But as time goes by, he finds that it is increasingly difficult for his swarms to make breakthroughs in the battle. As for the reason, he naturally knows it. That is, the opponent has developed a method to target him. After having a method to target him, the battle situation has also changed a lot. Originally the two sides were evenly matched. But as time went by, his side had entered a fierce situation. And he was soon wiped out by the enemy. It's exactly what I thought. This kind of law is too easy to be targeted. The other party has many methods. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. Then as time went by, simulation technology was very fast. And many new solutions appeared. There were many rules. According to simulation, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to master them. But he chose to directly simulate the effects after mastering them. And as the simulation began, he could not help but frown after each result. After so many simulations, he had basically determined one thing. That is, the probability of failure on his side was very high. Regarding this, he could also understand. After all, the other party is also an established civilization. It would not be that easy for him to fight against the opponent. But fortunately, after these simulations, at least he had an idea of the future situation. And he would not be ignorant like before. But it was also because of the simulation that he felt that none of the laws he knew so far seemed to have any effect. If he wanted to win, it was only possible to develop some brand new laws. In this way, he then focused his attention on the research of brand new laws. And soon various laws were listed. But there are many rules that basically have no effect. This gave him a headache. But fortunately, as time went by, the supercomputer quickly found a new rule for him. And if he used this rule, he would have a very high probability of defeating the enemy later on. This law is the law of evolution. Chapter 854 New Rules. This is also the Zerg's own law. But he has never noticed or discovered it before. Now Super Brain has determined the feasibility of this law through various data calculations. First of all, this law should be regarded as a brand new law. At least according to the information they currently have. There is no civilization. Use this rule. Because this law is a special talent of some races that require talent. There are very few races with this talent. And the most important thing is that many races with this talent will not survive to the later stages. Although I have successfully lived to this stage, it is undeniable that I can grow to this stage, because there is a civilization behind me that wants me to grow to this stage. They worked hard to push the flames to reach their current stage of growth. If it were a normal civilization, and no one was pushing the flames behind, it would be absolutely impossible for a race like him to survive until now. After all, anyone who is not blind can see the dangers of the Zerg race. So once this race is discovered, most civilizations in the universe may put aside their prejudices and unite to deal with this race. Under such circumstances, many races similar to the Zerg were basically killed before they could grow. So people like him basically did not exist. Only by satisfying various reasons can he grow to a stage. Many similar civilizations have not grown to this stage. So naturally no one has discovered this talent-oriented ability. Now, by various opportunities and coincidences, he has grown to this stage. However, even after discovering this thing like this, he still experienced ups and downs. If he hadn't been subjected to a wave of operations by those civilizations before and asked him to roll back, he might still be using other laws now. If he hadn't developed this supercomputer by himself, he might still be using the previous one. Law. It is very difficult to discover and study a completely new law. At least for most civilizations. It is basically impossible. Because there are so many things that need to be considered in the entire process from discovering the law to using the law. It is so much that it is unimaginable. Even if you study the whole process and discover a special rule very early, the probability of success is very low. What's more, you have to discover a brand new rule and then succeed. The difficulty in this can be huge. You know it. Take some conventional laws. such as the law of time and the law of space. It is not difficult to discover these laws. Even when you are a low-level civilization, you can discover them. But if you want to use them, the difficulty is not as simple as thinking about it. Once you know the existence of this law, you still need to spend a lot of time studying it. And finally, you can reluctantly use this law. However, when encountering some unknown rules, the process from 0 to 1 will be even more difficult. These laws are usually studied through conventional means. You may have been studying them continuously from the beginning of your civilization until the destruction of your civilization, and there may not be a result. Usually, if you want to study this type of law, you need a premise. That is, this law has been growing with you. Although you have not discovered it, it has always existed in your race or civilization. And these are some special races with many innate laws. Maybe they themselves don't know that they have certain talents. Sometimes it's like this. It's a very normal thing to have a treasure but not know it. But if you think about it carefully, this is very normal. For this reason, many civilizations with talents do not choose their own talent laws. Because this thing is not so easy to discover. And because of the characteristics of the laws. Once you study a certain law, it is basically impossible to study other laws, unless a certain civilization directly forcibly instills its laws into you. Just like the situation with Jiang Yao. He was the kind of person who had others forcibly instill the laws into him. Only in this way can he restudy the law, because this law is not studied by him at all, but by others. To him, he is equivalent to not studying any law at all. This is why Jiang Yao often says not necessarily a bad thing. At least he can study his own laws. Laws that will not be targeted by the other party. And the discovery of this law undoubtedly gives him hope. However, he also felt somewhat emotional that the Zerg race was indeed much more peculiar than other races. At least this race actually mastered 2 laws. Under normal circumstances, it is very good for a civilization or a race to have 1 innate law. But having 2 on my side means that I will have 1 more choice. Now that the law has been determined, the next step is researched. Although this law has been accompanying the growth of our own civilization, it is not easy to study it. In the following period, all the resources of the entire civilization were invested in this one thing. As for other things, the priority was naturally not as high as this one thing. After all, this one thing was related to the entire civilization and the future, development, direction, and safety. So the priority was adjusted to the highest level. Supercomputers, countless scholars, and the top people in civilization work together to overcome this law. However, this matter is not as easy as imagined. Because even with all the efforts of civilization, the whole process is still extremely slow. But you can understand it if you think about it carefully. If this thing is really that easy, he can reach this level of civilization. This time, studying this law is no longer the same as before. In the past, other civilizations were secretly adding fuel to the fire. He succeeded by stepping on others and enjoying if you use other people's successful data and then follow the other person's data and study the template yourself. You will naturally not be able to fail. However, now that I have to start from scratch and explore bit by bit, the probability of success can be imagined. However, no matter how low the probability of success is, they still carry out research without hesitation. After all, they have no other way now. For them now, this is the only way. After all, the laws mastered by the other party are also very powerful, so they can only rely on this. As time goes by, the development of civilization is on the right track day by day. The research on the law is still going on. Compared with the past time, Jiang Yao was very cautious in his operations. Before he entered that stage, it was absolutely impossible for him to expose himself. Therefore, the entire civilization was also unusually harmonious during this period. However, everyone knows that this harmony is short-lived. Once the relevant laws are studied on their own side, the war will begin. After all, the resource consumption of civilization is very terrifying. Although the current resources can barely be maintained, it is only barely. Especially after the law project began to be researched, many projects had no choice but to be abandoned. As for the reason, it is naturally very simple. That is, there is really no way to obtain enough resources. Now the entire civilization is in urgent need of resources. In urgent need of large amounts of resources. However, they are in urgent need of resources, but cannot obtain them in large quantities, which also forces them to give up some other things and invest the saved resources in this. In short, players are having a very difficult time now. So they want to launch a war and obtain enough resources in a short time through plunder. But it is obvious that this idea is basically impossible to implement in the short term. Now civilization needs to be stable. After all, when resources are invested in the study of laws, military strength or anything else will be greatly affected. It is naturally not suitable to start a war at this time. Even if they want to start a war, they need to wait for them to study the laws clearly, then go to the next stage. At the same time, it takes time to collect enough resources to support the war and advance before considering other things. Now we can only give up all development and prioritize clarifying the rules. Although this decision will stagnate civilization for a long time. If the problem of laws is not solved, the so-called progress of civilization will be a joke in the eyes of other civilizations that have mastered the laws. After witnessing that level of war, Jiang Yao knew exactly what the law meant. Having laws and not having laws are completely two different ways of fighting. It is no exaggeration to say that the two are not in the same dimension at all. So the importance of the law is self-evident. So no matter how you play, you must work out the rules. Otherwise, you and those civilizations will never be able to stand on the same starting line. This is why if Jiang Yao is willing to give up development, he must first solve the problem of laws. In this way, as time goes by, hundreds of years pass by in a flash. Because all players now have entered the virtual world, Jiang Yao no longer needs to worry about time. For him, time has lost its original meaning. He doesn't need to worry, because the time span is too long and the players will die collectively. He set up a new concept in the game called time jump. Of course, the external announcement is to ensure more authenticity. So a concept is set up. When nothing happens, time will jump to the point in time when something happened. In this way, the problem of hundreds of years passing by in a hurry can be solved. Of course, the reason why there is such a fake plan is that he is naturally contributing to it. After all, planting 1 or 2 nails in civilization is too simple for him. In fact, he had thought about whether to tell the players about this matter very early. At first, he was worried that if he told the players the real situation here, then the players' mentality towards war would change, which would lead to a decline in combat power. Big discount. Later, he felt that telling the players didn't make much sense. Instead of facing the cruelty of the universe, it was better to let them live in this way. At least this was a way to face the universe. After all, the players helped, but he had too many. And he was not the kind of ungrateful person, sleeping in the virtual world until one day he masters the truth of the universe, becomes a higher level civilization, and then tells the players the real situation. At the same time, your own technology can also be left to the players. Of course, this will all happen in the future, after he learns the truth about the entire world. In fact, when civilization has developed to its current stage, apart from revenge, it is more likely that he will think philosophically about his current situation. I often think about the meaning of life. Why do you keep going like this? When he really succeeds in revenge, he can't help but feel a little sentimental about what he should do. He had never had such an emotion before, especially after he had observed so many civilizations and seen the ups and downs of these civilizations. This feeling became more obvious. He didn't know whether this feeling was good or bad, but maybe he has experienced too much, so he doesn't think there is anything bad about this feeling. On the contrary, sometimes when he thinks about these issues, he will have different insights. But what he doesn't know is that his situation is basically known to all civilizations that have reached this level, and he has an advantage over other civilizations. That is, at least now, he has his own enemies. And this enemy is the goal of his recent struggle. Many civilizations have no so-called enemies after reaching this state. They even say that they don't know that there is a more powerful civilization. They instinctively think that they have reached the end now. This has also caused many civilizations at this stage to stay at this stage forever. In short, there are too many things that need to be considered for the progress of civilization. It is all kinds of coincidences and combinations of things that create the progress of civilization. Many things it doesn't happen overnight. He needs some opportunities. It's as if Jiang Yao's side was due to various opportunities that brought him to where he is now. It gave him various goals and gave him direction and motivation for development. If he had not encountered these enemies, he might have stopped moving forward at a certain stage, thinking that you have reached the final stage. You only need to wait for the death of the universe, destroy it together with the universe, or study how to escape from the universe, and other such topics, but without reference, without other civilizations to provide him with some directions and the like. There are some technologies that he will never be able to research. Civilization has almost come to an end at this stage. He has never disliked the current state from beginning to end. At least the current state allows him to have a goal and a direction. Although he will also take great risks. There are risks in everything he does. There can be no risks. Nothing. Chapter 855 Dynamics of All Parties. In this way, as this law began to be studied, the entire civilization began to operate at overload. Supercomputers and brainworms work together to calculate a large amount of data and simulate a large number of possibilities every day. In this way, as time passed, Jiang Yaosu received a report in his hand a few days later. Looking at the report in his hand, he couldn't help but think about it. 1 billion years. This was the final answer given to him by the supercomputer in his hand after rigorous calculations, and told him that this answer would only go higher and could not be less. This was a very terrifying number. It was so terrifying that he couldn't help but feel a little numb when he saw it. Although he had thought that it would be very difficult to study the rules by himself, he had never thought that it would be so difficult to do so. Situation. For him now, this time is also an astronomical amount of time. And this is still a lower estimate. If it is a higher estimate, the timeline will be extended indefinitely. Who can guarantee that he will not be exposed for such a long time? He feels that the possibility is very low. And it is very likely that even at that point in time, the research will eventually fail. All in all, the things inside are too complicated. Even if he has had successful experiences before. Although these experiences cannot be regarded as real experiences. Seeing them and not seeing them are completely different things. He must firmly grasp these experiences. He knew it very well. The current situation is that we must take risks on our side. First of all, what he has to do here is very simple. That is, to temporarily stop research on this technology. Then gather the power of all civilizations together. Let them improve mining efficiency. These resources will be invested in the hatching of brain worms. The main reason why he wants to get these worms in large quantities is to help himself master this ability as quickly as possible. Since my current computing power is not enough, I will find a way to increase my computing power as quickly as possible. As long as my computing power is increased, things will be easier to handle in the future. Although under normal circumstances, it would be best for him to go and build another supercomputer now. But after thinking about it, he gave up this plan. The manufacturing of supercomputers consumes too many resources. For your own civilization, one is enough. Instead of investing these resources in supercomputers, it is better to invest resources directly in brainworms. Brainworms also have the same effect. And the most important thing is that brainworms can be disassembled and used to send them to different battlefields. However, there is only one supercomputer as a coordinator, so it is basically impossible to disassemble it and use it. Possible. In this way, as he started to take action, everything seemed to be back on track in the universe. And there was not much movement as usual. But at this time, a big event happened in the entire universe. Led by the strongest civilizations, this universe is about to usher in an unprecedented war. It would be good to clean up the increasing civilization in this way. At this time, in a certain space, 3 civilizations are having a dialogue. After reaching their point, they came into contact with the world outside the universe. That chaotic void space. Just by entering there, these 3 civilizations suffered heavy losses. They were not stupid either. After entering there and suffering heavy losses, they immediately realized that that area was not something they could touch now. But they also knew very well that that area would be a new home. An unimaginably huge new home with rare resources that would allow them to advance their technology further. So they started researching that space, hoping to find out something useful as much as possible. But if you want to study anything, you need to pay time and resource costs. But this is not important to them, because they have their own universe. It can provide them with a relatively safe research environment. And most importantly, it can also provide partial resource supply, which is naturally what he is most concerned about. However, studying this thing is far more complicated than imagined. For a long time, they have not made any breakthrough progress. So they can basically confirm that they will not be able to go to that area to develop in the short term. They can only settle here. But the total amount of resources in the universe is limited. As more and more civilizations are born, each of them can obtain different resources. And these resources will accumulate to a very huge number over time. Although they have no way to recycle all the resources. For them, as long as they can recycle enough resources, it will be okay. And they don't need to worry about too many things. As for other things, of course, there are people to take care of things. In this way, without all civilizations knowing it, A huge network will be compiled. And his goal is most of the civilizations in the universe. Especially the old civilizations. They only need to get rid of these old civilizations, leaving the rest the next few shrimps. Soldiers and crabs will be very simple to solve. But if you want to destroy the old civilization, this is impossible. So after this war ends, those who survive are basically the elites. Although this method is cruel, it is very good to be able to protect oneself in the current situation. Many keen people have smelled some unusual smells, and some who are timid even hit it directly. In today's turbulent situation, as long as you can protect yourself, that's okay. Their ideas are too naive. Because since the other party wants to plot against you, you will never be able to escape. For these low-level civilizations, all they can do is obey. Although they were very reluctant. The space war began. As time went by, the battleships of both sides were able to fight against each other. After the two sides fought against each other, they both keenly discovered that the strength of the two sides should be about the same. Now the battle between the two sides will reach a stalemate. In the end, it depends on whose command is more powerful. The same thing happens everywhere in the universe. When Jiang Yao received the news, he was also very shocked. That is to say, most civilizations are currently at war. After hearing the news, he immediately realized something. This incident did not happen by chance. There must be some powerful civilizations involved in this war. But what he was a little confused about was why these civilizations did this. Jiang Yao has always been unable to understand this point. But for him now, it is very normal to not understand it. After all, he is exposed to too few things now. I don't know what those civilizations are doing suddenly. What are they trying to do? Or what's the point of doing it? After thinking about it, he retracted his thoughts. Although he didn't know the other party's true purpose, he knew that if he could do such a thing, he must have a plan. But for him now, this is not important. Because he knows that this war seems very complicated. But it is also an opportunity for himself. The more chaotic the universe is, the more resources you can take advantage of. Which means the faster you can develop. He didn't dare to mess around before. Because the universe used to be relatively harmonious. With so many civilizations watching from the outside, it was impossible for him to be exposed to such a situation. He was very careful when collecting resources or doing anything. But now, because of this incident, he immediately saw the opportunity. This is the case with a civilization that has been at war all year round. When he finds an opportunity, he will rush forward without hesitation. Just like Jiang Yao now. When he learned about this, he immediately made arrangements, disguised as some low-level civilizations to fight opponents. In this way, he obtained a large amount of resources and resource points as quickly as possible. Then when collecting resource points, he also used some relatively powerful mining devices to collect them extremely quickly. Collect these resource points quickly. Then they immediately invested these resources into related research. In this way, he started his leak-picking plan again and again. Many low-level civilizations were easily wiped out before they could react. Of course, this is normal. After all, you are fighting against a civilization that once stood at the apex of the universe. It would be really strange if you weren't instantly killed. In this way, he looted all the resources that had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of light years around Jiang Yao. And all the reserves of many low-level civilizations were easily taken away by him. Although the reserves of civilization are not large, mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. Over time, this will become a very huge number. In this way, as time went by, the war became more and more fierce, and more civilizations were destroyed. At the same time, Jiang Yao, who was fishing in troubled waters, also gained huge benefits. The development of civilization is pushing forward various resources at an extremely fast pace, allowing Jiang Yao to use a lot of brains. And his computing power has been improved by several levels. Under such circumstances, he found that it would only take 1,000 or 2,000 years to study the relevant laws. And this time was not unacceptable to him. After all, compared to the previous huge number, the current number is not unacceptable. After obtaining such data, he began to study with more satisfaction. He had to ensure that the sooner he landed, the better. After all, they are like fish in a water tank now. When he can break out of the cage is his first step. As long as you develop to be strong enough and be able to enter that space, then a lot of resources will be invested in your arms. With the support of these resources, more brainworms were created. The research time for the law was constantly shortening. Although this was only an expected time, when he really saw that the time was shortening, he still couldn't bear it. Shu smiled. Obviously his plan worked. If the plan succeeds, then the next plan is about to start. And this plan is also very critical. No detail can go wrong. Once it goes wrong, it's all over. In fact, he is also very aggrieved now. You must know that he was a powerful civilization that dominated the universe. But now it has become like this, and he has to say that a phoenix on the ground is not as good as a chicken. But these don't seem to be that important to him now. The most important thing for him now is to restore the civilization to its strongest period as soon as possible. And then make a breakthrough. After his strength is guaranteed, he can then find that person. Trouble with several civilizations. I don't know that everything he is suffering now is because of those civilizations. They treat it as a puppet on strings and use it as a guinea pig in the research laboratory to study it until now. If they don't pay the price, this is basically impossible. After all, when I was still relatively weak, they came to arrange some messy things for me. Although these things helped him in the early stage, he was still very unhappy being treated as a guinea pig for observation. After all, he had no enmity with them. So why did he become the object of their observation? Although when he faced these civilizations, he had no ability to resist at all. And he was even unable to detect the existence of the other party at all. But now that he is aware of the original debt, it is naturally impossible to let it go. A large part of the reason why he has developed to this point is because of the existence of those civilizations. At the beginning, he almost abandoned the entire civilization in order to get rid of the control of those civilizations. And now I have finally escaped from that civilization. Naturally, he has to develop secretly until he develops to the point where he can easily deal with the opponent. Although he knew very well that it would be difficult for him to reach that level in these long years, he still had to do it. Thinking of this, he began to analyze the situation of the entire universe in front of him. Those few civilizations at the top have contributed to this thing. But as time goes by, more and more clues will be exposed. And sooner or later they will find themselves. Although the opponent is very strong, he is not bad on his side. After all, he has fought with beings above this level before. Therefore, he has a deep understanding of their fighting methods. In fact, his technology is not inferior to theirs. If they really want to fight, he will not be afraid. As time went by, the noise here became louder and louder, and soon it naturally attracted the attention of those civilizations. But now they regard this group of bugs as an advanced civilization. They are somewhat curious about this race, but they have not come to any end. Of course, this is to be expected. After all, civilizations like theirs generally do not end easily. This is also Jiang Yao's opportunity. As long as you seize this opportunity, you can improve yourself as quickly as possible. By the time they react, they will already be very powerful. Chapter 856 Attack on Civilization. It's exactly what we thought. In this case, the follow-up operation will be easier. The strength we are showing now is that of an advanced civilization. Naturally, it is impossible to attract the attention of those civilizations. However, we may currently be targeted by some super civilizations. At this time, Jiang Yao calmly analyzed everything that happened in front of her. I have reached that level step by step, and I have a certain understanding of the situation of civilization at each stage. The universe also follows the rule of big fish eating small fish. But this all has a prerequisite. Except for the fact that the gap in civilization levels is too big, and you can't resist it all. Under normal circumstances, there are many things that need to be considered in a battle between civilizations. The income and losses of each war, and what can be gained after this war. These issues need to be considered. After all, there cannot be a completely meaningless war. Although there are civilizations secretly provoking the chaos in the universe this time, no matter how they secretly provoke some basic things, it is certainly impossible for them to change it. Just like the benefits of every war. This is also the reason why he can successfully provoke these civilized battles. Place some people in the civilization in advance. Use the advantages of your own civilization. Let these people occupy high positions in the civilization. And then start your own subsequent planning. If you insist on this kind of operation, it is not a complicated operation. It just requires investing some resources and energy. For a super civilization, this investment is nothing. But I still haven't understood the purpose of those civilizations doing this. For them, even if these civilizations launch a war, what will happen next? Will it have any impact on them? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out what the purpose of this was. But in fact, he could vaguely guess that maybe these civilizations wanted to weaken the consciousness of the universe in this way. But is this possible? Although this method does have a certain impact, The impact is not very serious. He also shook his head. Maybe this civilization didn't know these things and was just trying constantly. Of course, this was not what he needed to care about now. All he needs to do is use this opportunity to let the bugs develop again. Forget it. It won't be of much use if I think so much now. What I have to do now is to think of a way first and solve my own affairs first. While Jiang Yao was still thinking about this, the players here were very lively because of this incident. The battle on the brothers' side has begun. It's so exciting. Now we can fish in troubled waters to obtain a large amount of resources. But judging from the current situation, there are still certain risks if you want to fish in troubled waters. Whatever. Although there is a certain risk in entering the market first. Veterans, don't forget. As the saying goes, wealth is gained through risk. There are not many other civilizations entering the market now. It is not easy for us to attract too much attention. Now the more you can get, the better. That's what I said. Solve the immediate matter first, and then think about the future. In this way, the players' swarm armies began to sweep away civilizations one after another. Brothers, be careful when attacking, especially if there are any eyes around you. These civilizations are not very honest, although they don't seem to care about space wars on the surface. In fact, they have planted eyes. If we are not careful, we may be exposed. For us, the fewer things we expose, the better. After all, when we recover our strength, we will definitely have to fight them in the later stage. Then we will definitely surprise them with a sudden attack. In this way, players launched attacks on these civilizations while discussing these things. The information they currently have is still too little. In the past, they might have been able to act recklessly, but now every force on their side is very important. So they cannot simply act recklessly. On the outside, for them, in addition to playing this game, they also have to train soldiers to train a group of space soldiers for themselves. Naturally, when playing games, they have to do it with relatively high requirements. It is impossible to say that they are just like before, ignoring everything and just being reckless. It is possible to be reckless in the short term, but it will definitely not work in the long run. At this time on a planet, this is a very ordinary planet. The civilization of this planet is still in the interstellar age, and it will be a target for players to attack, because this planet now contains a large amount of resource ores. Although players now have new resources, the old resources from the past are also very important to them. After all, as the saying goes, mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. That's what it means. Moreover, attacking this planet can not only obtain these resources, but the most important thing is based on the players' investigation. They discovered that on this planet, the people on it had extremely strong combat capabilities, and this was something that the players urgently needed. They needed to learn this civilization's combat methods and combat ideas and use them on themselves. I won't go into details as there are many brothers. I will give you some information now. And this information is also very important. First of all, we can call this civilized man an orc. The short name is Orc Civilization. The development history of this civilization is very different from other civilizations we know. First of all, this civilization is a civilization that advocates individual force. Many things in the development of civilization still retain some of their most primitive states. Of course, we are not referring to technology here. In terms of technology, their level of development should be much higher than that of Blue Star. But compared to our civilization in the game, the gap is relatively large. Of course, we cannot rely on our relatively high technological level and then crush them with technology, because this is a civilization that advocates force, and they have rich combat experience. For us, he is the best training target. Playing against this kind of civilization can greatly enhance our tactical command capabilities. And for us, this is the most important thing. This time, the number of Zergs we send out must be strictly controlled. We must make some strategic arrangements of our own to solve this civilization at a very small cost. Just like that. As the commander player finished speaking, everyone started whispering. Indeed, defeating the enemy in this way can maximize one's own combat capabilities. For players, this is naturally very important. After all, their current civilization requires extremely strong combat capabilities. So this proposal was quickly approved by everyone. And most of the players participating this time were commanders. And some of them wanted to become commanders. But this time on the Orc planet. As usual, everyone in this civilization is going about their daily lives. This is a civilization that has just stepped into space. Although they have their own battleships and their own space force, due to their technological level, they are unaware of the war that has broken out in this civilization. As a primary civilization that has just entered the universe, the information they can obtain is too little. Although they also discovered the existence of surrounding civilizations through observation, and learned that these civilizations seem to be building strongholds. For them, they naturally could not pay too much attention to this matter, because paying attention to this matter did not make much sense. Hide yourself well and wait until the opponent has finished fighting to pick up the leaks. This is their solution to the battle with their neighbors. Minimizing losses in exchange for maximum rewards is something that any civilization is very happy to see. Naturally, they are no exception. So regarding this matter, they are currently in a wait-and-see attitude. They want to understand what these civilizations are like through observation, and then formulate plans based on their technological level. Corresponding tactics. This idea is very old-fashioned, but it is very applicable. But while they were observing these things, they suddenly discovered something bad. Report, Commander. We have discovered 10 warships in space heading towards us. As the observer's words fell, the entire civilization immediately became vigilant. At this time, the Commander-in-Chief, who received the news, immediately asked his subordinates to retrieve relevant information. Soon the virtual feeding of these 10 warships appeared in front of everyone. What came into view were several huge warships. These warships seemed to be alive. Their entire bodies were covered in flesh and blood. Although they looked like battleships, it may be more appropriate to describe them as biological creatures. Biological battleship? Seeing this scene, the commander couldn't help but shrink his pupils. This discovery was naturally very incredible to him. But if he thought about it carefully, he seemed to be able to understand it. Although in his own understanding, he thought it was impossible to say that a mortal body could survive in such a harsh environment in the universe. But nothing is absolute. If I don't know, it can only mean that I have limited knowledge. If I haven't seen it, it doesn't mean that this thing really doesn't exist. Every civilization that explores or understands the universe will only consider it based on its own starting point. Different races and different civilizations treat some things or see some things completely differently. Just like if you were a mortal body, you think it is impossible to say that someone can survive in the universe without any protection. But in fact, for some silicon-based life, this seems to be a very normal thing. It means that these silicon-based organisms simply do not understand why there are organisms that cannot survive in space. This is the cognition of civilization. But only as time goes by. After you have seen more civilized races and learned more about the characteristics of different civilizations, can you understand the diversity of life? There are even some civilizations living in the ground. They are under great pressure. But under such circumstances, they think this is normal. For them, the environment on the ground is fatal, and they cannot imagine being able to live on the ground. What would it be like for those creatures that survive in such a harsh environment? They couldn't imagine that living things could survive in such a dangerous place on the ground. Different civilizations have different birth points and different experiences, and their views on things are different. Sure enough, the vision is too narrow. The commander was thinking this at this time, and after sighing for a moment, he turned his attention to these huge biological battleships. Everyone, the other party obviously came with malicious intent. If I guess correctly, they should have discovered our location. Judging from their route, they came directly towards us, which is enough to show that they did not discover us by accident. They should be paying attention to us all the time. As he spoke at this time, the commander looked a little solemn. He was being targeted by the other party, and he should have been targeted very early. This was not good news. The opponent was obviously ready before launching an attack on his side. After thinking about this, his expression couldn't help but become serious. They have a certain understanding of our technology, made preparations under such circumstances, and then launched an attack on us. If this is the case, then it will be really difficult to deal with this civilization in the future. It is obvious that the other party is confident. Otherwise, it would not be possible to easily launch a war. All starships prepare, since the other party already has some understanding of our situation. Under such circumstances, it will not be beneficial to us to carry out a long-term battle. So what we have to do is to mobilize sufficient forces in a short time. Give them a surprise attack. After briefly analyzing the current situation through some of the data obtained so far, the commander immediately made a decision. This commander had good commanding abilities. Through some data, he quickly analyzed the general situation of both sides. After understanding the general situation of both sides, targeted tactics were naturally formulated immediately. Since delay and attrition won't have much effect, it would be better to start the battle directly and engage in a large-scale battle with the enemy. In this battle, he does not need follow-up. He only needs to directly cripple the opponent's strength in the early stage. In the follow-up, their ground combat troops will have an advantage. The most taboo thing at this time is indecisiveness. Thinking about negotiating the situation with the opponent for multiple rounds. And finally finding that the battleships on your side have almost been lost. But the other side still has nothing to do. This is the most terrifying thing. At this time, the players on the player's side saw the opponent's warship heading towards them. And they knew that they had been discovered. For this battle, the players are naturally very cautious. First of all, the current situation is very clear. In order to ensure that both sides are on the same starting line, the players are naturally very demanding about their own technology. Strict. Whether it is these biological certificates or the strength of the bugs they sent, they are equal to the other party. Which means that both parties are currently at an equal stage. Basically, most of the things on the player's side are the same. The only difference is that the Zerg on the player's side can join the battlefield by relying on the bugs they reproduce. This is their advantage. Of course, it is impossible to castrate this. After all, this is the characteristic of the Zerg. Otherwise, bringing the same troops to your side is just looking for abuse. You must know that under the same circumstances, sufficient single-target capabilities are not as good as those of some battleships, cannons, and stuff. Chapter 857 The Army Attacks. In this way, under the arrangements of the players, the battle between the two worlds began. With the arrival of a large number of warships, both civilizations focused their attention on this place. Brothers, how many battleships did we find in this civilization before? More than 3,000. The player in charge of the command was also thoughtful after hearing the news. Seeing the fleet from this civilization approaching in a mighty manner, the player in charge of the command had to admire it, without any probing. It is very risky to directly attack the enemy with a large army, because if not, the whole army may be wiped out. However, if done properly, it will definitely give the opponent a decisive blow. This kind of combat mode does bear a lot of risks, especially when you don't know what the situation of the opponent's warship is. It is easy to annihilate the entire army. After all, no one can ensure that the things contained in the opponent's warship are not targeted. If you are unlucky and all the opponent's warships are aimed at you, it will be a direct stud and the civilization will be destroyed on the spot. Therefore, usually, the first battle between two civilizations is to test the situation of the other civilization, and then make relevant adjustments based on the actual situation. Skip the trial phase and go straight to full strength. I should be able to guess some of your tactics. If it were from my perspective, I probably wouldn't test it. At this time, the player in charge of the command, while staring closely at the battleships of both sides, was thinking in his heart. Indeed, the opponent has already come to the door, which can only prove one problem. That is, the opponent's strength is not worse than yours. Because before the opponent launches an attack, he must have already probed the strength of both sides before setting out with the army. It is rare that the civilization will be attacked directly after discovering it. After all, if it doesn't work, he will just go thousands of miles away to give someone's head. Therefore, since the other party is attacked, it can only mean that their information has been known to the other party. Under such circumstances, they are fully prepared to send troops over. At this time, if you test others can also get more detailed data, and then optimize the already advantageous combat plan. By then, your losses will be even more serious. If this back and forth continues, then it is better to start fighting without probing. In this case, at least the information the other party gets in your hand will only stay at the stage of their detection. There will be no need to investigate in the future. After all, after this battle is over, your side will either win and be safe from now on, or your fleet will be completely annihilated. Facing the annihilated fleet, you further research is of no use. We are quite surprised. This civilized commander is indeed very decisive, and his combat awareness is not weak. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to have such an idea. Since you want to accompany us to stud, then naturally we will accompany you. Thinking of this, he immediately issued a combat order. All bugs are ready for combat. The bugs in the front row who are injured will immediately form a defensive wall, and the back row will be interspersed with bugs responsible for output, ready to launch an attack. As his words fell, the swarm of insects in the starry sky had already begun to move. The densely packed insects began to form different formations, and then launched the first round of attack towards the target area. The players found that the range of the bugs on their side was farther than that of the other side, so it was naturally impossible for the commander to wait until both sides entered their respective shooting ranges before firing. Since my distance is longer than yours, I would give priority to firing. A wave of consumption. There is naturally no problem with this idea. At this time, the opposite side faced the first round of the bug's attack. They were also caught off guard. But they had no choice but to carry on with the damage and continue to move forward. Players don't have the habit of using their own disadvantages to compete head-on with the opponent's advantages. Now when they find that the opponent's range is farther than theirs, they naturally start to attack directly. If both sides are within range, they will definitely suffer. So they have to take advantage before getting closer. As a large number of attacks were spit out, the civilization here also encountered their first trouble in history. The attacks released by the bugs are not only extremely fast, but they are also biological attacks. The various substances that are spit out contain some special creatures. Once they touch the battleship, these creatures will start to eat them. Eat the surface of the battleship to maximize their damage effect. This attack did catch the civilization a little off guard. At this time, they were heartbroken when they saw that their own warship was not destroyed by the attack by the bugs, but was destroyed by the subsequent bites of the parasites. Incessantly, speed up and rush forward. All the defensive warships are at the front. You can hold on longer than the other output warships. In addition, all warships should spread out as much as possible. These bugs will be transmitted to nearby targets. If the warships are too close, problems will easily occur. All infected warships will explain the situation in the fleet channel, and then themselves consciously step out of the team. As orders were issued one after another, many of these warships were seen silently leaving the fleet group. Without exception, these documents were all infected by parasites. Looking at everything in front of him, the commander couldn't help but look serious. Neither side had officially exchanged fire yet, and the other party's first round of attacks had already caused them to lose control. Nearly 100 battleships were lost. This race is truly terrifying. After sighing for a while, he issued the next order. All the infected warships rushed directly to the front of the fleet, forming a powerful fleet to block damage. Following the fleet commander's order, the expressions of these fleet members changed involuntarily, and they rushed directly to the front to bear the damage. Doing so was no different from going to die directly. But they finally chose to do this without hesitation. They had no choice but to know the situation of their civilization. If they didn't do this, then when all these warships were wiped out, their civilization and their families would be next. So even though they knew that this wave was purely about killing people, they still chose to go up. In this way, these infected battleships rushed directly to the front of the battleship. Not only did they have to bear the attack of the group of strange invaders, but they also had to bear the parasites that kept biting them. Just like this, these battleships disintegrated in space. If you observe carefully, you can find that the disintegrated parts are also disappearing at an extremely fast speed. What kind of race is this? It's so terrifying. This was the first thought in the minds of all the combatants at this time. It was the first time for them to see such a race. And it was also the first time for them to understand that there was such a strange race in this world. The shock this race brings to them is unparalleled. Compared with other races on their planet, the characteristics of this race are too strange. Although they were full of fear of this race, the war still continued. Finally, after paying a heavy price, they finally came within shooting distance of themselves. When the battleship arrived, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally in place. Now it's time to fight back. As the commander's words fell, all the warships vented their anger toward the enemy. In the early stage of this battle, they were really frustrated. The opponent used their warships to be powerful, so they were unable to suppress them in the early stage. Fortunately, they finally managed to reach their shooting range. So now is the time for them to take revenge. With the firing of goodbye, the entire starry sky was lit up by fierce artillery fire. Countless attacks attacked the insects from all directions. A large number of insects were also killed because of these artillery fires. Was killed. But at the same time, the situation on the opponent's warship was not much better. After all, they had to endure all kinds of damage in the early stage. So even if they are finally able to fight back, they are still at a disadvantage due to the damage caused by the battle. However, through the current battle, this commander has also discovered many problems, and several of them that concern him more are being gradually confirmed. In this way, he stared at the battlefield closely. After about a few hours, his expression finally showed a trace of relief. Very good. Sure enough, as I thought, the resistance of the opponent's creatures is not high. Compared with our battleships, their biological battleships cannot withstand many attacks. while thinking that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. For him, what he had been worried about was that the opponent's warships were better than theirs in all aspects. Then there is no need to fight this battle at all. And now it seems that their worries are unnecessary. Although the opponent's warship has a farther range than theirs, its attack power is about the same as theirs. But other than these, the defensive power of their warships is completely different from our own. If the other side's warship wants to destroy its own warship, it will have to be at least 2 for 1. Or even 3 for 1. The number of the opponent's warships was almost the same as theirs. Although they suffered a lot of losses in the initial battle, in the later stage, they rushed within the range of their side. After the exchange of fire between the two sides, the battle losses were increasing at an extremely fast speed. Level. If this is the case, then we will not necessarily lose this battle. At this time, the commander was thinking this way, and indeed continued to fight according to his reasoning. At best, both sides would lose. They could not lose, and the other side would not lose either. But after this battle, they knew a lot about each other's situation. As for how to deal with it in the future, they should have an idea. For him, this battle is also one of the biggest gains. In this way, as time went by, the battle between the two sides had entered a fierce stage, and the warships on both sides were frantically venting their firepower towards each other. Not long after one battleship after another was destroyed, the area was filled with the wreckage of the battleships. The warships on both sides launched the most violent attacks on each other without hesitation. As time went by, when there were only a few hundred warships left on both sides, the commander of the other side's civilization became excited, because the loss of 100 warships on their side was estimated to be a few dozen at most, and they would be able to defeat the other side. This unit was completely wiped out, and just when he thought victory was within grasp, suddenly his men broke into the command room. "Commander, I'm sorry. According to the latest report from the civilization, just now when we were fighting with this civilization, one of their fleets had slipped over to our civilization." After hearing the news, the commander's expression immediately changed. This news is undoubtedly telling him to return to his home planet immediately. But he is really reluctant to give up on the current battlefield, because if he continues to fight, the balance of victory will tilt towards him. The other party will also be completely wiped out by him. At this juncture, he is unwilling to give up the battlefield here and return to his home star. But he also knows very well that the sky is huge and the home star that protects him is the biggest. So even though he is very reluctant to give up, but he could only order to retreat temporarily. After all, the situation there is more dangerous than here. If it is not done well, a large number of people may die. So he had to choose to retreat temporarily. Although he was extremely unwilling to be here, this was understandable, seeing that his side was about to wipe out all the other parties. And God knew if something like this happened, it would cause trouble. So he was very unwilling to do so. But no matter how unwilling he was, it was his duty to execute the order. So he had to return to 5 stars as quickly as possible to deal with that battleship. In this way, as the strategic players of the army began to clean up the battlefield, they naturally took away the wreckage and other things here. This can be regarded as making up for their losses. However, for the players, their plan has reached the point where they have never thought about fighting each other to the death here, because it is simply not possible to take advantage of the bugs here. For them, the fleet they sent out was simply an attention-grabbing fleet. If the other party goes back to support, then their remaining fleet here can also use this opportunity to get closer to the other party's home planet. A place not far from their home star began to develop, and if they did not plan to go back and prepare to eliminate their own side, then the fleet heading to their home star would be able to successfully enter. All in all, no matter which path they choose, players have a follow-up plan of attack. Although going to the home star is the most effective and direct way, the success rate is not high. Instead, this route is developed in the surrounding area, which has the highest success rate at present. However, the actual development is also as they imagined. In that case, let's start Plan B. As the commander's order was issued, the fleet moved again. Chapter 858: The Strange Behavior of the Zerg. Since they choose to go back, we will develop next door to them. The player at this time was thinking so. As the arrangement is implemented, the players are also ready. At the same time, the team that had previously arrived began to change course. The next thing this fleet has to do is to delay. Delaying time provides the main fleet with enough time to develop on the next planet until it has the power to protect itself. Brothers, it's up to us next. At this time, the fleet commander was nervously paying attention to the situation in front of him. They're coming after me. At this time, the fleet commander said that he immediately commanded the fleet to fly towards the enemy's home star not far away. Commander, isn't it a bit risky to head towards their planet? At this time, a player asked. Adventure? Of course it's risky. It would be strange not to take risks. But how do you attract attention if you don't? Figure it out. What they need to do now is attract the other side's firepower. If you can't attract firepower here, how can the main force have the opportunity to develop in that area? It is estimated that as soon as their front legs passed by, the enemies with their rear legs were killed. So now all they have to do is draw all the firepower. The best way to attract firepower is to pull to the limit near the opponent's planet. All units will prepare their defenses next. There will be pursuers behind us in a moment, and the planet's closed defense railgun in front of us. When the time comes, we will be set on fire and die instantly if we are not careful. As he spoke, the commander took a deep breath, and then his eyes gradually became serious. We are about to enter the attack range of the opponent's planet's orbital gun. As he spoke, the commander's mood gradually became heavier. This time their task is very heavy. In this way, as the fleet approached the opponent's fleet, it quickly entered the range of the opponent's close-in defense artillery. The next moment, a large number of turrets were seen unleashing artillery fire on the fleet. The Zerg fleet also responded immediately. And the next moment, the flying dragon spewed out a large number of symbiotes and attacked the turret. At the same time, in the opponent's spaceport, a large number of small aircraft took off from the ground port and flew quickly towards the direction of the players. These are small fighters, primarily used for interplanetary operations. Although it has certain space combat capabilities, the gap in combat power compared to that of space battleships is not small. But now, this civilization can't care so much. What they can do now is to try their best to delay until their space fleet arrives. Delay the enemy at all costs. At this time the commander issued an order. As the commander's words fell, countless fighter planes rushed towards the insect's troops. Cooperate with the fort to deal with them. Attention all fighters. Sacrifice yourself to protect the fort if necessary. At this time, the only thing on the planet that can cause effective damage to enemy warships is the turret. So they need to sacrifice themselves when necessary. At this time, countless attacks were flying towards the insect on the scene. Although the fighters have used their strongest attacks, these attacks have little effect on the bugs. As expected, at this time, the fleet commander stared coldly at everything in front of him and fell into deep thought. Our fighter planes cannot break through the defenses at all. The other side is also targeting our close-range defense artillery. It can only be this way. Although he couldn't bear it at this time, he had to make a decision. All fighters risked their lives to protect the fort. Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing the commander's order. But after a long time, their expressions changed. Receive. Clear. As the answers came one after another, the commander also showed determination. Next moment, when it was discovered that the bugs were about to hit the turret, a fighter plane stood in front of it. As time went by, a large number of fighter planes were destroyed, and their actions were naturally noticed by the players. It's quite decisive. Looking at the opponent's actions at this time, the player commander murmured, the large force on the opposite side should be coming soon. In that case then, let's start. As the words fell, a large number of locusts suddenly flew out of the fleet and blocked the front of the fleet. The fleet began to circle the planet and delay time. And just when the players started to do this, the opponent's main fleet arrived belatedly. Catch up. At this time, the enemy's main commander immediately ordered. As the order was issued, a large number of warships were seen flying in the direction where the insects escaped. At this time, the fighter pilots, who saw the main fleet coming here, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although the fighter squadron did not fight the enemy for long, but now they have suffered heavy losses. The gap in strength between battleships and fighter planes is too huge, but fortunately they persisted. Next, it depends on their space fleet. At this time, a large number of warships in the space fleet were exchanging fire with each other. The bugs escaped while exchanging fire, although they also lost some battleships. The bugs suffered greater losses. They can't hold on much longer. What he didn't know at this time was that another Zerg fleet had successfully entered the planet next to them. After entering the planet, the players immediately began to arrange it. Brothers, start taking action. The next moment a large number of worker bees appeared and started hatching like crazy. Move. Everyone. Move. At this time, on a desolate planet, players are developing at the fastest speed. The fleet over there won't last long, and we have to develop it before them. Players are naturally very clear about the situation here. Although they came here and sat very secretly, they must have been discovered at this distance. Therefore, they must race against time. Otherwise they will come to them as soon as the opponent destroys their fleet. It's numb. This Zerg single-target combat capabilities are really worrying. At this time a player said. After hearing what this player said, the players on the side also nodded in agreement. No. That's what happened. While everyone was still discussing, a player interrupted their communication. Okay. You two. Stop complaining. Now it's more important. Although the Zerg single-target ability is relatively weak, don't forget that the Zerg never looks at the single-target ability. As he said this, the player continued to be busy. I'm going to sell the iron, and you can stop producing hatching pools. It's obviously not cost-effective to hatch troops to fight against each other now. What we have to do now is to ensure the safety here and hatch as many fort-type buildings as possible. Players were busy like this, discussing with each other. And soon the area was covered by the Zerg carpet. A large number of Zerg buildings have been hatched above. These buildings are mainly turret-type buildings. And many bugs underground have begun to establish the Zerg underground network. All kinds of special bugs shuttle underground, creating an underground area unique to the Zerg tribe. At the same time, a lot of resources began to flow into the temporary base of online players through these channels. Players have reduced the strength of the Zerg, which means that the resource consumption of the hatching conditions of these bugs has also been reduced. So the resources on a planet are enough to support them to hatch an army. And while the players were still busy, the fleet responsible for the delay finally couldn't hold on any longer. As the last Zerg mothership was destroyed, the mother's threat came to an end. And after it was over, they immediately turned their guns and flew towards the planet where the players established their base. They already knew about it when the Zerg landed next door to them. But they were chasing this wave of fleet at that time. So they didn't have time to go over and say hello. Now that the trouble at hand is solved, the rest is naturally it needs to be resolved in the past. But when they approached that area, the fleet commander was dumbfounded. What's this? At this time, the fleet commander was dumbfounded when he saw the Zerg army that had developed this place to a certain extent. Report to headquarters immediately. Without hesitation, he immediately reported the situation here to the headquarters. At the same time at the civilized command headquarters, a kind of commander fell into silence as he looked at the insect swarm on the screen. How can this be? At this time, they were all dumbfounded. The previous Zerg fleet delayed them for less than 2 days. 2 days' time. Is this a lot? Obviously that's not much. But how is this possible? At this time, the civilized command headquarters was dumbfounded looking at the scene in front of them. A large number of buildings made of flesh and blood appeared here. And the scale is very huge. 2 days. But how is this possible? How did the other party develop into this in 2 days? Could it be that their fleet originally carried these? One of them suddenly said. However, everyone just shook their heads at his idea. It's out of the question. Indeed, this is impossible. Because their fleet is only a certain size. How much can it carry with such a small size? And here? There are at least thousands of buildings, including many large buildings. Then a terrible thought appeared in front of their eyes. What to do? What to do? At this time, everyone could not help but have such thoughts in their minds. Because if their guess is correct, the reason why it is like this here may be because they developed it like this in a short period of time on their own. But how is this possible? If this is really the case, then what a terrible race this thing is. They dare not think. Because this is terrible. What to do? Everyone kept asking themselves. If they really developed like this in such a short period of time, it means that this race is developing faster than we imagined. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look serious. How should we defeat them at this speed of development? This is the doubt in the minds of everyone present. Fortunately, the silence did not last long. Because now it's clear to them that the problem needs to be solved now. Just like that, everyone started to think. Soon various ideas appeared in their minds. But they were all rejected one by one. Maybe we can do this. Suddenly someone seemed to think of something. No matter how fast the opponent develops, they still come from outer space. Their goal is to attack us. And their foundation is not strong. As the man finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to him. Our advantage over them is that this is our home, and we have thousands of years of development history here. I have a lot of resources here. We can give up everything and invest this information to build a planetary fortress. In this case, even if they attack later, we can resist it. As long as civilization is not destroyed, we still have hope. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Indeed, this is all we can do now. Attack them? It's simply not possible now. There simply wasn't much left of their space fleet. Many of the opponent's buildings are anti-aircraft. And as long as your own fleet approaches, they will definitely be shot down by them. As for sending troops there are not many space transportation units on our side. And there is no base there. Which means that we need to bring enough supplies there. At the opponent's development speed. The few soldiers, I said, may not be enough to fill the gap between the opponent's teeth. So building a fort seems to be the most feasible solution at the moment. Build a fortress to protect a large number of people while fending off attacks from the other side. Then start building battleships or other things with the fortress as the core. In short, as long as civilization still exists, they will still have a chance. After deciding on the plan, they started taking action. Soon one message after another was sent out, and the entire civilization fell into panic. The civilized fleet cannot resist the opponent's army. The opponent has established a base on the next planet, and may develop base there in the future. For the continuation of civilization, civilization will mobilize all materials to build a doomsday fortress. And everyone will enter the fortress to confront the enemy. All other industries were stopped and all resources were invested in the construction of the fortress. Just like this, as messages were sent out one after another, everyone knew one thing. That is, civilization would enter war mode. And even when the other civilization takes action, the development of the players continues. Oh, they're quite interesting. At this time, the civilized commander couldn't help but feel a little funny when looking at the latest intelligence. It seems that the other party is planning to use all the power of civilization to resist our attack? The players shook their heads at the thought. It's clear they know nothing about the Zerg development model. In that case, let them see the shock of the Zerg. While saying this, the players began to make preparations. First, they stopped building some defensive buildings. Then they began to create a large number of worker bees to increase the efficiency of resource collection. Immediately afterwards, players also began to hoard resources. At the same time, the other civilization is naturally paying attention to every move of the players. But they were all curious. These bugs seemed to have been collecting but had no intention of creating troops or expanding their territory. This made them feel a little strange. Many people even thought that the original judgment was wrong. But which commanders can see further than ordinary people? Are they trying to confuse us in this way? Probably. Keep an eye on them anyway. Chapter 859. The War Begins. Players' Plans. This is how the game between the two sides began. It is obvious that they are very cautious about this sudden appearance of a race, and are paying attention to the development of this race every day. As time passed, a piece of horrifying information appeared in front of these people. Reporting to Commander, the area of the planet we are currently observing has shrunk by 1,000. After a period of observation, the Commander finally received this message one day. When he received this message, he did not believe it at first. But after checking the recent information about this planet, after this situation, he can basically confirm that this thing is true. How is this possible when the planet's area has shrunk so much? How did the other party do this? What kind of technology does the other party have? At this time, the Commander could not help but be shocked by this piece of news. He was very clear about what this meant. But at the same time, he didn't understand how it could be possible. What does it mean to shrink a planet so much? Where have all these resources gone? After all, after reducing the size by such a large amount, the corresponding resources will always be used in useful places. But now they haven't discovered that the other side is using these resources to build warships or other things. So he was very confused at this time. He didn't know what happened. But he knew that the other party must have a plan for doing such an incredible thing. So where did they use all these resources? At this time, while thinking about the immediate order issued by the Commander, he must find out where these resources are going in the shortest possible time. So he immediately hoisted all the detectors on the civilization side and began to search around. But unfortunately, he didn't find anything. That is to say, as of now, we don't know where the other party has hidden these resources. Or for us, those resources just disappeared. As he spoke, the Commander looked extremely serious, because he knew exactly what this meant. And this was no small matter. The inexplicable disappearance of such a large amount of resources is something that deserves vigilance for anyone, especially the other party's race, which is the first time they have seen it, and they don't understand the situation of this race. In such a situation, even though so many resources disappeared, a bad feeling came into my heart. From now on, mobilize all available detectors to keep an eye on them all. Commander, will this? He didn't continue speaking. But the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. At present, the entire civilization has entered an era of great construction. And after entering this era, what they need to do is to spend all their resources to build a doomsday fortress at all costs. And this will also cause a problem. That is, their other industries will stop developing. And even many industry facilities will be demolished. Manufacturing detectors has never been something that can be done in just one factory. There are too many aspects involved. So after the implementation of this plan, they have been unable to manufacture either fighter jets or detectors. Because many buildings have been demolished. Various facilities inside have been moved and placed in the fortress to provide other capabilities for the fortress. It is also for this reason that the current situation is that the things that their current civilization possesses are all left over from the past. And these equipment are naturally very precious. Although they have a complete set of technologies for these equipments, they can re-establish related industrial systems to manufacture these things when necessary. But this will only happen after the war. And what they have to do now is to get through the crisis in front of them at all costs. The remaining ones seem to be originally used for intelligence reconnaissance when fighting the enemy in the later stage. Because the enemy will attack their base camp in the later stage. They do not need the detectors left behind by too comprehensive intelligence reconnaissance. Totally enough. Now this commander needs him to put these detectors to use immediately. It's hard to say how many of these detectors will be left by then. If he is unlucky, when the other party comes over, they might become blind. The commander didn't know anything about the adjutant's concerns. Do as I say. The commander had no explanation for this. He didn't need to explain anything to the commander at all. What he wanted to do now was very simple. That is to figure out the situation at all costs. Because what the comrades are doing now is unknown to him. And the unknown is often the most terrifying thing. We have started investigating here, and we cannot lag behind in other aspects. We must establish a biological model of this race as soon as possible to understand their situation clearly. He also knew very well that there was no need to rush this matter, because they currently had very little information. If you want to create a biological modeling of a creature, you need to prepare too many things, especially the basic information of these creatures. But now they don't have any relevant things in their hands. All the debris in the previous battle had been collected by the opponent. Not only did he fail to understand the opponent's situation clearly, but the other party also understood himself quite thoroughly. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. And he was also full of worries about the future of civilization. I hope things don't turn out the way I imagined. In this way, as time went by, the research on this race continued. But soon the commanders obtained a lot of valuable intelligence through the information from the frontline detectors. Looking at the content of the intelligence at this time, the commander could not help but frown. These races can devour all matter. And depending on the situation, their ability should be to convert matter into corresponding resources to create arms. To be honest, when he heard the news, he was completely confused because he really couldn't imagine that there was such a race in the world. That is to say, for this race, everything is a resource that they can utilize. This is too outrageous. What does that mean? What does this mean? He was very clear in his heart. For this special race, the entire universe can be their battlefield, because there are not many things in the universe. But planets are everywhere, which means that these planets will become nutrients for this race to incubate new troops. What a terrifying race this is. He immediately thought of what would happen in the subsequent war. That is to say, this race is now preparing for war on that planet. This guess made him break into a cold sweat. This is not a good thing. If the opponent really devours the entire planet, then their total resources will be so huge. Under such circumstances, there is absolutely no chance of winning against them. We have to stop them. This was what the commander was thinking at this time. Soon he thought of the neutron bomb, the greatest lethal weapon in his civilization. The only option is to use this weapon. Otherwise, when they really devour that planet, how much total resources will they have by then? The level of resource development of our own civilization is nothing compared to this race. After all, others can convert the entire planet into resources. But we can only convert some designated things into resources. There is a huge gap between the two sides. According to this trend, this battle is bound to lose. So he must find a way to stop it. Although there are not many such weapons in their civilization, he is still ready to invest them all. Go in. Just like this, as the order was issued, all transmitters in the next civilization were ready. With the launch of these rising missiles, the attention of all civilizations has been focused here. For them, this is a very important thing. Tens of thousands of missiles were launched, but only a few of them were neutron bombs, and the rest were just deceptions. After all, They knew very well that the opponent also had corresponding interception methods. So they must ensure that these weapons can be launched inside smoothly. With the launch of these weapons, it naturally attracted the attention of the players. Finally, I couldn't hold it any longer. Their response was much slower than we thought. In this way, the players issued an attack plan. As the players began to attack, countless potholes appeared on the surface of the planet. And then a large number of bugs poured out of the potholes, and then began to gather and fly towards the opponent's civilized planet. And as a large number of bugs flew out of the planet's surface began to collapse, and the entire planet no longer looked like it used to. What did you say? At this time, the civilized commander could not help but be dumbfounded when he heard the noise coming from the insect side. We were lied to. Besides, looking at this planet riddled with holes, the commander's heart was already filled with fear. He had naturally already guessed the current situation. He fell into a trap. Or rather, the entire civilization fell into a trap. The opponent's resource acquisition speed was far beyond his imagination. This trend of key intelligence caused them to fall into the enemy's trap. From the beginning, some of the buildings developed by the enemy in your area stopped attacking. The purpose was to confuse them. It is true that they did not know the intentions of the players during that period. At the same time, they were also discussing what to do next, whether to attack them or not. Taking advantage of the opponent's relatively small number of buildings, there might be a chance if they fight hard. This matter was divided into two factions, one with the same attack and the other with a different attack. All in all, this matter consumed a lot of energy from the civilization. What happens next? You will prove the other party's calculation step by step. The other party stopped developing. The more the other party behaves like this at this time, the more it will naturally arouse their suspicion and attention. Just as the other party calculated, they are indeed vigilant about this matter, and have sent a large amount of manpower and material resources to observe it. At this time, another thing happened. That is, the entire planet shrank. And this piece of news was simply earth-shattering. Combined with the opponent's previous abnormal behavior, coupled with this narrowing of efforts, the commander knew that things were serious, and he had to stop the opponent, although he did not know what the opponent was doing at this time. So in order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he used the trump card of civilization, and the other party was waiting for this time to do this. In the early stage, they used various methods to delay time for themselves. Of course, their purpose was not only to delay time, but also to arouse their own suspicion and speculation. Let yourself use those weapons against them, thereby weakening the civilization. Their devouring speed is so fast that it is unimaginable. When their own civilization realizes that the planet is shrinking, it may be the time when they have almost devoured it. At this time, they deliberately did such a thing to let themselves use their trump cards. After using their trump cards, it was time for them to attack. At this time, the commander of the planet, who saw the big change, knew that they had lost this battle, and he lost very completely. The other party has already developed well, and it is even said that a lot of the interior of the planet has been devoured by them. Planets are sustained because of their massive numbers underneath. Just looking at such a quantity makes one's scalp numb. But now, as the opponent filed out, they easily avoided their own sure kill this time. When the neutron bomb lit up on the broken planet at that moment, their civilization's biggest killer move was announced to have been cracked. Hateful. Why is this happening? At this time, the commander was very uncomfortable. He was plotted by the other party. Although he had automatic reasons for the other party to calculate him so easily, he still couldn't help but feel a little useless. This time, he lost not in other aspects, but in lack of knowledge. The other party obviously knows a lot about their civilization, but he knows nothing about them. Because of this information gap, the other party easily laid out the entire plan. This plan would be devastating to their civilization. Seeing the overwhelming and dense Zerg army, the commanders were enveloped in a deep sense of powerlessness. With no weapons that could easily destroy the opponent, they now had no choice but to bear these bugs. Facing this overwhelming swarm of insects, their little defense facilities were enough. Obviously it was not enough. But he could not tell anyone about this matter, because he knew very well that if these people knew what was destined to happen, as a result, there will be no point in buying this resistance. Although he also knew that if he continued to fight, his entire army would definitely be wiped out. But he still wanted to bet on this possibility. With this mentality in mind, he issued the combat order. At the same time, all fortresses across the civilization set off combat alerts. As the alarm sounded, the entire civilization entered a state of war. All turrets were activated. and all available weapons entered the preparation stage. Chapter 860, Capture Civilization. At this time in civilization, everyone hiding in the fortress stared at the sky nervously. They knew that terrible race was coming. At the same time in the command room. Report. The Zerg army is currently 3 million kilometers away from us. Report. The opponent's army is currently 1 million kilometers away from us. Report. Detector no. One has lost contact. As the words fell, one of the screens in the monitoring room was turned off. Has it been discovered? But this is already expected. The other party's technological level is not lower than ours. As he spoke, the commander couldn't help but think. At this rate, within a few hours at most, the opponent will be within our attack range. Thinking of this, he immediately set his sights behind him. How many more people can we mobilize for planetary close and defense cannons at the moment? 3,500 doors. The commander couldn't help but change his expression after hearing the news. Have you calculated the number of opponents? The number of opponents we have observed so far may have exceeded 10 billion. Or even more. Because many bugs among them are immune to some detections. The commander's heart felt cold when he heard this. How can this be? How could the other party develop such a huge scale in just a short time? And these bugs can survive in space. This race is really too scary. Counting all the battles on their side, there are very few battleships that can be together. After the previous war, their total number of battleships was only about 200. Although they were all main battleships. 200 main battleships faced with such a large scale. There is absolutely no ability to resist. Now we can only let the battleships and our planet fortress cooperate with each other. Maybe we can resist the attack of the bugs. At this time, the commander could only think like this. While he was still thinking this, the Zerg soon entered the attack range of the close-range defense cannon. More than 3,000 turrets unleash firepower wantonly. At this moment, looking at the scene in front of him, the commander couldn't help but look heavy. The attacks launched by these forbidden defense guns were like a stone sinking into the sea. They did not set off any waves among the insect swarm troops. Instead, the insect swarm troops stirred up the attack at will, which meant that Poland directly drowned these turrets. Sure enough, such a small number of turrets won't have any effect at all. At the same time, as the distance approached a certain range, everyone on the planet noticed the overwhelming number of bugs. Of course, to be precise, they can't see bugs at all in their field of vision now. What they see now is a black curtain appearing in the sky. This piece of wood is not big, but as time goes by, this curtain becomes smaller and smaller, come bigger. Then something incredible happened that made everyone feel. As the curtain approached, the sun was blocked and the world fell into darkness. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Coming! The Zerg are coming! So many bugs. All bugs. At this time, everyone was horrified to see that the ground had plunged into endless darkness. At this moment, the lights of all the bases turned on, shining the dark power, and then a large number of searchlights on the curtain in the sky. At this time, everyone could clearly see the densely packed Zerg. Those ferocious-looking bugs were approaching them at extremely fast speeds. This scene made everyone feel numb. At this moment, all the weapons in the fortress were activated. At the same time, huge metal barriers on both sides of the fortress slowly rose, directly covering the entire fortress. At the same time, the turret of the base is raised and connected to the turret mouth of the metal barrier. At the same time, the base also became noisy. Everyone in Team 2 entered shooting location 1. Everyone in Team 3. Follow me. Team 5. Speed up. As orders were issued one after another, the entire fortress immediately started operating at full capacity. They rushed to the fortress, the foreign currency shooting point, and then started shooting wildly. There is no point in targeting such a large-scale attack. All they can do is to keep pulling the trigger and using their weapons to clean up these bugs as much as possible. Every bullet can hit the target, but it cannot kill the target. At the same time, all the turrets in the base fortress began to release firepower crazily. Whether they were period weapons or laser weapons that had just been launched and needed to be improved. All the weapons that could be used were used. Insects all over the sky were falling like raindrops. Even so, no one present could be happy. Although many bugs had been angered, they all knew that these bugs were just a drop in the bucket to the entire Bug Sea army. The next moment, the attacks from the insects also came down. Countless attacks flew towards the protective wall outside the fortress, covering the sky and the sun. Although this wall uses the most advanced materials in their civilization and has the highest hardness among them, even so, it did not hold up for long. because the symbiotic bugs contained in the Zerg attack fell on the wall of this strong fortress. And then they began to eat crazily. And the originally extremely hard city wall began to shrink visibly to the naked eye. And countless ravines appeared on the wall for no apparent reason. Looking at these ravines, everyone's fear has been amplified to the extreme. They know the characteristics of the Zerg, and they know that this race can easily defeat their hard fortress. But they didn't expect that the strongest bastion of their civilization could fall in love so quickly. Gold-eating bug. This is the favorite bug used by players in the past. This bug has a strong ability to devour metal. And the most important thing is that it is cheap. Players in the past often used this bug to devour the opponent's warships. It can destroy the opponent's entire fleet without consuming too much battle damage. This time the battle players also use this special bug. Although this bug is of little use to warships of later civilizations. For this level of civilization, this bug is deadly. The next moment, the insect landed on the opponent's fortress city. And then he started biting. As the biting speed accelerated, his body soon began to split into two. Not long after, these two became 4. And 4 became 8. And the number increased exponentially. A large gap appeared on the bottom of the thick bag. And this gap began to spread to all sides like a water wave. As time went by, the gap became larger and the depth gradually increased. And soon appeared in the center of the gap a big hole. Looking inside, you can see people busy. The people who were desperately resisting at this time also noticed this big hole. And their expressions changed greatly when they saw this scene. So they quickly called out to block this place as soon as possible. But it was obvious that the bugs would not give them this chance. The next moment, I saw countless cocoon-like things being thrown in from the big hole. The huge cocoon room contained unparalleled power, and directly smashed many people below to death. Of course, this was not over yet. The moment the huge cocoon room fell to the ground, the protective film around the cocoon room was torn open, and a swift beast emerged from it at an extremely fast speed. His was almost like this, but except for the dragon beasts and red snakes. Zerg combat units kept coming out of it. When they saw this scene, the surrounding soldiers raised their guns and shot at them. These terrible creatures launched an attack, but it was obvious that their attacks did not pose much of a threat to the bugs. The next moment, one of the raptors was seen knocking down a shooting soldier at an extremely fast speed, and then waved his sharp claws. Just shred it. Of course, this is not the end. It was time to start firing his spikes at the surrounding things indiscriminately. Countless soldiers were penetrated on the spot before they could react. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of others, and many soldiers rushed here, wanting to get rid of these bugs in the base first. Attention all units. Area 3 has been invaded by insects. Soldiers nearby should rush over to provide support. Everyone, please hurry up. All reserve soldiers, hurry up. Anxious shouts came from the waves. But what no one noticed at this time was that the holes on their heads were getting bigger and bigger after they had been fighting these bugs for such a short time. At the same time, more cocoon rooms were put in. All kinds of bugs crawled out densely from inside, and then attacked the surroundings. Everyone was frightened by the scary appearance and bloodthirsty character of the bugs. They shouted in fear, and pulled the triggers of their guns frantically. Under their crazy firepower attack, many bugs were directly beaten to pieces. But when this bug fell down, more bugs flew towards it. Can't beat it. We can't beat it. We are not on the same level as them at all. They are so scary. They have no fear of death. They have no emotions. They are real killing machines. At this time, many people were yelling, and were on the verge of mental collapse. Everything here is too terrifying. This is simply HL. And for them, maybe this is even more terrifying than HL. Now they just want to escape from here. But where can they escape? Now that the entire planet has been invaded, all they can do is keep pulling the trigger. In fact, after it has developed to this point, many people no longer know what the point of pulling the trigger is. They were just acting on instinct. This war broke through their cognition. They had never seen such a cruel war scene. Perhaps their civilization had experienced large and small wars in the past, and they could comment on these wars. They can select the top 10 most cruel wars in history. But even these cannot compare with the cruelty before them. The collision of two civilizations does not involve too much nonsense, but only the simplest confrontation. There is no surrender here. And if they fail, they will become the other party's dead souls under the sword. Here, if you want to live, you can only defeat the opponent. And you can only continuously defeat the opponent. This is the most primitive war. This is the most primitive killing. And what is here is only the most primitive and cruel survival instinct. Civilized soldiers from both sides were engaged. The powerful combat power of the Zerg was fully demonstrated at this moment. Countless bugs were killed, while the bugs behind them rushed towards other enemies without fear of death. But here, the battlefield that was supposed to be tragic turned out to be particularly clean. After either bugs or soldiers die, a small bug will appear and take them away. These biomass will be put into the insect nest and converted into biomass to hatch more bugs. This is the Zerg, a true war race. Whether it's living habits or other things, it's all for war. From ground forces to sky forces, from basic combat arms to space combat arms. These Zergs form a perfect combat configuration. Every insect is performing its mission, from small beasts to large ones. Other types of soldiers are attacking crazily. At this moment, a huge biological cocoon was dropped from the sky. This was the first time these soldiers had seen such a huge cocoon room. The next moment, the cocoon room landed. A huge roar resounded. At the same time, a loud roar sounded. The next moment, the cocoon room burst open, and a 40-meter-long thunder beast walked out of it. Seeing the huge size of the thunder beast, all the soldiers who struggled to resist became desperate. This is a fear originating from the instinct of life. The next moment, when the thunder beast appeared, it rushed directly towards the huge armored vehicle, and the huge body shook the earth with every step it took. Boom! With a loud noise, armored vehicles were blown away. At the same time, the powerful polymolecular blades on the Thunder Beast's body passed by, and the hard SHLs of heavy weapons such as tanks were easily cut open as if they were made of paper. And just when everyone was still shocked by the huge destructive power of the Thunder Beast, there were several loud sounds, and the next moment several more Thunder Beasts appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was desperate. There was no chance of winning. And there was no chance of winning against such a big guy at close range. And just when everyone was desperate, many of them suddenly noticed the sky. When they saw everything in the sky, their pupils suddenly contracted. They saw something. A huge creature that looks like a fish. This creature blocks out the sky and the sun. At the same time, countless huge tentacles fell from the sky and hit various places in the fortress. At the same time, when the tentacles destroyed the building, countless swift beasts and hydralisks were also released from the tentacles. Countless hydralisk beasts formed a real Zerg ocean and surged towards them. At this moment, the entire base became a sea of Zerg. It was clear that this base had failed. Base No. 1 has been breached. Start the self-destruction procedure. The second base has been breached. Start the self-destruction procedure. Immediately afterwards, a series of messages came out, making the commander hiding in the underground base feel numb. 20 minutes. Fighting for 20 minutes. Chapter 861 Simulating the Future of Civilization. This is the data from the first time they fought against this group of bugs to the end of the battle. This data made the commander feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Their civilization developed for thousands of years, and everything they did took countless years. After having sacrificed so much, he only lasted 20 minutes in the hands of the enemy. At this time, he couldn't help but start thinking about another question. That is, what would have happened if he had been more resolute when fighting against this race, and tried his best to deal with the opponent when they didn't have much fleet left? Thinking of this, his memory returned to that time. If I had done this at that time, I think it wouldn't have failed. After a long time, he sighed quietly. It's all over. They have no follow-up. They knew too little about this race. And perhaps if they had done so at any cost, there might have been another outcome. But obviously this is impossible. Because if he did this at that time, another Zerg team would enter their planet and kill their planet. Indeed, those bugs may also be solved by the power of their planet. But such a thing is absolutely not allowed to happen at that stage. Sacrifice the people of the planet in exchange for victory. Even if he wins that battle, he will be sent to the military advisor's court. Maybe we've lost from the beginning. After a long time, he sighed like this. Indeed, because there are some things that civilization does not allow. So he has to make a choice. There is only one way to win against this civilization, and that is to abandon some people on the planet. However, such a thing would never have been allowed at that stage. So, at this time, he saw the bases being breached one by one on the screen. And looking at the black screens, he knew that their lives were over. And while he was still thinking this, suddenly an alarm sounded from the underground base. Is it over? At this time, she murmured. It was indeed over this time. After a long time, he sighed slightly. If that's the case, then so be it. Fighting against such a civilization requires me to be like them. In this way, this civilization ushered in its final loneliness. Everyone in the entire civilization was not spared, and was drowned by the sea of insects. And this time on the player's side. They are also summarizing this battle. First of all, we won this battle, but everyone can see that we also made a lot of mistakes this time. This is the biggest mistake for the squadron in the last stage of the space war. If the other party chooses to destroy our main fleet, let our deputy fleet enter their planet, and then be destroyed by their planetary power, then I'm thinking that we have no chance to develop at all. Although according to our promotion at that time, and judging from the habits of these intelligent planets, they will never allow our deputy fleet to enter that area. But the facts are not absolute. Maybe the civilization does not allow it. But it does not mean that the next civilization will not work. So there are problems with our decision making there. Although the final result is good. It is undeniable, yes. If something unexpected happens, then this war will end in failure. The players present did not deny this. Indeed, this decision was very risky at the time. But the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, and emergencies will be encountered at any time. It is not easy to make a decision without any problems at all possible. It can only be said that our ability to respond on the spot is still far behind. The civilization we are targeting in this war does not have a high level of science and technology. So when we develop on that planet, we do not encounter many obstacles. If it is a civilization with a mature star navigation system, maybe their development will not be so peaceful. If things go wrong, we might not even have a chance to develop. Jiang naturally watched this war from beginning to end. It has to be said that the current players have indeed improved a lot compared to the previous players. Whether it's fighting or other things, he's much more mature than before. However, many problems have become apparent. They also regard this game as a real war. So they are very cautious when fighting. Many times blind planning is not a good thing. Sometimes sudden changes may cause some good things to happen in the future. Although many of the players' tactics are not mature enough, it has to be said that there are many possibilities. This may be due to luck. But it is undeniable that this may be more suitable for the Zerg army, because players in the past were responsible for creating various uncertainties. As for some professional things, affiliated civilizations can easily do it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little confused. I don't know whether the current players are good or bad. But for now, we can only take one step at a time. Thinking of this, he turned his attention to the law again. The current research progress of the law has made breakthrough progress, which can be regarded as very good news. For him, it won't be long before he can return to the original level. Although at this stage, he still feels that he is not afraid of facing Shang Chao dimensional civilization. But I still try to hide myself as much as possible, and try to avoid being discovered by them. At this time, Jiang Yao was thinking like this. He has been thinking about some issues over the years. What level will our civilization eventually develop to? Or what is our civilization's ultimate pursuit? He has always been confused about this issue. Super Brain. Simulate the future development of our civilization. At this time, Jiang Yao issued such an order. Regarding the simulation of this matter, he had actually wanted to do it a long time ago. But the amount of calculations to simulate these data was too huge. At that time, basically all the computing power was invested in the research of the rules. Now that the rules have made breakthrough progress, the requirements for computing power are not so high. It is also for this reason that he can free up part of the computing power to simulate this thing. He also knew very well that no matter what the result of the simulation was, it would definitely be very different from reality. He could only give himself a reference for how to develop the simulation in the future. Starting simulation after receiving instructions. Start importing data. Start importing civilization development history. Start importing civilization war history. Start importing civilization intelligent life data. Just like that. The simulation began soon with the sound of mechanical sounds. The first simulation starts. A simulation ends and the simulation data starts to be imported. As the data appeared, Jiang Yao quietly watched the history of civilization development simulated by this supercomputer. However, after seeing this information, he couldn't help but frown. Because in this simulation, he was solved by those two civilizations. How is this possible? Even if we master the laws of evolution, is there no way we can fight against those two civilizations? After thinking for a long time, he once again issued "If your destiny." But this time he changed something. After he mastered the law, he extended the time indefinitely for hundreds of millions of years, in order to thoroughly study the law. The simulation results this time surprised him. because this time he severely injured the two civilizations. Although his side was similar, the two civilizations came over and killed him later. That is to say, the feasibility of this rule is very high. The reason why we cannot defeat these two civilizations is because the research on the laws is not thorough enough. If this is the case, then I can spend enough time to study the laws clearly. Thinking of this, he immediately started trying it. And then, the next simulation began. In this simulation, he had already understood the entire law, and was fully able to utilize the power of this law. As the simulation began, pieces of data appeared. And soon it was time for him to have a life-or-death showdown with these two civilizations. As the war began, both sides suffered heavy losses. But the bugs that had mastered the laws of evolution continued to fight for their lives, extremely fast to adapt to the rhythm of this war. Immediately afterwards, the abilities of these bugs in all aspects were greatly improved, and what they evolved was completely targeted at these two civilizations. In this way, as time went by, these two civilizations gradually fell into a disadvantage. This time, it was not like the previous fight where both sides suffered losses. This time, my side was completely in a crushing trend. However, the good times did not last long. Just when he thought he was sure to win this wave, the opponent came out with a special weapon, causing heavy losses to his side. Fortunately, at this time, the power of the rule of law came into play, and the insects evolved to deal with it. This kind of weapon thing. If the battle continues like this, although there will be many setbacks along the way, the war will eventually end with the insect winning. After these two civilizations were destroyed, Jiang Yao no longer had any pursuits in solving his own problems. The next days were mainly to research more technologies. After losing his goal, he found that the progress of civilization became extremely slow. At this time, he made a decision to lead the Zerg to conquer other civilizations in hyperspace. Only war can promote rapid progress of civilization. So he knows that war cannot stop. In future wars, it must be said that his civilization is invincible and very powerful. When his civilization developed to a certain point, accidents happened without warning and his civilization began to fall apart and disintegrate. The originally brilliant civilization slowly came to an end, until it was finally destroyed. Seeing this result, Jiang Yao was dumbfounded. He once wondered if there was something wrong with the super brain simulation. Otherwise, how could it be possible? After all, his civilization in the simulation is very powerful. It cannot be said to be the best in the universe, but at least it is ranked high. According to normal logic, it is absolutely impossible for such a civilization to be destroyed unless a more powerful civilization takes action. However, in the simulation, the more powerful civilization did not take action against it. Instead, it went down because of its own reasons. Perished. The most important thing is that the reason for the demise is that it begins to collapse internally. What does this mean that other individuals appear among the Zerg and increase their power? Or maybe there are other ways that he can't think of that will cause civilization to collapse from within. Thinking of this, he immediately adjusted the variables, especially the control of intelligent bugs. He wanted to ensure that no other new intelligent individuals would be born in the civilization. He knows the situation of existing intelligent individuals very well, and such a situation will not happen. If a new intelligent individual appears, then this new intelligent individual will most likely be uncontrollable. After such a wave of operations, the simulation play continued. The simulation results appeared this time, and were the same as the previous ones. The civilization collapsed from within, and eventually led to destruction. This is outrageous. While thinking about it, he couldn't help but frown. He could never accept such a result. Then he continued the simulation. No matter how many times he went through the simulation, as long as the two defeated civilizations were behind hyperspace, his final result would be the same. Super Brain Summary. After a long time, Jiang Yao asked Superintelligence to summarize the results of the simulation and the possibility of the destruction of civilization. Starting to sort data. Data sorting is completed. Start summary. Summary completed. As the voice of Super Brain sounded, some general conclusions about the final simulation appeared in front of Jiang Yao. The Zerg is a powerful race in the universe and has mastered 2 innate laws. This means that the starting point of the Zerg is higher than most races in the universe. A race that lives exclusively for war. There is only war in their history. Similarly, in order to adapt to war, bugs have evolved various special abilities. For a civilization, making a battleship requires a lot of materials and preparations. But for the Zerg, it can be made in just a moment. Every race in the universe has shortcomings and advantages. The sufficient features are very obvious, but its flaws are also very obvious. In the 372 simulations conducted, the final fate of each reorganization was negative. After summary, what can be determined is the fate of the Zerg. It may be destined from the beginning. The strength of this race, the characteristics of this race determine its final fate. The Zerg's demand for resources is really too high. Although the demand for resources by individual Zerg is not very high, due to this huge quality. When civilization develops to a certain stage, one universe, or even 100 universes cannot sustain the consumption of the huge system of Zerg. When all the universes that can be entered are consumed, the Zerg can only wait quietly for death to come. Development is not about how many troops you want to have, nor how much universe you want to grow. It is more about thinking about how to lead civilization to a higher dimension. Looking at the suggestions and conclusions given by superintelligence, Jiang Yao fell into deep thought. If this continues, the race may not be able to continue to be maintained due to lack of resources in the future. Chapter 862 Law Research Successful. At this time, Jiang Yao was thinking as he watched superintelligence give his suggestions. Indeed, the development of civilization is not about a certain individual moving forward with civilization, but about the entire civilization making a leap. Looking back on everything he had experienced, he was indeed following this route unintentionally. Let the bugs evolve again and reach higher levels. From the most basic 3 dimensions to the subsequent multiple dimensions, you can control the qualitative leap of insects at will. What if your race is not Zerg? At this time, he couldn't help but think about this problem. But when he thought about this problem, he couldn't help but stiffen. If the race I lead is not a group consciousness, but a single consciousness, then in the face of the power that can enhance the dimension, can I give them all these things? Regarding this question, he shook his head. He felt that if this was really the case, he would only give such abilities to some of them, not all of them. According to this development route, if it develops to a later stage, a very terrible thing will happen. Only a small number of people in civilization have strong power. And this small number of people with strong power will regard others as ants. They can control most of the resources and voice in the civilization. They will also fight with each other and even eliminate others. This is the biggest problem in individual consciousness. Even with the development of science and technology, they have mastered the method, so that everyone's minds can be connected together to achieve sharing of thoughts. But a separate consciousness has a separate mind, which is completely impossible to do like the Zerg. He soon figured out the reason. According to the normal path of civilization development, it would be impossible for the entire civilization to collectively ascend to another dimension. As a civilization with individual consciousness, it usually develops faster than a group consciousness. It's like intellectual property. The protection of intellectual property rights puts many people under various restrictions when using certain things. After all, once you use something, you have to pay a corresponding price. If you use it without paying, it will involve infringement. As time goes by, more and more things have been registered with these property rights, which will make it very difficult for many people to use something every time. They may even complain that in this age, everything requires money. However, if you think about it differently, it is a completely different view. If there is no protection of property rights, it means that the fruits of your hard work can be easily plagiarized by others. If you don't have any interests, then you don't need to work hard to accomplish something. It is because of the interest involved that some people are willing to pay for it. And it is also because of the protection of intellectual property rights that they can benefit from it. The mutual benefit of the two will lead to the continuous invention and creation of individuals, thus promote the progress of the entire civilization. Therefore, a separate consciousness has an absolute advantage in development. Similarly, if it is shared thinking, then there will be a different result. Others can easily take away the fruits of your hard work. So the meaning of your efforts is where? In such a situation, the best way to deal with it is to lie down and wait for the fruits of other people's labor to be delivered to your door. If everyone has such thoughts, then civilization will stop moving forward. Therefore, mind sharing is very useful in the early stage of development, but it is of little use in the later stage. And being a Zerg is another way of thinking. As single individuals, as old bugs, they will devote all their efforts to the entire race. They will not have other ideas. For them, everything they do is centered on the entire race or the leader. No matter how much you pay here, whether you get something in return or not, they will pay. For them, this is their mission. Except for this special race, other bugs have no other superfluous thoughts. They will only unswervingly execute one order after another. Compared with other races, the biggest advantage of the Zerg race is that all bugs will selflessly dedicate everything to the species without any selfishness. At the same time, the development of the Zerg is essentially different from other races, because the development of the Zerg only considers one thing, and that is how to evolve. The power of the Zerg itself lies in its body, not its technology. For this race, improvement is evolution, and evolution can be enjoyed by the entire race, because there is no so-called personal thought in the race. It was also for this reason that he dared to let all the bugs evolve with confidence. The Zerg race is very special. Its various characteristics determine that it can reach the end. But this must have a prerequisite. That is, it can develop. For a race like this, no matter whether any civilization knows this, but all civilizations, what everyone can see is the terrifying fighting ability of this race and their characteristics. This kind of race that reproduces extremely quickly for no reason can expand the population to an incredible level in the shortest time. If it is not curbed, no matter how strong the civilization is, it will eventually be wiped out by the insect swarm. So usually, once a race like this emerges in the universe, it will face an impact from the entire universe. This is the consensus of all civilizations. So it is difficult for such a race to reach this position. And I am able to reach this point because of various opportunities and coincidences. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had entered a special area called the Universe Junction in a certain universe. There he also met a Zerg that was similar to him. And this Zerg had a stronger reproductive capacity than him. Facing the overwhelming swarm of insects, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. But at that time, he also saw a scene that he would never forget. A small black ball wiped out that race. At this time, he had always thought that the world observer was targeting that race. He had always thought that he was a fish kept in a fish tank. It was not until this moment that he realized that maybe his original idea was wrong. It should be a powerful existence that noticed this race and learned about the characteristics of this race. This existence knew very well that if this race was allowed to develop disorderly, then he might be wiped out by this race. So he chose to take action at that time. Jiang Yao can be sure that the civilization that took action at that time had at least reached the level of a superdimensional civilization. But such a large-scale action would inevitably be suppressed by the will of the universe. No. I thought wrong. If a civilization that has indeed reached that level takes action at will, it may be suppressed by the will of the universe. But it is undeniable that the will of the universe is actually some special life forms. It's just that a civilization that has reached that level cannot directly contact or correct this kind of life form. But if we continue to go back, will it appear that he can easily fight with this existence? It is even said that he has the ability to defeat the opponent again. If this is the case, then he can take action at will. Thinking of this, his eyes unconsciously looked towards the universe. He felt that the universe at this moment was extremely deep and dark. And there were too many things hidden in this darkness. He doesn't know what the future will be like if he just continues along this path. Maybe now I can only keep moving forward. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of another thing that Super Brain mentioned before. The development of civilization is not about the strength of a single individual, but the advancement of the entire civilization. The development of the same civilization is not only about conquests, but also relies on wars to expand the population and expand the power. In this way, you will indeed be very powerful. But when the resources disappear, you will only usher in decline. Maybe this node is what I will encounter if I continue to develop. Through simulation, I know the existence of this node, which means that I must change my future development route. It is true that now he wants to obtain resources through war, strengthen himself, and constantly accumulate strength. However, until this simulation, he understood that his path may not be correct. Until this moment, he suddenly remembered those extra-dimensional civilizations hidden in the dark. Have they already discovered this? So they are hiding in the dark? If they want to unify according to their abilities, this universe will be very simple. I have reached that point before, and I understand very well that even if we reach that point, there is still a huge demand for resources. And it is even said that the demand will be even greater. Under such circumstances, they chose to tolerate it. At that time, I always thought it was the suppression of cosmic consciousness. But now it seems that is not the case. Maybe the suppression of cosmic consciousness is like this in a certain proportion. But more of it should be this reason. After thinking about everything at this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but begin to examine the future development route of his own civilization. But when he started thinking about it, he suddenly laughed to himself. Sure enough, the more you do, The more mistakes you make, and the more you know, the more you think, ha ha ha, I can't believe it. I can't believe that after such a long period of changes. At this time, he couldn't help but wonder if there was a certain destiny somewhere, because he remembered a development route he had planned for his civilization when he was still on the Blackworm planet. Adopt the elite development route to ensure that every insect has strong strength and a high degree of evolution, so that quality can suppress quantity. This was a development policy he originally formulated for his race. However, as time went by, this policy gradually changed and began to slowly increase in quantity, especially after enjoying the benefits of quantity in the later period. This trend became even more out of control. Now he may have given up on quality and relied entirely on quantity, relying on the powerful evolutionary ability of the Zerg. Each bug has strong strength, and then expanded the quantity to a very terrifying level to crush the enemy. This is his development path now. But this is completely different from the elite level evolutionary route. After taking a long detour until this moment, he looked back and suddenly realized that he had made many plans for himself when he was ignorant. Now they seemed to be completely correct. But in the process of development, he had deviated from these plans. At this time, he immediately realized that he might have taken a detour for many years. Although on the surface, his development was still very fast, and various technologies were broken. In fact, these developments and a real qualitative leap were completely different things. If we want civilization to truly reach the point where it can compete with those levels, then it must make a qualitative leap. Which is not to say that it is constantly climbing up within a box. But no matter how it climbs, it will always be within this box. At this time, he felt like he was in this state, constantly moving forward within a general box. But no matter how he moved forward, it could only be limited here, and he could not get out of this box. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood something. It seems that the next development route must be changed back. Of course, in addition to this, if there are still a few points of quantity, it will definitely have advantages, and it will definitely have its benefits. But I can put the quantity into as for the subordinate races. I can't break through to the super dimension because of the technological route. In this case, there is no problem in letting them use the numbers. It is perfectly fine to rely on them as cannon fodder or to collect resources. The elite level evolutionary route is placed on the Zerg side. Thinking of this, he immediately informed all the brain worms of his idea, and asked them to start studying the laws of evolution based on this idea. It has to be said that sometimes a small change can make a lot of things qualitatively change. Just like this idea of his. This idea made Brainworm immediately change the direction of his previous research and instead move the direction closer to more precise areas. With the change of ideas, various new research results were quickly reflected, and the understanding of the rules also entered the final level. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao couldn't help but nod secretly. It was obvious that his idea was correct. Time flies like this, and 3 years have passed quickly. In these 3 years, the overall pattern of the universe has undergone great changes. First, the fate of multiple super civilizations began to clean up the surrounding civilizations. Some of the same advanced civilizations discovered this. In the end, they had no choice but to unite together to fight against the super civilizations. But the gap between the two is so huge. Low-level civilizations can only rely on quantity to desperately make up for the gap in quality. Even in this case, super civilizations still have the upper hand. But what is eye-catching is that these are composed of low-level civilizations. It's so huge that the Alliance can still barely resist. Of course, apart from these things, there is also more exciting news. That means Jiang Yao's law research was successful. This news is naturally good news for the entire ethnic group, especially since they have researched this law themselves. Chapter 863 New System. In the past, their various researches were all under the secret arrangements of those civilizations. So even if they reach the later stage, they will be manipulated by the opponent. But things are different now. Now they study everything themselves. There are no hidden problems at all. And this law is a special law that comes with the Zerg race, which means that they have more ability to understand this law. This is like buying casual clothes and custom-made clothes. Although they can both be worn, custom-made clothes are obviously more suitable. At the same time, in this universe, there are very few civilizations that can have independent laws. After all, this thing is too dependent on talent. Therefore, all kinds of blessings make players feel a little more at ease about the future. In this way, as the research on the rules was successful, Jiang Yao soon began to use it. The first step is to replace all the bugs. As the order was issued, an overwhelming number of insects rushed towards the insect nest. At the same time, the insect nest also immediately started to take action. I saw densely packed bugs entering the nest and starting to be decomposed into biomass. At the same time, these biomass were used by the nest to hatch more bugs. At this time, Jiang Yao was quietly watching the scene in front of him with some emotion in his heart. Sure enough, no matter how many times I watched the scene, I am still very shocked. At this time, he murmured, the Zerg race's utilization of resources has reached a terrifying level. If the scene of insects rushing to the insect nest and transforming is regarded as that of other intelligent civilizations, it is like living beings voluntarily throwing themselves into the furnace. This is a very scary thing. But this is perfectly normal for bugs. In this way, under Jiang Yao's gaze, the transformation bug was hatched. These bugs don't seem to have changed much from the previous bugs. However, the resource consumption for each conversion is extremely exaggerated. The same insect consumes nearly 100 times more resources than before. This was the result of optimizing the bugs for quantity flow so that resource consumption was minimized every time the bugs hatched. This resource consumption. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but shake his head. This resource consumption is a bit exaggerated. But he doesn't particularly care about this. After all, he has decided to take the quality route in the future. So he doesn't particularly care about quantity. Let's see what's different about the new bugs first. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao directly called a velociraptor and used it for experiments. As the experiment began, various data soon appeared in front of Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was also shocked when he saw these data. First of all, the overall strength of the velociraptor has increased by at least 30 times. Although this 30-fold improvement seems a bit cost-effective compared to 100-fold resource consumption, that's not how it works out. These 30 times improvements are concentrated together, which means that both attack and defense have been upgraded several levels. Although 30 times does not seem to be much, facing hundreds of swift beasts that have not been improved, I am afraid that this one will be improved by 30 times. Times can easily solve them all. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that apart from the 30-fold improvement here, there is something even more amazing to him. And this is another function of the law of evolution. That is when Jiang Yao conducted a complete attack test on the velociraptor. During the attack test, he discovered the terrifying aspects of the law of evolution. At first, Jiang Yao directly let the hydralisk use its sharp blade to cut the velociraptor. The attack power of the evolved hydralisk is self-evident, and it easily cuts through the velociraptor. But soon the severed forelimbs of the raptor grew back very quickly. Of course, Jiang Yao was not surprised by this. But what happened next shocked him. The newly grown parts evolved a special armor-like substance. And at the same time, other parts of the velociraptor also began to grow this substance. In this way, the defense power of the swift beast has been greatly improved. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao naturally let the hydralisk try to attack again. Sure enough, just as he thought, this time the hydralisk's attack was very difficult to break through the velociraptor's defense. Although the final result was still broken, the velociraptor recovered faster this time, and he also grew stronger armor. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that because it is very difficult to attack to break through the defense, the hydralisk has also evolved. The red snake and the dragon beast were like stepping on the left foot and the right foot, constantly evolving and strengthening each other, which made Jiang Yao's eyelids jump wildly. I now understand why this rule was not used in the previous simulation. Once Baifeng uses this rule, the winning rate will be greatly improved. This is simply a freaking bug. In the past, the evolution of bugs required passing through the insect nest. For example, if the bugs died due to various attacks during the battle, then the corpses of the bugs would be transported to the insect nest. And the insect nest would also start to digest it according to the insect nest. Based on the opponent's situation, the DNA is reorganized so that the bug has the ability to fight against it. This speed of evolution may seem very fast to other organisms. After all, it may take tens of thousands of years for a normal organism to complete evolution. But it only takes a few days for insects. This speed is already amazing. But now evolution takes only a few seconds. There is no need to go through cordyceps at all. The bugs themselves can accomplish this. This also makes up for the fact that the bugs will suffer heavy losses in the first confrontation. In the first battle of many wars in the past, bugs were used to collect data to provide purification directions for the follow-up. Then, with these data, they carried out targeted evolution and then competed with the opponent. In this case, The bugs that collected data in the first battle were basically sacrificed. But it is different now. Now the bugs themselves can complete the task. And they will become stronger as they fight. And the bigger they are, the more perfect they will be in all aspects. Even Jiang Yao couldn't help but marvel at this improvement. This was really outrageous. And it had subverted his understanding of conventional creatures. At the same time, he also clearly understood the essential improvement after entering a superdimensional civilization. This is somewhat exaggerated. But this is just what I want. Only with such a physical improvement can we fight against those civilizations. But the only flaw is that the resource consumption is indeed a bit serious. But he is not too worried about this. First of all, he has accumulated a lot of resources over the years. And he has no plans to end immediately. So now, he is not short of resources. Next, he began to conduct various experiments on the insects. For the insects that had just mastered the power of this special law, they naturally needed to understand the characteristics as soon as possible. After some understanding, he basically understood the general situation of the bugs. The first is the recovery ability of bugs. This recovery ability can continuously evolve with the frequency and severity of your injuries. And the pace of evolution is very fast. However, this evolution also has an upper limit. He estimates that this is in line with his own rules. Depth of research matters. Now he has only mastered this rule initially, and has not fully applied it. At the same time, he also discovered that there is a prerequisite for these bugs to complete a series of outrageous operations. And this prerequisite is to have enough biomass. Although this thing can be transmitted remotely through the insect nest. Usually the insect nest hides in a safe area, and it is impossible to directly join the battlefield. So every battle needs to carry enough behemoth as a resource. Supply point. Similarly, once a bug is divided into two, it can even split into two bugs. Of course, this is not a split. This is the insect's powerful recovery ability, which directly allows both sides to recover. But the strength of such a bug will be doubled. And the more it is divided, the more its strength will drop. Simply put, its total strength is at a value. Once it is divided, then this integer will also be divided. Fortunately, these separated insects can continue to reorganize themselves. To put it simply, theoretically, even one cell of your own bug can be fully restored. But this is impossible. It is even said that after being cut into small pieces, there is no ability to recover. Because each time the injury is restored, a large amount of biomass is consumed. And it is completely impossible to store a sufficient amount of biomass in small pieces. According to Jiang Yao's tests, judging from the current situation, only 10 can be split at most. And if you want to reorganize, you must complete the recovery of these split individual units before you can reorganize. Each recovery of individual units will consume a recovery value, which also leads to the recovery value once this happens. The bugs probably don't have much biomass left. After all, the amount that could have been restored 10 times was now evenly distributed among 10 bodies. And the final reorganization was equivalent to only being restored once. And each bug can only support such an extreme operation. Of course, if a lot of biomass has been recovered and consumed before, and then divided into many parts, then these bugs can consider swallowing other parts, and then gather the biomass on 1 or 2 individuals. Although a lot of biomass will be lost if you do this, it will save a lot compared to restoring 10. Of course, this is still one of the special abilities that bugs currently possess. In addition, there is the aspect of evolution. Each evolution also requires the consumption of a lot of biomass. And this kind of evolution is very special. It can only evolve in a targeted manner. For example, when fighting an enemy, and the enemy uses a laser weapon, the bug will immediately evolve and develop corresponding resistance. But at this time, it will be attacked by a physical weapon. It will also gain physical resistance if it evolves. Adding the two together, various problems arise. That is, the consumption of biomass is extremely exaggerated. At the same time, when the bug attacks, it finds that the opponent's defense is very high and cannot break through it at all. Each attack may undergo an evolution next time to strengthen its own attack. There are many evolutions in various aspects. Overall, the total amount of biomass consumption will also increase, plus the consumption of biomass to restore injuries. All in all, now every bug has turned into the biomass they need, which is too exaggerated, although they can become more and more powerful in battle. The premise is that your resource consumption must keep up. Otherwise, something might easily happen. To put it simply, the demand for resources by insects has increased now, which means that Jiang Yao has an extra expense out of thin air. Previous bugs, Bugs that die after a battle can be converted into biomass. Although the conversion ratio is far less than the consumption during manufacturing, it can still make up for some things to a large extent. But it's different now. Now, not only is the conversion ratio low, but there is also a very terrible additional cost during combat. Just imagine. In the past, 60% of your resources were returned to you after a bug died. However, now a bug needs to consume hundreds of times more resources when hatching. And then when fighting, it may need to consume 100 or 200 times more resources than before. In the end, when the bug dies, only 60% will be returned to you. Calculated in this way, the increase in expenditure is very scary. At the same time, Jiang Yao also understood that under such circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for him to continue to take the quantitative route as before, and he simply could not afford such a huge expenditure. As for the quality route, although he is now very confident in the new bugs, he has not yet conducted a formal actual combat, and no one can tell what the specific effects will be. In this way, time passed day by day with his various thoughts. After all the data was tested, Jiang Yao also announced the new data to everyone. At the same time, after getting these data, a group of players also had different expressions. It was obvious that they were also shocked by the new data of the bugs. That is to say, according to the current routine, we can only take the quality route. But to put it bluntly, if you look at the single unit improvement of this bug, it's almost a pervert. It doesn't seem that bad if it takes the quality route. This can already be described as unbelievable. You can continuously evolve independently during battle. Not only that, but the most important thing is that this evolution also improves attack in all directions. If the evolutionary attack is weak, and the defense is weak, what is missing from the evolutionary defense? What kind of evolution? This is simply unbelievable. Although he had also gone through the elite evolution route in the past, that group of players had already passed away. So these new players were still very curious about this mode. Although they have come back to the starting point, the players are no longer the same group of players. As for what will happen in the future, Jiang Yao actually has no idea. Forget it. Why are you thinking so much? Just take it one step at a time. But we still have to find a way to find a similar civilization to start with so that the players can get used to it. This step is inevitable. After all, new systems and new gameplay take time. Chapter 860 for the plans of several superdimensional civilizations. Naturally, after new routines were developed, everyone also focused on this. I'll go. Brothers, there is something useful in this update. At this time, many players were also discussing this matter. How should I put it? The strength of a single unit has been greatly improved, but the costs have also gone up. I think it's worth it. After all, the bugs now get stronger as they fight. In the past, there were a lot of bug swarms, but when you encounter enemies with high strength, you will die as many as you attack. At this time, players are also analyzing the pros and cons of this matter. For them, they need to operate in order to achieve the greatest value for money. After some discussion, the players came up with several new genres. Of course, the intensity of these schools is just that. But for players, this is the new gameplay they have developed. The new gameplay developed by players is very simple. Although the prices of military units have increased exponentially, the prices of some basic units will not be exaggerated no matter how much they are increased. Therefore, players' idea is to get more basic units and use the characteristics of evolution to train them to a very high level. High intensity. In this case, not only the quantity is guaranteed, but also the intensity is not a big problem. In fact, this is normal for players. After all, they pay more attention to quantity now. After all, they have always taken the quantity route, and suddenly changing to the quality route is a bit uncomfortable. So some players want to use some low-level units to increase the quantity. It's okay to insist on such a routine. After all, combat is not only divided into space combat, but also ground combat. So for players, they can play however they want, as long as they don't deviate too much. In this way, time passed day by day. The players have also obtained a batch of accurate data through various experiments. When the total amount of resources is determined, if low-level arms are used to suppress the quantity, the overall damage amount will be higher than that of high-level arms. But because the strength of the low-level arms is here, if the opponent's arms are strong enough, they will be easily destroyed by the group. All in all, both types of arms, whether low-level or high-level, have their own advantages. It just depends on how you choose. Players have a variety of choices. and subsequent operations will not be so entangled. After all, it is impossible to force players to follow their own route in the early stage. Now there are many choices, and the choices will not make the strength drop too much. This is for players who are new to this stage, is naturally a good thing. In this way, as time went by, players gradually adapted to the new bugs, and after adapting, the next step was to start wars against other civilizations. Through fighting with other civilizations, I can understand some specific conditions of my own bugs. After all, the previous data were all simulated data, and my real data still has certain deviations. In order to ensure nothing goes wrong, this time, naturally the players have to choose an enemy whose strength is comparable to theirs. This also makes players somewhat confused. According to the current situation, if the strength is equal to one's own, then one must reach the super dimension. However, the players do not want to end up and face off against those civilizations. After all, for the players, everything must be arranged in advance, and they must be cautious when dealing with that level of civilization. Therefore, players also have exclusive tactics for that civilization. They need to hide themselves well. When these super civilizations fight against each other in the later stage, they will be caught off guard by the sudden end. Moreover, the players also discovered that with the emergence of the law of evolution, the universe's suppression of them will gradually increase. Time passes less and less. This law is simply against the heavens. You just need to give me enough time to wait until I have almost evolved. Then when I fight against these civilizations, I will be at full status. But they will have to eat negative buffs all the time. This is somewhat exaggerated, which means that from the beginning, I am not on the same level as these civilizations. I want these civilizations to be several levels higher. Sometimes civilization is just unfair. Different civilizations have not been on the same starting line from beginning to end. It is not as good as it is now, with such a big advantage compared to other civilizations. Of course, even if he has a huge advantage here, he still doesn't dare to be too reckless. After all, he still understands the principle of being careless and losing Jingzhou. So at this time, everyone is also discussing whether to take action now. The current situation is that if we want to increase the intensity of our experiments, we must at least attack civilizations at the two levels of super civilization or super civilization. Once we attack a civilization of this level, we will be easily exposed. After all, the movement of this civilization is very small. But under such circumstances, it will inevitably attract other civilizations of the same level in the universe. Even if they cannot find our traces, they can be sure that there is another such civilization in the universe. This level of civilization will make them more cautious in subsequent operations. They all agreed with the Chinese spoken by this player. But they also had to think about another issue. For us, the best thing for now is to hide and wait until later to come out. But there are still problems. We don't have much experience with this new unit at all. When it comes to the decisive battle in the later stage, we will have no experience at all. It will be embarrassing if we overturn by then. So I have to use the new unit to perfection in advance. Faced with this new combat mode, players are also helpless. It's their first time too. The most uncomfortable thing is the civilization that has not yet experimented. Fellow veterans, why don't we experiment with advanced civilizations? This way we won't be exposed easily. This proposal is really not good. Advanced civilizations can't break through defenses. It's just crushing. How can we experiment under such circumstances? For the first time, players experienced the consequences of too much intensity. But soon they figured out a way. That is to attack super civilizations. Civilizations of this level can cause certain damage to them. Of course, before taking action, players need to find a way to isolate this civilization. It is still difficult to isolate a civilization of this level without anyone noticing. And it takes a long time. However, once isolated, players can perform various operations inside. After having a preliminary plan, the players naturally started to take action immediately. They first chose a super civilization that was not particularly strong. Although among super civilizations, this civilization was not very strong. It had at least reached this level. For players, they only need the other party to reach this level, and it will be okay. It took a very long time. And the players finally isolated this civilization. Then the players began to attack this civilization very quickly. And various data were collected by the players. The data obtained this time is far beyond our imagination. I have to say that sometimes it is worth paying a little bit. The first is the low-level arms of the group. Although the ability to evolve is very strong, their attributes are low. When encountering some powerful civilizations, They may be killed before they start evolving. Although the survivability of the new bugs has been greatly improved. But it is undeniable that its intensity, especially evolution, was not particularly high before. However, low-level units can attack each other before the war begins to evolve their defense capabilities. This way, they will not be easily defeated when they go out to fight. It has to be said that this ultra-rapid evolution has derived a lot of gameplay, at least for the players. After developing several new gameplays, they feel as if they have opened the door to a new century. All in all, as time goes by, various new routines have appeared. In the process of fighting against this civilization, players have also figured out the strength of their own bugs and how to fight. Although their routines are still relatively immature at the moment, it is already very good to be able to have such routines when they just took over this new gameplay. As for the future, they need to play more with other people to slowly hone their skills. The basic combat capabilities are there. In the next period of time, players will continue to collect resources. The universe is becoming more and more chaotic now. Those superdimensional civilizations have not come to an end so far, but they have set off a new trend in the universe. I don't know what their ultimate goal is. Although he has bumped along the way and finally reached this point, he knows too little about the information that civilization has at this stage. Continue to observe. I want to see what those civilizations are doing for. In this way, as time passed quickly, the war in this universe became more and more intense. One after another, powerful civilizations were forced to die. But those few superdimensional civilizations still stayed firmly on the Diaoyu Islands. So why are they doing this? Do they want to use this method to weaken the suppression of them by the consciousness of the universe? By continuously destroying civilization, we suppress the consciousness of the universe. If we do this, the universe will eventually lead to irreversible self-destruction. He still didn't quite understand what the other party was doing. But he was fairly clear that the current goal of the other party should be to find a way to extend the life of the universe, so that they could have a permanent place to live. However, this idea is just a thought at the moment. The technology required to achieve this is too terrible. Even here, he only has a general idea and how to operate it, which will be discussed later. Civilization told him so. The subject of continuing life in the universe does not seem to be that important to a super civilization. But after a quick understanding, he finally understood how civilization at this stage operates. First of all, at this stage of his life, civilization has two paths. The first is to break through the restrictions and enter hyperspace and develop in the hyperspace. Although the environment there is harsh and there are many unknown enemies, there are not so many restrictions. The second route is to continue to stay in the universe. Because after reaching this level, if the civilization continues to change universes, the impact will be very large. Especially when beings of their strength enter the new universe rashly. They will be destroyed by the universe. The awareness is very powerful. Therefore, for a civilization of this level, if they can find a way to continue the life of the universe, they can stay in the same universe forever, and they will not be subject to so much suppression and the risks of changing universes in the future. Compared with these superdimensional civilizations, it is naturally impossible for him to stay here in the future. After all, his enemies are all in hyperspace, and he will always enter that area to seek revenge from those civilizations. But before we get into that area, we need to continue to develop. In this way, as time goes by, the pattern of this universe has also undergone great changes. There are a few secret hands who try to cause wars that directly radiate to the entire universe. And these superdimensional civilizations seem to have discussed it in advance. And they directly chose to take action when the suppression of consciousness was at its weakest. And the most surprising thing was that they actually killed one of those special creatures after taking action. And then, they immediately sent a special warship to collect the creature. Of course, their approach naturally attracted counterattacks from other creatures. But they had prepared everything they needed to prepare in advance. So they successfully escaped this disaster. Then they use a special method to hide themselves, and wait until the limelight has passed before they reappear. In this way, Jiang Yao secretly watched all the things these civilizations did, and he couldn't figure out why the other party did this, especially after killing that special creature. What is the use of the body of this special creature? Naturally, he didn't know what was going on here. At the same time, the other party actually had the means to attack that kind of creature, which made Jiang Yao extremely curious. After all, they have not yet developed relevant methods. This means that compared to themselves, they still have their own advantages when targeting this kind of creature. However, compared to their own continuous elimination through evolution, there is still a certain gap in terms of adapted races. In this way, this incident ended quickly. And for the next period of time, these civilizations were very peaceful. At the same time, through this period of understanding, Jiang Yao can basically confirm that the other party is equivalent to a coalition. As long as he takes action against one of the civilizations, the remaining two will definitely come to help. Which means that it is really if they want to fight, they will have to fight against 3. He certainly had no chance of winning in a 1-on-3 match. So he had to be thankful that he had not been impulsive before. Otherwise, he might have been carried away directly. Chapter 865 Transforming the Universe. 3 civilizations form a union. So their purpose is very simple. That is, to extend the life of this universe through various means. Apart from this, he really couldn't imagine what other purpose the other party had to unite these top civilizations. Jiang Yao doesn't know whether they can accommodate a 4th civilization of the same level. But based on his many years of experience, he feels that the possibility of this is very low. Once he is exposed, he may be attacked. 3-party encirclement and suppression. No matter how chaotic the universe is, the opponent's fundamentals will not change. He still sees the nature of the current universe relatively clearly. Although the current universe has intentionally provoked a war against them, the core civilization of this universe is, to put it bluntly, the 3 of them. As long as the 3 of them exist, the pattern of the universe will never change. So now, no matter how chaotic it is just an illusion. No matter how much I mess with it, as long as it is not directly aimed at the 3 of them, the impact on them will be minimal. All in all, for him now, he can only be more careful and experiment with some super civilizations so that players can adapt to some things faster. That's all. As for these superdimensional, Weming takes action. And he knows very well that he does not have such ability now. At the same time, he also had to think about another problem. Although on the surface it seems that there are 3 civilizations of this level in this universe. What is the real situation? Are there other civilizations in a similar situation to mine, which have been hidden in the dark? He felt that the possibility of this was very high. At a civilization of his level, as long as he did not take the initiative to expose himself, it would be impossible for others to discover him. At least a civilization of the same level would not be able to discover him so easily. If you can hide other levels of civilization, you may also be able to hide it. But after thinking about it, he finally shook his head. It seemed that this matter was not important to him. If such a civilization really existed, then such a civilization would not dare to take the lead. After all, if it does take the lead, it would be targeted. 3 attacks. In this way, time passed day by day. Jiang Yao chose to hide himself and did not expose himself. As time passed, the situation of the cosmic war became more and more tragic. Soon, 80% of the civilization in the universe was involved in the war, and civilization was perishing at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Jiang Yao also found that the suppression of cosmic consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. This is naturally related to the civilization that is constantly dying. And it is also related to the other side's civilization constantly taking action against this special life form. So what exactly is the other party's purpose? At this time, he was paying attention to everything in this universe. As a super civilization, he knows very well that after reaching this level, every civilization cannot do meaningless things. Some of the things they do may not be understood by many people on the surface, but in fact they have their own meaning. The profound meaning is that it is not best not to make any comments until the end. So at this time, he was quietly observing every move of this civilization, wanting to see what they plan to do. In this way, as time goes by, everything seems to be back on track. With the end of the cosmic war, many civilizations have returned to the stage of self-cultivation and recuperation. Some destroyed civilized planets have also had new life being born. The cycle of reincarnation has begun. Among all these changes, the most obvious thing to Jiang Yao's senses is that the universe seems to have undergone great changes. The suppression of super civilization by the will of the universe can be said to be negligible. At the same time, Jiang Yao also noticed that something very strange happened somewhere in this universe. At the same time, the warships of these 3 civilizations also frequently came and went to this area during this period, and the anomalies in this area became larger and larger as time went by. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, Jiang Yao discovered that the suppression of the cosmic consciousness began to gradually increase, and at the same time, the anomalies in that special area gradually disappeared. To be precise, it should not disappear, but should be buried by the cosmic consciousness. So what are they doing over there? What the other party did also made him extremely curious. Indeed, the other party's behavior was too strange. You have to figure out what they're doing. At this time, when Jiang Yao faced the strange behavior of the other party, his first thought was to find out what the purpose of the other party's troublesome operation was. The entire civilization of the other party was too incredible. They tried their best to get rid of these cosmic consciousnesses, and then began to operate without cosmic consciousness. However, after the cosmic consciousness was restored, they stopped operating again, and seemed to be waiting the next reincarnation. If you insist on the other party's operation, first of all, it is very complicated, and secondly, the purpose is really unpredictable. The unknown means uncertainty and danger. I was thinking about that area. They will definitely monitor it strictly. So I want to send bugs there. The risk is very high if we investigate. But if we don't go there, it will be difficult to understand their purpose. After thinking for a long time, he decided to let the Euglena evolve indefinitely until it evolved to the point where it could evade the opponent's various surveillances. He didn't know the laws he had mastered so far and the ultimate strength he could exert. He just took advantage of this opportunity to test it. In this way, as the plan started quickly, the target Euglena began his evolutionary journey. As evolution continued, the power of the law of evolution was soon revealed. As this piece of equipment continues to evolve, the signal radius of Euglena becomes smaller and smaller when monitored by various instruments. At the same time, in addition to his great improvement in invisibility, his surveillance capabilities have also been greatly improved. Jiang Yao's plan for the evolution of Euglena this time is very simple. That is, focusing on cultivating the hiding ability and reconnaissance ability of this unit, and completely giving up on the attack ability, sacrificing so many other aspects, and then focusing on cultivating these two abilities naturally makes these two abilities very unsolvable. As time went by, the advantages of this routine were quickly revealed. At the same time, he also understood the current upper limit of his law. It must be said that this law is very powerful. But the same resource consumption is also very terrifying. Constant evolution requires continuous investment of resources into it for replenishment. After some testing, he was able to basically determine that the current limit was 10,000 times. In other words, the limit of the purification law can support these bugs to evolve 10,000 times. The resources consumed each time are similar to the total resources used to create bugs. In other words, if you want to complete the perfect evolution of a bug, you need to consume. The original cost of this insect was about 10,000 times the resource investment. Although he had been mentally prepared for this number, and his scalp was numb, it meant that in the past, he might have been able to easily create tens or even tens of billions of military resources. But now, he was estimated to be able to only create tens of thousands. The gap can be imagined. But by evolving in this way, after the bugs evolved to the limit, their abilities have also been greatly improved, at least with the reputation of the same level. Such bugs are no longer afraid of one-on-one battles with the opponent's warships. In the past, if they wanted to fight with the opponent, they could only adopt a one-to-many strategy. But even if it is one against many, they will still suffer heavy losses during the battle. However, it is different now. Now at a 1 versus 1 situation, the bugs can easily win. This is the law of evolution. The improvement brought to bugs. After putting aside these thoughts, he continued to focus on the eyeworm not far away. At this time, the Euglena has undergone extreme evolution, and even civilizations that have reached his current level cannot find traces of it. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao nodded with satisfaction. In that case, it's time to act. While thinking about him, arrangements started immediately. In this way, this specially evolved eyeworm began to move towards the target area. Jiang Yao was paying close attention to his situation along the way. When this eye entered that area and found no abnormalities in the other party's civilization, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. From this, it can be seen that the resources spent on this wave of evolution were indeed worthwhile. After entering that area, he began to collect data crazily. Soon, Euglena discovered that the number of special creatures in that area was increasing. It was even said that those special creatures in other areas of the universe were moving here. Get closer. As if they have some special target, they usually keep getting closer and then cover it. Depending on the situation, there seems to be something serious inside that requires them to cover it up like this. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao finally understood why that civilization would try to weaken the cosmic consciousness and at the same time develop special weapons that would harm the cosmic consciousness. According to what these cosmic consciousnesses are showing now, They want to. It is absolutely impossible not to clean up all these things in the follow-up work here. But what surprised him was that if he remembered correctly, the time it took for the cosmic consciousness to be wiped out didn't seem to be particularly long. And so much cosmic consciousness appeared in such a short period of time. It can be seen that the reproductive ability of this kind of thing is probably no worse than that of insects. Compared to studying the consciousness of the universe, what he is more concerned about at this time is naturally what this civilization has been doing. Although it was not easy to find out how it was done, he did not panic at all. What he lacks most now is time. Thinking of this, he immediately adjusted the flow rate of time. To be precise, he adjusted the flow rate of time in the player's sleeping cabin. In this case, for the players, they may have experienced 1 day, but the outside world may have experienced hundreds of millions, or even billions of years. In this way, as he operated, time soon came to the time of the second great cleansing. Just as Jiang Yao imagined, these civilizations would carry out a great cleansing of the universe every once in a while. Similar to the last operation, they used the same routine to weaken the consciousness of the universe. What they didn't know during this period was that Jiang Yao's arms had been ambushing that area. When they sent out warships to start clearing that area, Jiang Yao just stared at them quietly. After many years, he was finally able to see clearly what the other party was planning to do. As time went by, the consciousness of the universe in this area was soon cleared. And when the consciousness of the universe here was cleared, the next moment a large number of special warships are swarming over here. Then this civilization began to transform this universe. Of course, the transformation here does not mean transforming the planet, but transforming the entire region of the universe. Now Jiang Yao can clearly see that a large area of this area has been transformed, and the scope of transformation has reached at least one river system. Although a river system does not seem to account for much of a very large universe like this, Rao is already very energetic like this. That means they are transforming the universe. It's just like some low-level civilizations transforming the planet so that it can reign according to their own wishes, or do other things to completely control the planet. These three civilizations want to completely control the entire universe. They want to use this method to transform the universe into something they can control. After understanding the truth of the matter, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. He had to say that the ideas of these three civilizations were indeed very unconstrained. But if their plan succeeds, and the problem of extending the life of the universe may be solved, the reason why the universe dies is because it has a set of logic that operates autonomously. The problems that arise in this logic at a certain link are similar to those of a complex and precise instrument. Likewise, the entire instrument will undergo huge changes, which are irreversible. However, if this instrument is not an autonomous operator, but can be controlled, and can be modified or repaired at will, in this case, even if a problem occurs, then only the broken parts need to be replaced. Then the instrument can still function, keep running. Although it sounds simple, it requires too much effort to accomplish this. Basically, no civilization is willing to do such a thing, because it takes a very long time. It's even said that after the universe is destroyed, I'm afraid you haven't even completed half of your transformation. And in the process of transformation, it is also very troublesome to clean up the cosmic consciousness. Just like those three civilizations, they must carry out transformation every long time. The main reason is because of the cosmic consciousness. While looking towards Jiang Yao, he carefully observed the transformation of these civilizations. It must be said that the speed of their transformation was far beyond Jiang Yao's imagination. In just a few hundred years, they transformed half the size of the river system. The speed was astonishing. As time passed quickly, the second transformation was completed. The scope of this transformation also covered the entire river system. With the end of the second transformation, these three superdimensional civilizations began to wait quietly again, waiting for the start of the third transformation. Chapter 866: The Secret of Superdimensional Civilization. At this time, after learning about the situation on the other side, Jiang Yao also fell into thinking. It's such a huge undertaking to transform the entire universe. While thinking about it, he was also wondering if he could do the same thing if it were him. It's true that he is also a little excited about this operation. You must know that if you can change the universe, you can also be like these three super civilizations. If the entire universe was under his control, he could extend the life of the universe indefinitely. This also means that I no longer need to change universes frequently. It is true that there are benefits to changing universes. That is, some universes have a lot of resources and technologies that you have never seen before. But the fact is that there are also various risks in the universe. It's like the high-dimensional universe that I once accidentally broke into. In that universe, he seemed extremely small, if it weren't for the characteristics of his own race that allowed him to continuously evolve. I'm afraid he would really have no future in that battle. But even so, his entire tribe was still almost destroyed in that universe. Although it was the civilization behind it that took action, it could not change the fact that he almost overturned in that universe. I have to say that the gap between universes, or the differences between different universes, is still very large. If he enters a more terrifying universe in the future, can he still withstand it? He even said that now he sees a civilization transforming the universe. Does this mean that maybe some civilization has successfully transformed it? If you are unlucky and enter that universe, what will you encounter? I'm afraid you won't know how to measure it after you go in. After all, they can mobilize the power of the entire universe to target you. So what can you do to resist? It is even said that in that universe, any rules or other things are based on other people's settings. You can only create an area through laws, which are your own rules. But the entire universe is his rules. He can mobilize various extra-dimensional powers to deal with you at will. This is only limited to the power of the universe. And more, not to mention that people still have their own strength, battleships and stuff like that. If you take all these things into account, do you still have a chance of winning? Thinking of this, he became a little curious about this matter. Immediately after thinking of something, he immediately began to investigate the age of this universe. And soon, he discovered a feature. Strictly speaking, this universe is a combination of 3 universes. This is a very strange thing. But sometimes such strange things happen. After his research, he found that these combinations of universes are not natural. It's man-made. This discovery also shocked him, because being able to pull several different universes together and make them merge is a very scary thing in itself. Logically speaking, such a thing is absolutely impossible to happen. Even if it happens, it is definitely not something that a civilization of this level can do. So what methods did these civilizations use to achieve this? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but fall into thinking. Indeed, the other party's behavior was somewhat beyond his expectation, at least in his eyes. This wave of operations by the other party was really unbelievable. Although I don't know exactly what happened. What is certain is that the other party must have mastered a certain special technology to achieve this. But there is no reason, if they really have the ability to integrate universes that are not completely controlled by them, then it won't be so troublesome for them to control a universe. There were all kinds of weirdness in this matter. After a period of understanding, he found that the strength of these 3 civilizations was, to put it bluntly, only half as good as him. Although he has no chance of winning in 1 versus 3, he feels that he can still be invincible in 1 versus 1. If they say they have such ability, it means I don't have such ability. But obviously I don't have that ability. So the fact is that they don't have such ability. But they don't have such ability. But they do such a thing. So how do they do it? Regarding this issue, he felt that he had to find a way to figure it out. Otherwise, if the 3 civilizations were to fight together later, he would not know how he failed. Continue to observe. Even if you let them go through reincarnation a few more times. Even if you find a way to let me arrange some people to participate in reincarnation, you must find out the specific situation. At their level, the literary methods are all kinds of weird. Many times you don't know the principles at all. And then you are caught off guard by the opponent. Although the principles were studied later, it is very easy to target them. But sometimes the war is over. Just a surprise. Therefore, in this level of civilized war, intelligence is very important. Now he has not been exposed, so he has plenty of time. In this way, as time went by, he also started his own kind of operation. And he also created several special events and obtained some important things from it. After these years of observation, he can basically determine the opponent's transformation route and the route of the warship at that time. So at that time, he arranged for a group of bugs to infect some members of a certain super civilization, and then let them mix with the civilization, and with himself helping them behind the scenes. He quickly got into the position of some fleet commanders. Then under his arrangement, this fleet met a modified ship of the other party. After the 2 met, they naturally started fighting without saying a word, although the other party was just a modified ship with partial firepower. In this battle, this super civilization used all the power at its disposal to barely defeat this ship. The battleship was shot down. And the most important thing is that not long after this battleship was shot down, the opponent's battleship group arrived. As for the final result, it is naturally self-evident. This super civilization was destroyed. And then the super civilization behind it began to search for the downed battleship. But no trace of the battleship at that time was found. The data they obtained at that time showed that some people in this civilization should have been interested in this battleship for a long time. They even said that the battleship was discovered very early. And the other party took the battleship and ran away. This incident made the super civilization very angry. So he began to search the entire universe for those bugs that successfully escaped. It was obvious that his actions were in vain after all. If it were so easy to be discovered, Jiang Yao wouldn't have been planning for so long. With this precious battleship and the personnel inside the battleship, Jiang Yao naturally started various operations. Soon through his operations, he had almost figured out the situation. But what made him find the funniest thing was that this civilization didn't seem to be as powerful as he imagined. People in this civilization are very arrogant. Even if they are caught, they still regard Jiang Yao as a bug. But Jiang Yao doesn't care about this. After all, he is a bug himself. Of course, it was expected that they would have such thoughts. After all, they felt that no matter how secretive they were, the civilization behind them would definitely find them. After all, their level of civilization is beyond the imagination of some ant civilizations in this universe. Strictly speaking, the ship they are driving can only be regarded as a scientific research warship. The ship itself has no offensive power. But even so, they can kill several fleets of the other civilization. The gap between the two is self-evident. And even if the other party brings their battleships over, what's the use? The other party simply does not have the ability to analyze what their warships carry. There is no way. The level of technology is here. But while they were still thinking this, some subsequent research suddenly panicked them. Because they discovered that this civilization they looked down upon actually had the power of law. And the other party's technological level is no worse than theirs. At this moment, no matter how stupid they are, they understand that there are other superdimensional civilizations in the universe. And that this civilization has been hiding in the dark and watching their every move. Which makes them feel a little numb. Now they are afraid. They were not afraid before because they know that the civilization behind them will definitely rescue them. After all, they know what this battleship represents. And they also believe that the civilization behind them is also capable of easily rescuing themselves. After all, the civilization behind them is a superdimensional civilization. However, now they see that the other party is also a civilization of the same level. And it seems that the other party has been preparing for their side for a long time. They know that they may never wait until the day they are saved. Now they were panicking. But it was obvious that their panic could not stop the bugs from studying them. In this way, various useful data were quickly collected. The first was a plan formulated by the three joint civilizations. Plan to transform the universe. It's the same as what Jiang Yao observed. Their purpose is to transform the entire universe so that they can perfectly control it. And their research on this technology is also very in-depth. If they want to complete it, they need to consider many issues. First of all, the transformation time is very long. Sometimes there will be problems that he was worried about before. That is, the universe we have reached the end of our lives. But the transformation may not have been completed yet. So all our efforts have been wasted. Of course, this is just the most obvious question. There are many deeper issues. The first is the scope and speed of transformation. Because in the final analysis, the entire universe is one. It cannot be said that only a certain range is transformed. Once a certain range is transformed, it will be the same when the universe reaches the end of its life. Everything you do is all previous efforts have been wasted. And if the transformation is to be successful, the only way is to completely transform the entire universe. If you want to achieve this, it means that your transformation speed must exceed that of the universe. If your own expansion speed cannot reach this point, then everything you do will be in vain. Just imagine the speed of the expansion of the universe. Basically, it can reach the speed of light. Under such circumstances, if your transformation speed is lower than this speed, then you will never make progress. If you want to solve this problem, there is only one way, and that is to stop the expansion of the universe. But if you want to stop the expansion of the universe, how is this possible? However, this problem was eventually solved. That is, by fusing several universes together and restraining each other. In this case, the three universes will stop expanding, but they will also face a problem. That is, the lifespan of the universe will continue to decrease. However, although the lifespan of the universe is constantly decreasing, it does not matter, because once such conditions are achieved, the universe will continue to shrink, and the three universes that have been forcibly merged together will continue to shrink. In this way, the problem of reduced lifespan can be solved, because the universe is constantly shrinking, which means that the scope of their transformation will become smaller and smaller. Simply put, this method can bring the universe into a delicate balance, and if it is transformed, it only needs to completely transform one of the universes. Of course, the other universes have other functions. Just wait until the transformation of your own universe is completed, and let this universe swallow the other two universes to restore itself. Because no matter how careful you are during transformation, it will cause great damage to the universe. If you want to recover, you can only devour other universes. After understanding the causes and consequences, he understood how difficult it was to implement this plan. There are so many things that need to be involved. And the most important thing is that if you want to complete this thing, you need an opportunity. When three universes merge together, first of all, these three universes must meet. But the possibility of encounter between universes is very low. And there is also repulsion between universes. This means that there must be three universes that are affected by different forces, flying in the same direction. And there will be an intersection between their three universes. Only in this way will the three universes collide. Before a collision occurs, some simple modifications must be made to these three universes so that they are not collided with power, but collided with each other. The technology and preparation time involved are very exaggerated. The probability of the three universes being pushed toward one point by external forces is very low. In such a situation, you have to discover it in advance and make preparations in advance. Only after doing these things can you reach where you are now. Given the pattern of the universe, one can only imagine how much preparation these civilizations have made before. Luck and strength are indispensable. If I could occupy the magpie's nest. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but think about such an opportunity in his heart, let alone hundreds of millions of years. It would be impossible for him to encounter it even once in hundreds, or even hundreds of billions of years. If he wants to transform a universe, he may never succeed, because there is no way to achieve such harsh conditions. And now that there is a ready-made one in front of him, Jiang Yao naturally does not want to let it go easily. Chapter 867 A Bold Plan. As soon as this idea came out of his mind, it was out of control. Sit back and enjoy the results. For him now, this is undoubtedly a very good choice. If his plan succeeds, maybe he can really. Mastering a universe in the true sense is no longer like before, just knocking down the opponent's civilization in the universe. Such mastery is not considered mastery. This time, the mastery is to make the entire universe obey his control. For himself, this is simply a good opportunity to reach the sky in one step. Jiang Yao transformed the captured people and turned them into Zerg. After they became Zerg, Jiang Yao obtained too much useful information through them. At the same time, he was also glad that he was relatively obscene. Otherwise something might have happened, because these three civilizations are not as simple as they appear on the surface. These civilizations are very powerful and powerful, beyond Jiang Yao's imagination. First of all, they have reached this level a long time ago, and are considered to be in the middle and upper reaches of this level of civilization. Of course, this is what they call themselves. But based on Jiang Yao's understanding, he feels that even if they cannot reach this level, at least among this level of civilization, they should not be too bad. This is not the point. The point is that they once lived in hyperspace. In other words, they were in hyperspace before, but they only came here through some special means. This alone is enough to show that they are not simple. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that these three civilizations have been together since they were weak. In fact, these three civilizations can be understood as one civilization, but their development directions are different. Their three civilizations once lived on the same planet. Although many wars broke out between these three civilizations for various reasons at that time, it is undeniable that compared with other civilizations, the relationship between their three civilizations is natural, is excellent. It is also for this reason that the three civilizations have been able to cooperate until now. Since leaving the planet, the three civilizations first went their separate ways and developed separately. It was not until they reached super civilization in the later period that they once again meet. And then the cooperation begins to go higher. From then on, they have been together. After reaching a certain stage, they knew that according to the current situation, they could no longer stay in the universe. It seems that they left the universe, went to hyperspace, and adapted to the living environment there. This alone is already very remarkable. However, after developing in hyperspace for a period of time, they found that no matter how powerful the civilization was, being in hyperspace felt more like extending their lives. This feeling makes them very uncomfortable. It seems that they tried their best to return to the universe. However, after reaching that level of civilization, they were severely targeted when they returned to the universe. So they began to study how to fight against this kind of targeting. After much research, they discovered the special creature called cosmic consciousness, and then began to research related weapons to suppress this kind of thing. And when they researched this kind of thing, they soon had a brand new idea. That's whether they can replace this thing and take over the universe. This is a very bold idea. But I have to say that this is also a very exciting plan. Once this plan succeeds, then they will really be able to fly like a fish and a bird in the future. Controlling the universe will not be greatly affected wherever they want to go in hyperspace. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that they can also obtain resources at will, whether it is invading other universes through controlled universes, or collecting hyperspace. The resources in certain areas are simply not too simple. It is equivalent to this universe being a huge mobile base for them, which can help them resist many dangers. Once this idea came up, they didn't dare to stop it. Then they began to experiment with the feasibility of various routines. And at the same time, related research also began to go. In this way, as time went by, various research and ideas soon made certain progress. And they also figured out how to control the universe. Of course, controlling the universe is not that easy. They need an opportunity. And after countless years, they finally waited for this opportunity. After understanding the general situation at this time, to be honest, Jiang Yao still felt a headache. You must know that the strength of each of these three civilizations is not greater than his. Under such circumstances, if he attempts to seek other people's things, if he fails, he will be wiped out by the group. And he does not know how he was wiped out. In fact, he doesn't need to consider other things. It's not easy for him to solve it just by relying on one point. The other party has survived in hyperspace, developed there, and the civilization that can survive there will definitely not be inferior in strength. Maybe they will also master some technologies that they cannot understand. All in all, these civilizations are not as easy to deal with as they imagined. This is also what gives him a headache. If you go head on, there is absolutely no chance of winning on your side. However, the problem lies here. If you plan their plans yourself, then you will always face them head on. It is definitely impossible to win on your side, at least at your current stage. He even felt that the combined strength of these three civilizations was probably no weaker than those of the previous civilizations that were engaged in their own affairs. He had personally experienced the deep feeling of powerlessness in the face of that level of civilization before, and he didn't want to experience this feeling again. So what should I do? I must be plotting something about this civilization. Because if I get this thing, I might be able to compete with those civilizations with this thing. Indeed, his idea is not wrong. If he can really fully control a universe and transform this universe into a huge military base or something, then he still has a certain chance of winning against those civilizations. Obviously, he has also discovered that this is an opportunity for him now. Compared with these civilizations, what I lack is the foundation. After all, their development time is too short in their opinion. Pitifully short. If they want to compete with them under such circumstances, they must seize all the power they can. If this matter can be done, it will definitely be a very good thing for him. The first thing that can be determined is that if the universe is really taken by him, then his strength will undergo a qualitative change in the future. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he will also get another very important thing. That is, his technology will usher in a major breakthrough. If the technology of these civilizations is not given to us, no matter how far we go, even if we copy their technology, we will still have the opportunity to compete with those civilizations. Although it is impossible for him to go further after obtaining these technologies, because he does not have the ability at all. But this is important. Even if his own technology cannot go further, what can he do? This technology can only be regarded as an addition to his own. And the bugs in his hand are his real trump card. If the two cooperate and fight against those civilizations, then he still has a very good chance of winning. The more he thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was possible. So at this time he began to think about whether he should take a risk. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems like I don't have a choice now. There is only one path before me, or I can develop according to my own ideas. But in this case, I may never be able to defeat those civilizations. Although if I take the risk, I might really get caught up in it. But if I succeed, I should be able to compete with them on my own. It has to be said that he has been waiting for this day for too long. since he was almost wiped out by those civilizations. He has hidden himself until now. He knows that he has to do this all the time. This is unavoidable. To put it bluntly, even if he doesn't want to do this, they will come to him in the future. So it is better to do it on his own. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Sometimes things are like this, and he may have no other choice from the beginning. If this is the case, then you can indeed take risks and prepare. In fact, he also has his own thoughts on this matter. If it was before, even if there was such an opportunity, he would not dare to operate it. But now that he has mastered the law of evolution, it is different. How to control the universe. Regarding this technology, he has a certain clue. As long as he has a clue, then there will be room for operation. First, he can understand the principles, and then find a way to make the insects evolve in this direction, and evolve a special kind of bug that specializes in this one thing. And the effect will definitely not be worse than the other party's transformation. He is sure that the speed of transformation using insects is definitely much faster than that of that civilization. This wave of cool operations is much faster. And the most important thing is that it is definitely much easier to control than their method. And there are naturally many risks associated with this matter. The first is that if you compete with them for control, you will inevitably expose yourself. Once exposed, you will definitely be attacked by them. Beyond that, when they find out that I have such abilities, and that I might be able to do better than them, I will become a favorite in their eyes. By then, they won't directly destroy me. Maybe they will capture me for research, or find a way to obtain my technology. After knowing the situation of the Zerg, maybe they will control me directly. Once they have the ability to transfer the will of the Zerg into themselves, I'm thinking they might consider annihilating me completely. By the time he got here, he couldn't help but get a headache. For both of these reasons, this civilization will stop at nothing to catch me. Of course, he is not stupid. When he is really ready to take action, he will definitely not stay here. He will definitely find a way to go to other universes. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that not only can he find a way, but the most important thing about going to other universes is that he will also take some of his troops with him. In this case, even if he fails, there is still a way out. But after this failure, if he wants to make a comeback in the future, I am afraid it will not be as difficult as usual. After all, such an opportunity does not come every time. Maybe only once in this life. But after thinking about this, he suddenly had other ideas in his mind. I'm also stupid. Although I want to take the single soldier elite route now. Why am I so obsessed with the word elite with a small number of people? It is true that in my current situation, the resources of one universe are not enough to support me in taking a massive group route. But what if there are resources in multiple universes? Even if a universe only allows me to cultivate one bug, how many can I cultivate in 10 universes? How many can I cultivate in 100 universes? Thinking about it this way, he felt that this matter could be properly arranged. I will observe this universe in secret for the time being, and try to evolve bugs that can transform the universe. When those cosmic civilizations start to transform, I will also start to transform in areas far away from them secretly. Anyway, the consciousness of the universe has been transformed by that time. They're almost done cleaning it up. I can learn from them before the universe recovers. When they discover it, I may have enough troops in other universes. When the time comes to fight against them, even if my technological strength is not as good as theirs, I can win by quantity, and the bugs in my hands can continue to evolve. Thinking of this, he felt that this idea was feasible, at least based on the current situation. The credibility is very high. It's just some details that need to be worked out. Thinking of this, he immediately began to make arrangements. First, he searched for a suitable universe, then sent people there, frantically collected resources and developed them, and began to gather troops. In this way, you can secretly strengthen yourself step by step. Of course, when searching for the universe, you must make sure that there is no superdimensional civilization in the universe. Otherwise it will be a food delivery in the past. As for how to arrange it, he also has an idea. Divide the players into multiple batches and let them go to different universes to develop. If they operate there, you don't need to worry too much on your own side. And what I have to do is naturally very simple. That is, to find a relatively safe place. Then it's okay to hide. After making a preliminary plan, he immediately began to convene the brainworms to discuss the details. Soon, a complete plan came out. Now that there is complete development, the next step is to implement it. This time, except for the Zerg, other affiliated civilizations will also leave with me. The first point is to ensure the safety of those civilizations. And the second point is that they can also help players improve their efficiency. Chapter 868 Heading to Other Universes. Brothers, have you heard? The new policy is out. It is said that they are planning to attack the 3 local civilizations here. But the technological level of these 3 local civilizations is a little high. So we are planning to have all the affiliated civilizations evacuate. At the same time, we must also find many ways to travel to other universes to collect resources to develop the tribe, and then attack them together. For a time, everyone was talking about the situation here. After all, this is a big deal for the players, and they are naturally very concerned about it, especially after they know some of the situations in the later stage. They also know very well that this is a critical time for their development to the next step, so they must make arrangements in advance. Currently our bugs have reached a very high level of evolution, and you can evolve according to the situation during battle. So we didn't need to carry too many types of troops in the past. Just be careful in the early stage. In the later stage, there will basically be no major problems. The first thing we need to worry about is that the resource collection is too powerful, causing a backlash from the consciousness of the universe. Can't we evolve to a certain degree of resistance here? It is indeed possible to evolve to this stage, but the evolutionary route is limited. For example, our current total plan is only 100. Do you want to put all the evolutionary values on people? Or do you want to put only part of them on people, and the rest are on some meaningless things? Regarding this matter, everyone was silently discussing it with you, and soon they had an idea. First of all, it is best to bring troops there with strong overall combat capability. Players generally chose the infected. The plasticity of this type of army is really too strong. There are not as many restrictions as other arms. The combat methods that this type of unit can carry out are relatively broad, and players have many choices. Naturally, this has become their priority. In this way, under the arrangements of the players, everything began to proceed in an orderly manner, as a large number of special detectors traveled to other universes. Data from different universes soon came out. Universe No. 1 is the first universe discovered by players. This universe is a universe of low-level civilization. The strongest civilization in the universe is only at the level of super civilization. However, the resource reserves here are much lower than in other universes. Of course, this is understandable. After all, sometimes resources determine the level of technology. The more types of special resources contained in the universe, it means that the civilization here will be able to discover more things. And naturally the progress of science and technology will be greater. After all, there are some things that have not been discovered. And you never know what kind of technology these things can be extended to in the future. So the amount of these resources also determines the level of civilization to a certain extent. Take ore, a special energy source. For example, in order to use this energy, some low-level civilizations will definitely find ways to develop technology. And doesn't this kind of behavior directly promote the development of science and technology? Therefore, there are too many factors to consider in terms of the technological level of a universe. However, a universe like this also has very large limitations. For example, if it is invaded by advanced civilizations from other universes, the local civilization here has no resistance ability at this time in Universe 1. Brothers, everything is safe around you. I've been around this universe for a while, and I can basically confirm that this area is relatively safe at the moment. There is a special ionosphere around it, which can shield the signal perception of many civilizations. And the surrounding environment is also very harsh. The radiation of various special cosmic rays exceeds the standard. If you want to enter here, the requirements for technology are very high. I feel like there shouldn't be much of a problem here as our foothold. At this time, the player responsible for detection was sorting out the data he had collected while speaking to his teammates in the channel. After understanding the general situation through him, his teammates immediately took action. Now that you understand it clearly, just send the coordinates over there. We'll be ready here and come directly to start the construction. As his teammates finished speaking, the player responsible for detection immediately set coordinates one after another. After these coordinates were launched, he also made final preparations. I saw an instrument slowly lighting up, and the next moment, the surrounding space was distorted. Then, under his gaze, cracks in the space were gradually created. The door to the universe has opened. Start to determine whether the connection channel of the universe gate is normal. Confirmation completed. The connection of the cosmic channel is completely normal. Brothers, you can take action over there. As he finished speaking, the players on the other side immediately filed in. And the next moment, figures appeared in the universe. After these figures appeared, first of all, the worker bees flew towards different coordinates at extremely fast speeds. After arriving at the coordinate points, they immediately began to incubate the buildings. These coordinate points naturally include the arrangement and combination of their building groups, where to put cordyceps, where to put some defensive buildings, etc. These coordinates are clearly marked on them. Soon, Zerg buildings rose from the ground one after another. Of course, this is not the end. The next moment, when the Zerg building rose from the ground, some combat bugs also began to hatch. And soon these combat bugs were also hatched. 60% of the resources it carries have been consumed. Let me go! This new bug really consumes resources. Brothers, please stop complaining. Make arrangements here as soon as possible and find out the surrounding situation quickly. Although it is safe to initially explore the surrounding area at present, a detailed exploration must be carried out to ensure that our data is foolproof. The universe they were in before was due to insufficient exploration, and no super-civilized existence was found at all. After they moved here, they realized that if they hadn't hidden deeply enough, they might have been targeted by others. Although it was a blessing in disguise that they knew a huge secret and were able to take their civilization a step further, they didn't expect to rely on luck every time, so they had to make sure there was nothing unusual around them. Soon, a new batch of soldiers were hatched, and these soldiers were naturally eyeworms. The moment the Euglena came out, they immediately began to spread around, and while they were investigating the surroundings, they also continued to evolve. When their reconnaissance level reached the height of superdimensional civilization, they immediately began to evolve concealment. The Euglena has basically evolved. Judging from the current situation, it should be enough. In this case, then suspend resource investment in Euglena evolution. Understood. With the evolution of Euglena, collections across the universe quickly followed. With the continuous search of these wild insects, various information was also summarized in front of the players. The star path of the universe has been completed. There is no problem with safety from here, and I didn't carry it on my back. I didn't find anything else. Start sorting out the planets with life, and also determine the highest level of civilization in the universe. In this way, as orders were given to the players one by one, all kinds of data were sorted out in an orderly manner. After everything was arranged and understood, the players immediately began to enter the next stage. It is basically certain that there is no superdimensional civilization in this universe. At the same time, it can also be confirmed that there is no sandwich universe similar to the other world in the universe. Nothing is wrong. Arrange all the resource points, and then ask the affiliated civilization to arrange a mining spacecraft to mine and refine them. The infected people of the main combat arms have begun to hatch, and they are ready to join the war against other civilizations at any time. In addition, the combat headquarters immediately came up with regulations. Shelf people need to know which areas they want to prioritize. After hearing this, I sat here at the headquarters who had been waiting for a long time, and immediately came up with a plan they had discussed long ago. There are currently 3 galaxies in this universe that must be captured, because the resource reserves here are very rich, enough for us to mine for a long time. Secondly, the level of civilization stationed here is very low. If we eliminate them, we will completely no need to worry about exposing yourself. The suggestion here is to capture these areas first, so that we can add more main combat units. Then as long as there are enough main combat units, we won't have to worry about insufficient troops when fighting other civilizations. In this way, under the arrangements of the players, the first war in this universe began. I saw a large number of insects heading towards the target area. The ferocious-looking bugs headed towards the direction of the opponent's civilization at extremely fast speeds, even though the civilizations in these areas had already entered the cosmic-level civilization. At the same time, they monitor the surroundings of their planet very closely. At least there are a lot of various detectors around. For these civilizations, they have already monitored their surroundings tightly. But even so, when the infected appeared on their planet, they didn't notice it at all. Compared with other bugs, the infected person has acquired the ability to evolve and has undergone a qualitative change. First of all, its own hiding ability has been greatly improved, let alone civilizations lower than itself. Even civilizations at the same level as itself cannot detect it so easily. When the infected appeared here, the plan against this civilization began. First, the infected devoured several intelligent life forms. After devouring them, they immediately obtained basic information about the relevant civilization. Understand the individual situation of this civilization clearly. With this data as support, The next evolution begins. The infected evolve very quickly. In just a few hours, related viruses evolved. If you insist on saying so, it should be called degeneration. Because the virus carried by the infected person itself is very powerful. And it is a bit wasteful to deal with this civilization. Therefore, the infected person has evolved a resource that consumes less, but can completely target it. This race of viruses. In this way, as these viruses spread, some people were soon infected. However, in order to solve these problems in the cleanest way possible, among the viruses evolved by infected people, the incubation period of these viruses was very long. In this way, this civilized people were infected with a virus that was fatal to them without knowing it. The spread of this virus is very wide. It can be spread by contact, air, water, etc. And the most important thing is that this virus not only has a wide range of transmission routes, but is also very resistant. Moreover, it can extend its life by swallowing microorganisms or other viruses in the air, unlike some viruses that cannot stay in the air for long before dying. At the same time, ultraviolet light or other antivirus methods are basically useless against a virus that has evolved resistance. For a civilization of this level, this virus has no solution. As time went by, in just 2 days, more than 95% of the individuals on the entire planet were infected. And the most important thing is that no one on the planet has discovered that there is a new virus. This virus is now in the incubation period. At the same time, the virus is very hidden and difficult to detect with conventional instruments. After the time was almost up, the adapter arrived at the virus. As complications of the virus appeared, the entire civilization suddenly panicked, because in just a few hours, more than 80% of the people in the civilization were infected with the same virus. Of viruses, the virus came without warning and broke out in an instant. This leaves many people in a state of confusion. They had no idea what was going on. They only knew that by the time they reacted, they had already been tricked. Immediately afterwards, everyone fell into panic. And at the same time, relevant research began to proceed slowly. Because this virus has a long incubation period and is extremely concealed, the price it pays is naturally very serious. That is, the fatality rate of the virus is not as fast as other viruses. This virus takes a day to slowly die. Although the cycle time seems a bit long, for a civilization of this level, the time is really too short. It is basically impossible to research the antidote in 1 day. Therefore, this civilization can only see the infected people die helplessly. For them, this is a very painful and difficult thing. Because before long, the same thing will happen to them, which makes them urgently need to research an antidote. Fortunately, at this time, those who had lost the prize before had at least left something useful for themselves. That is their guess and understanding of the virus, and the research direction they have conducted. In this way, as time goes by, a large number of people die every day in civilization. At the same time, after multiple confirmations, the civilization also announced a terrible news. That is, the entire civilization is currently infected. Chapter 869, Quietly Solving Civilization. At this time, the medical team in the civilization is gathering together. Does that mean we were infected with this virus from the beginning? They are the strongest medical team in civilization. They are all the elites of civilization. In the development of civilization, they have defeated viruses one after another and saved civilization too many times. But now everyone is gathered together. And they are gathered here for no other reason than this virus. Based on the data we have so far, this virus has an incubation period of 5 months. And after 5 months, it will strike directly. This virus is very scary. They are very resistant, and various drugs are not very effective against them. Not only that, these viruses are also highly resistant to ultraviolet light. The first time we were infected with the virus was probably a year ago. A year ago, this virus appeared out of thin air and began to infect people. Because of the virus's powerful ability to spread, it took just a few months for almost all people in the entire civilization to be infected. Not only civilized people, but also the same goes for animals. However, compared to when human animals are infected, the incubation period will be shorter, especially for some small animals. As early as 7 months ago, we discovered large-scale deaths of some small rodent animals. After talking about this, everyone's expressions couldn't help but become serious. Usually, animals are much more resistant than humans. This kind of small animals, especially those who like to live in sewers, have stronger resistance. However, once the virus attacks, they have no way to resist it. Similarly, the reason why they discovered the virus was because of the large-scale death of small animals, which made them pay attention to this matter. After many studies, they were able to determine that there was a special virus in the bodies of these animals. However, as the research followed, an even more terrifying thing was discovered. That is, they found that this virus also existed in the human body. At first, they did not make this discovery public. They began to secretly study the virus and began to secretly count how many people were infected. As a result, they became frightened after this wave of operations. The first thing that can be determined is that the transmission route of this virus is very wide. It can be spread through various channels. And this virus is very tenacious in its ability to survive. Natural deaths are very rare. And the result was just as they thought. The vast majority of their civilization is infected. Then they began to work overtime to study the virus, hoping to develop a corresponding antidote. However, after their various experiments, they found that this was not that difficult at all. This virus can play a role in almost all organisms, and no organism can produce corresponding antibodies. Usually, although some viruses are powerful, some animals with strong resistance can resist them. This virus will be slowly cured by them. As long as they know which animal has this ability, they can make antibodies. But they have not found it yet. This means that they must develop relevant antidotes based on the characteristics of the virus, which is much more difficult than obtaining antibodies directly from animals. This is a sad thing. At least that's how things stand right now. After several months of research, they made no progress. However, as time passed, the virus began to attack humans. So now the virus is harvesting our people in batches. But we have nothing to do about it. That's right. There is no way to develop the relevant antidote. And the survival rate of the virus is also very high, because of the route of transmission. I'm afraid no place on the entire planet is safe now. It is even said that even some deep mountains and old forests may have viruses due to animal activities. At this time, everyone was talking to each other, but their tone was full of despair. Indeed, no matter who encounters such a thing, he will be disappointed. They can only watch helplessly as the virus continues to multiply. But there is nothing they can do. Why? After a long time, they sighed heavily. There was no way. What was happening before them was really beyond their expectations. This is no longer something they can solve. They once thought that their civilization would be destroyed due to various reasons. But they never thought that their civilization would be destroyed because of a virus. But even if you know it now, what's the use? There was absolutely nothing they could do to stop it. The only way I can think of at the moment is to put people into a frozen state. Theoretically, after entering the frozen state, the activity of the virus will be greatly reduced. In this case, people who enter the frozen state should be able to survive. Although the entire planet is currently infected, this is not absolute. At least some places similar to underground shelters should be safe for the time being. More than 90% of these shelters are owned by private individuals. There are also some doomsday fans in this world. They imagine what they would do if the doomsday comes one day. Some of the richest people have built their own underground shelters. The ability of these rich people to receive news is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. So as early as the emergence of the virus, some rich people receive the news. And it does not rule out that some of these rich people have built their own shelters. And after realizing something was wrong, he hid in. Civilization did not deliberately conceal this matter in the later period. After all, it was related to the survival of civilization. And there was no point in continuing to conceal it. What they needed during that period was everyone's joint efforts and unity. Therefore, those rich people who hid in their shelters may not have ever come out. Under normal circumstances, various safety measures and shelters are very complete. After all, many wealthy people's refuges are built with wife war in mind. So they have their own circulation system. Send a message to the whole world and let these rich people hide inside. As long as they are not infected. They only need to survive in the underground shelter for about 5 years. And the viruses outside will die. At that time, they will come out to rebuild civilization. And some of the people we have frozen can be thawed for treatment after they find ways to fight the virus later. In this way, everyone was discussing, one by one, that if they want to continue civilization, this is the only way. What these people didn't know at this time was that their conversations were clearly heard by the players. The virus will die on its own in 5 months. Who gave them this illusion? I guess I saw that some viruses burped after being infected. So I thought these viruses had a short life cycle. These people are a little naive. If our virus is really so easy to solve, then wouldn't our power of law enforcement be just a decoration? The virus will not die after 5 months, but will undergo a new evolution after 5 months. And its abilities will be even greater. Of course, it is obvious that this piece of information cannot be observed by this civilization. So when they see some viruses self-destructing, they think it is the death of the virus. In fact, there is no need to wait. 5 months will not last long. And this civilization will destroy itself. That's true. After all, we know too much about these civilizations. It seems to be to confirm the players' conjectures. After this information was announced, everyone began to unite. They wanted to contribute to fighting the virus. But as time went by, things gradually changed. When they saw their friends around them dying one after another, they became afraid. Of course, it was fear at first. But gradually this fear began to deteriorate and turned into madness. Some of them feel that it is very unfair. Why are they the one waiting to die? Why can those rich people hide in their shelters and live peacefully? There are some extremists who want everyone to die together. And they have launched an attack on the refuges of some wealthy people. They pulled out the wealthy who were hiding in their safe houses and exposed them to the same virus as themselves. And as time goes by, the order of civilization gradually begins to collapse. There are more and more such behaviors, and no one is trying to stop them, which makes the people who behave like this become more and more rampant. The freezing man aspect was also blocked. They tried their best to sabotage the implementation of this plan. They could not bear the future when these people were still alive and themselves reduced to dust. The players just watched everything coldly. This is the end of individual intelligent civilization. We've seen this happen too much. Diversity of emotions can better promote the development of civilization. But it can also push a civilization into the abyss. Selfishness, etc. Many emotions cannot be tolerated. And some people can live safely. The players were not surprised by the scene in front of them. Through previous game logs, they learned that they had attacked many similar civilizations before. And these civilizations had similar reactions. This is very normal. In fact, it is useless even if these people don't do this. When this special virus enters here, their fate is already sealed. The crushing of low-level civilization by high-level civilization is simply overwhelming. No matter how many times they watched this scene, the players still felt deeply shocked. Some low-level civilizations sit back and look at the sky, thinking that technology has reached its extreme development. This may be why they think they are very powerful. They even think that even if they cannot defeat some more powerful civilizations, they can still make them suffer if they want to. Arrived. However, the current situation seems to make them sad for animals, which is simply a joke. Their various behaviors may have no effect on advanced civilizations at all. It is as if this problem has been destroyed from the player's hands to the civilization's destruction. And this civilization even does not know that there is an advanced civilization taking action against them. A special virus infects the whole world, and then no relevant antidote can be prepared. In this process, there are no players around, and the other party doesn't even know that they are being targeted by a certain civilization. Just like this, a civilization that has lasted for thousands of years, quietly, will directly lead to extinction. However, after planning the whole thing, the total resources spent by the players from beginning to end may only be about 10 units of ore. It was even said that if these ores were piled together, a vehicle could easily fit them. However, just such a small amount of resources ruin the entire civilization. These are today's players, who have mastered very efficient cleaning methods. And the cost of this cleaning method is very low. Pitifully low. Even if it is a battleship, it will consume more than this amount of energy to blast a certain planet. Even if the battleship is approaching, it will consume more than this amount of things. However, now players can use such a small thing to negate a civilization. Sure enough, technology has the right to speak in the universe, without sufficient strength. If others want to eliminate it, it is simply easier and more enjoyable. He even said that you have no grievances against them. You don't have much interest in each other. Under such circumstances, people will still attack you. Destroying you has nothing to do with you. Although this incident was done by the players. Through this incident, the players also completely understood one thing. That is, strength is the last word. If one day happens in the real universe, their own civilization will suffer. When the same attack comes, how can you resist it? I have to say that this incident sounded a wake-up call for players, allowing them to see the cruel side of the universe. For them, they are lucky, because this side can be seen in the game and his understanding, rather than reality. It seems that our civilization must also make corresponding plans. Although this is what happened in the game. We are even said to be the initiators. But there is absolutely no way we would allow the same thing to happen to us. Players became even more anxious after witnessing a civilization being killed by them so silently. They are even more eager to find solutions to similar incidents. Although they are all thinking this at this time, there is definitely no suitable plan in a short time. But for them now, they don't need to think so much. These data will naturally be learned by those observation groups. Then they will summarize this information and let specialized people solve it. What players have to do now is to mine the surrounding resources. They solved this civilization, and the purpose was naturally to develop resources for this week. After solving this civilization, the next step was related to resource extraction. The overall arrangements of the players are in order. After all, this is not their first time in resource extraction, and they have rich experience. In this way, the players worked hard, and soon a large amount of resources were mined. And these resources were immediately converted into brand new insect swarms. Chapter 870 Risky Capture. As the players operate, the number of bugs in their hands is increasing at an extremely fast rate, and attacks against other civilizations are also continuing. Universe No. 1 is not a very powerful universe, so if you want to completely win it, it won't be that difficult. Compared with other civilizations, the difference is that due to evolutionary reasons, players do not need to worry about the suppression of cosmic consciousness. Although when they first entered this universe, they were greatly rejected and targeted by various special forces. But after entering here, the insects also began to evolve very quickly, and they quickly adapted to this situation. Once you get used to the situation here, subsequent operations will be much easier. Players don't need to worry about anything uncontrollable happening in the future. In this way, under the arrangements of the players, everything went on in an orderly manner. One resource point after another, the same large number of civilizations were found by the players, and they were eventually destroyed by the players. At present, it seems that our development idea is correct. Prioritize collecting resources. As for fighting, there is no need to fight unless necessary. We don't stay in this universe for long, so we don't need to worry too much about cause and effect. All we need to do is get the maximum reward as quickly as possible, and then go to the next universe. Because players work in teams to mine resources, there are many factors they need to consider. How to obtain resources as quickly as possible. How to leave as soon as possible after acquiring resources without being counterattacked. In short, many factors need to be considered. After all, the current situation in this universe is very complicated, especially if they are a single team. The number of people will not be as large as the players dispatching collectively. So there are too many factors to consider. So when they start supporting in every universe, they try to complete their goals as quickly as possible and then leave. Try to avoid fights with advanced civilizations as much as possible, because even now bugs have become immune to cosmic consciousness to the greatest extent through various evolutions. But there is a premise for this, and this premise is that players cannot be too promiscuous. If they are too promiscuous, they will easily overturn. At least if what players do exceeds a certain limit, problems can easily arise. Now players need to constantly find ways to solve this restriction. What they need to do is make these restrictions as less threatening to themselves as possible. Brothers, the development of this universe is currently on the right track. But as the development progress gets higher and higher, we have also received special attention from the consciousness of the universe. We were targeted to a certain extent before, but as the bugs evolved over time, this kind of targeting was basically negligible. However, now the intensity of this targeting has increased. Regarding this, we must come up with a solution as soon as possible. How else can we solve it? Let's continue to let the bugs evolve. At present, more than 35% of the evolution progress of insects has been focused on targeting. If we continue to evolve in this area, the proportion will increase a lot. If we do this, it will be a bit troublesome for us to operate here later. After all, we also need to consider leaving a part of our battle share for evolution. It is impossible to say that all evolution is focused on preventing counterattacks. There is no danger in this universe for the time being. In fact, putting everything on one place is not a big problem. At worst, when we get to the next universe, we can recreate all the bugs and convert them into resources. This is indeed feasible, but there are great risks. Especially if we do this, at least half of the resources we earn will be wasted. If that's the case, it's better to evacuate now if the situation is not right. In this case, we may earn a little more than going back and rebuilding at that time. In this way, the players were discussing with each other. For them, the utilization of resources is now a very critical thing. They must find ways to solve this problem as much as possible. However, it is obvious that the players are also very aware that this matter is not as easy as it seems on the surface. It is nothing more than a tangle of resource utilization and choices. All in all, for today's players, there are too many things to consider. Hey, forget it. That's it for now. It doesn't make much sense to think too much now. If it doesn't work, just retreat. Anyway, there are still quite a lot of universes found so far. At worst, just buy another universe. In this way, the players soon had new ideas after various discussions. Because the amount of resources being mined is increasing. They are being targeted. So they thought of a reliable method, which is to first get as many mining equipment as possible, and then mine them at the same time. If multiple areas are mined at the same time, they will be able to obtain a large amount of resources in a short period of time. However, during this period of time, they will retreat immediately after seeing that the situation is within a tolerable range. Of course, this method will only be used when you are finally ready to leave. After all, this is equivalent to a one-time business. In this way, after the players went through a lot of tossing, the plan was finally confirmed. After the plan is confirmed, the next step is to operate it. The overall operation is not complicated. Soon, the players had ideas. Basically, it doesn't take long for the players to have done everything that needs to be done. After getting these things done, the players then set their sights in other directions. As for the direction of putting it down, it is about the matter that the cosmic consciousness is targeting. In fact, this matter is not only their side, but other people are also affected by the same thing. It is also because of the influence of these things that players are now discussing how to deal with it. At this moment, they suddenly thought of an important thing. That is, the NPCs had been studying how to control the universe before, and there was naturally also related research on cosmic consciousness. So they immediately contacted Jiangyao and asked about the situation. Although research in this area is currently being conducted, the research in this area has not achieved any results. So now we are also thinking about how to solve this problem as soon as possible. But we definitely can't count on it in the short term. This research will take a very long time. So you are the only one who can think of a solution in the short term. Jiangyao quickly responded to the players' questions. Obviously this answer disappointed the players very much. But if you think about it carefully, this is understandable. After all, this matter is far from as simple as imagined. There are so many things that need to be involved or considered. Compared to the players, who are acquiring resources, Jiangyao's research has always been at a very critical node. The leader can basically be determined now. The other party used a very special technology that we cannot analyze at the moment. The only way now is to find a way to get the relevant samples of the other party, and then let the bugs evolve. We now have a grasp of the laws of evolution. So many details can be manipulated. Through the evolution of bugs, maybe we can also evolve bugs with similar functions, so that we can find ways to occupy areas the next time they invade the universe. At this time, Jiangya nodded after hearing Brainworm's report. I roughly understand the situation. To put it simply, invading this universe is like playing a war chess game. You use something similar to a flag to occupy this universe area by area. In this way, the entire universe will be covered with our own flags. This is what he currently knows about the other party's method of controlling the entire universe. Of course, this is only a preliminary control. After this is completed, other aspects of transformation will begin. However, the resources consumed during the entire transformation process are very terrifying. The reason why the other party can carry out this plan is that first of all, they have the resources needed for the preliminary transformation. They have already collected them in other universes. Under such circumstances, they can carry out the most preliminary transformation and wait until the next after the first step is completed. The next few steps will need to continue to devour the universe. The main purpose of the two universes they prepared is to wait for the initial consolidation after their transformation is completed. Only by solving the early problems will they have the energy to deal with the later matters. All in all, this process is very complex and requires a huge amount of resources and time. But Jiang Yao knew very well that no matter how difficult it was, he must complete this matter. After all, this is related to whether your later civilization can develop to the height you want. There are too many things included here, and there are too many things that need to be involved. Through this period of understanding, it can be determined that after reaching that level of civilization, there does not seem to be an accurate strength standard. The strength of civilization at this level can be verified more through other methods. As for combat effectiveness, it is basically about the same. Everyone can deal with each other. Probably if we really want to fight. There is nothing I can do against you. And there is nothing you can do against me. That's what's going on between us anyway. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. At this level of civilization, both sides have their own means of destroying each other. At this time, who can master more means of self-protection? Or who can hide better without being discovered? And then destroy the enemy in the process of hiding? Then whoever is the winner is the winner. So this matter is a bit difficult to handle. After reaching that level, it's time to work hard on the foundation. Civilization will encounter many things in the process of development. At the same time, it can also acquire many other technologies. Some useful technologies can have unexpected effects after being studied. Effect? At this time, he couldn't help but have various thoughts in his mind. Indeed, there are too many things that need to be studied at present, and many details need to be continuously improved. There are a lot of things he needs to learn. At least that stage of fighting is a brand new stage and a brand new experience for him. And he has to learn many things from scratch. Just like this, he kept thinking. And soon he also had some ideas. He needs to prepare everything he knows now and fight against these civilizations in this universe. In fact, he is fighting against civilizations at those levels. To be honest, there is no essential difference between the two sides. Therefore, he had no idea what the final outcome of this battle would be. But to him, this doesn't seem to matter anymore. Because what he needs to do now is to try his best to solve these problems. Of course, this is what he needs to do after he is completely exposed to these civilizations under their noses. And what he has to do now is to arrange everything in advance. As time went by, problems soon appeared in many places. The first is that the research on how to occupy the universe has finally achieved certain results. Despite the risk of exposure, he finally obtained the sample. Doing so is naturally very risky. And even the subsequent hidden dangers are also very great. Of course, this is normal. After all, the other party is naturally very interested in this thing. And through observation, he didn't study anything at all. Of course, this is understandable. After all, it would be really strange if the things inside could be understood through observation alone. So now he has no choice but to adopt a slightly more deceptive method. The only way is to take the risk to seize the research items. Although he knows that if he does this, the probability of being discovered later is very high. But now he has no other choice. Currently, he is in a situation where he is an arrow on the string and has no choice but to take action. Now that he has decided to take this step, he will naturally bear the risks that should be taken. In this way, after making some arrangements according to his plan, he finally started to execute it. Everything went relatively smoothly for me. At least after he safely took away one of the modules. He was not discovered. Of course, this was only temporary. This matter will definitely be exposed in the future. And then these three civilizations will definitely be exposed. Crazy search in the universe. After all, when you have the ability to take away this thing, it means that you and they are already at the same level of civilization. Otherwise, you will never be able to take this thing away. It is even impossible to even discover this kind of thing. And now the thing here was not only discovered, but also taken away. This alone is enough to show that the other party is not simple. So what he needs to do next is naturally very simple. That is to find the other party. Because there is now a huge pit for them in this universe. Chapter 871 discovered. So who can tell me what's going on? Why are there other super powerful civilizations in this universe that have not been discovered yet? At this time, after learning that a piece of their module had been stolen, the three famous leaders were furious. What are those people from the Security and Defense Council doing for food? Such a major mistake was actually made. The other party took away the module. It was obvious that they already knew what we were doing. They even said that they wanted to do the same thing. It was just because they couldn't research this kind of thing. So they chose risk-taking hours. At this time, everyone knew that the other party might have been staring at them for a long time. And even said that the other party was also studying the same thing. However, because there was no progress in the research, we finally chose to take risks to capture it. If they hadn't taken the risk this time, it might have been impossible for them to know that there was such a large minefield hidden in this universe. This is no small thing. An enemy was hiding in the dark for many years, and they didn't even notice it. If this enemy was strong enough and hidden under their noses, anyone who had an idea against them could launch a surprise attack at any time. By then, they may not even know how they died. You should feel lucky. Fortunately, the opponent's strength may be much worse than ours. Or maybe they haven't mastered the method of annihilating our three civilizations at the same time. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have been destroyed by a sneak attack by them. The battle between superdimensional civilizations is very terrifying, because after reaching this level, your attack methods are basically linked to the rules. In the final analysis, this law is similar to the power of rules, or if it is understood in more advanced terms, it can be understood as a conceptual weapon. For example, if a civilization masters the law of destruction, then when it uses this power to attack, the damage caused is very terrifying, and most of the defense methods are basically useless. Perhaps in low-level civilizations, both sides would still consider the defensive capabilities of battleships, or other things, but facing enemies who have mastered such regular weapons, your defense will be like paper in front of them. If you want to eliminate you only need to determine your approximate location, and then make early preparations. When you are almost ready, you can directly launch a large-scale attack, and this large-scale attack is accompanied by the power of law. By then, there is simply no ability to resist. Maybe your civilization is much richer than the other person's. Maybe your laws are stronger than the other person's. But in the face of such an attack, you still have nothing to do. This is the power of mastering the rules weapon. When civilizations compete at this level, it is more about who discovers the other party first. As long as I discover you first, then I can destroy most of you as quickly as possible before you can react. Vigorous. It is very difficult to resist the power of law. Unless your power of law happens to restrain the opponent, there is a high probability that you will go up and deliver meat. So after reaching this level, everyone is very cautious about civilizations of the same level. Because if you are not careful, big problems may occur. Sure enough, the long-term stability has made you lose your respect for the unknown, and your respect for other civilizations. At this time, all responsible units facing the leader of civilization lowered their heads. This time it was indeed a big deal. If they hadn't been lucky and the opponent didn't have a particularly strong offensive law, they probably would have been destroyed, because they act with a high profile in this universe. The other party must have touched their lair. If the other party has mastered the corresponding laws, they may not even be able to react once they attack, and most of their strength will be consumed by the other party. Once more than half of the strength is consumed, you will still be lonely in the later period. In this way, with the end of this criticism meeting, the entire civilization immediately took action. They began to look for clues of unknown civilization in the universe. After all, this is related to what they want. They must be cautious. Although the law mastered by the other party is not a very powerful attack law, as long as it is a law, there is no weak one. And as they started taking action, naturally Jiang Yao also noticed. I didn't expect it to be discovered so quickly. Originally, I thought I would find out at least until the next time they start paving again. But I didn't expect it would be so soon. But we are both super civilized, and we want to hide ourselves. How can you find us so easily? Since Jiang Yao dared to take action, he was certainly not unprepared. You must know the laws and evolution laws he masters. So before doing this, he directly let the insects evolve in a secret way. So now, he has no worries about being discovered by the other party. As for resources, he is not worried at all. After all, he has sent players to other universes to collect resources for himself. And the resources in his own universe are not that important. What he needs to do now is very simple. That is to research as quickly as possible a bug that has the same civilization as this civilization's universe control module. It has to be said that this special module is indeed very complicated. At least according to Jiang Yao's current technological level. There is no clue at all. He really couldn't understand how the other party made this thing. Forget it. It's useless to think about it now. Let's find a way to get rid of the bugs as soon as possible. Then when they continue to arrange the modules, I can also find a way to catch them. In order to be able to fish in troubled waters smoothly, he now puts almost all his energy into the research of this special bug. Of course, at the same time, he also began to think of ways to study how to target the consciousness of the universe. After all, if he wants to control the universe in the future, he will always face this kind of special existence. Since he will face this kind of special existence, he must figure out how to deal with it in advance. The response this time is naturally not to use the evolution of insects to become immune to that special kind of attack, but that he also wants to have the same means as those civilizations to attack these special beings. But this matter is somewhat difficult. Although these things are real, they don't exist. They don't seem to have dimensional attributes, which means that from the perspective of dimensional technology, they are nothingness. What kind of weird creature is this? Jiang Yao didn't understand this either. Otherwise, try to let some bugs ascend to dimension, and see if you can get in touch with this kind of creature. The reason why he couldn't observe the other party's dimensional attributes, he felt, was that there were two possibilities. The first was that the other party really didn't have any dimensions, and the second was that the other party's dimension was too high, so he couldn't observe it. Currently, I have developed a method to enter from the first dimension to the ninth dimension. Although the higher the latitude, the shorter the time I can go in, and the fewer changes I can make inside. But at least I can enter that dimension for observation. If you can't detect the first 9 dimensions, then why not take a look at the 10th dimension? Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. This dimension is very complicated. To be precise, this dimension separates the previous 9 dimensions. It is not particularly difficult to enter the first 9 dimensions. At least with his current level of technology, it is very easy. But even with the current level of technology, it is very difficult to enter the 10th dimension. As for the principle, he doesn't know. He only knows that the special bugs he evolved before can switch between different dimensions. In the final analysis, they hide in different dimensions to be immune to attacks. But even such bugs with special abilities can't switch between different dimensions. Still unable to enter the 10th dimension, this dimension seems to have a special shield that shields it. It is a special dimension that belongs to other dimensions. If the other party does not have dimensional attributes, then maybe he can find them after entering this dimension. Although with his previous technology, it was impossible to enter this dimension. But fortunately, the insect has already mastering the ability to evolve can directly change the dimensional attributes of bugs through evolution. This change is not a switch as before, but a true change of the creature into a high-dimensional creature. This kind of change is fundamentally different from that of direct entry. Of course, it is also much more difficult. You must know that so far, the actual situation on Jiang Yao's side can only be regarded as a 4-dimensional creature at best. Although he, a 4-dimensional creature, can switch from 1 to 9 dimensions at will, he cannot change his essence. If you want to become a higher-level dimensional creature, there are too many things that need to be changed. After all, when you become a creature with higher dimensional attributes, you not only have to have the special attributes given by this dimension, but you also need to be able to ensure that even after possessing various dimensional attributes, you can still move in the mainstream 3-dimensional world. There are really too many things involved here. At least if the technological level has not reached a certain level, and you rush to dimensionality, you may never be able to survive in the 3rd dimension. Now most of the universe is in the 3rd dimension, and there are very few high-latitude space fragments left, which means that your civilization may not have any living space from now on, or it may directly perish. As for dimensional creatures like this, Jiang Yao has a name called pseudo-dimensional creatures. They have the characteristics of high-dimensional creatures, but they do not have the abilities of high-dimensional creatures. This is just like humans discovering fire, but they cannot control fire, although they know how to enter higher dimensions, or convert themselves to higher dimensions. They can survive in a high-dimensional environment for a long time. The problem is that once they are transformed into this dimension, they do not have the ability to survive in the 3rd dimension. Such high-dimensional creatures are not high-dimensional creatures in the true sense. A high-dimensional creature in the true sense is based on its own highest dimension. It can adapt and utilize all dimensions under the internet. This is the true sense. High-dimensional organisms. However, the difficulty of achieving this can be imagined, at least in his database. The current superdimensional civilization is targeting the 4th dimension, a dimension that has mastered the laws. Now, he feels that the gap between superdimensional civilizations may exist in these places, just like he is now in the 4th dimension. And some superdimensional civilizations may have reached the 5-dimensional observation state. Similarly, they are also superdimensional civilizations, but the strength gap between the two sides is not that big. Of course, these are still a bit far away for him now. After all, even if he is promoted to this dimension, he has tried his best. What he needs to purify now of the bugs that can enter sure way is not that complicated overall. He only needs to ensure that the bug can survive in that dimension. As for whether he can come back, it doesn't matter. After all, he only needs to enter that dimension to confirm this one thing. And that's it. As for the other things, he doesn't need to care about it at this stage. After making up his mind, he immediately started making arrangements. Relevant research began to be prepared soon, because he had mastered the index of evolutionary laws. Overall, it did not take long, and he was quite satisfied with this. This is the power of the law of evolution. As long as you have resources and a general direction of evolution, and as long as you have a rough template, subsequent evolution will be very fast. This is like some wells that need water to bring up the water below. For the law of evolution, he only needs a shadow. For example, Jiangyao has mastered the method of entering from 1 to 9 dimensions. He only needs to get this introduction. So how to enter the 10th dimension later? The law of evolution is continuous attempts at evolution will be made. And this efficiency is very high. And the corresponding method can be found quickly. This law is really against the heavens. It only requires a follow-up lead. And I don't need to worry about it at all. Looking at the insects that are constantly evolving, Jiangyao is also filled with emotions. I have to say that this law is very powerful. The most difficult thing for this law may be the process from 0 to 1. And then 1 to 10 or even 1 to 100 are very easy for this law. However, the process from 0 to 1 is difficult for other civilizations. But it is very simple for ourselves. Take attacks or other things as an example. As long as the opponent's attack hits your own bug, then 0-1 will be available. From then on, you can evolve similar attacks based on this, or even stronger attacks. At the same time, targeted defenses can also be evolved. This one is so easy to obtain. Compared with some technological civilizations, it is different from needing to study the other party's attacks, understand the other party's principles, and then conduct research. The law of evolution is that as long as you touch this thing or collect the data of this thing, evolution can begin. Chapter 872 Entering the 10th Dimension. This ability makes no sense. No matter how many times, Jiangyao feels that this ability is so abnormal. Sure enough, civilizations that have mastered the power of law are completely different from civilizations that have not. If I have to say it, the essence of their lives has already changed. While talking, Jiangyao was filled with emotions. Indeed, this is very perverted. While thinking about it, Jiangyao turned his attention to the evolving insects. Based on the current rate of evolution, it won't take long for this bug to evolve. And when he completes his evolution, I can enter that dimension. But obviously, Jiangyao also knows that this evolution is not as simple as imagined. Especially judging from the current situation. From 1 to 9 dimensions. These dimensions are not difficult for him. What is really difficult is the hurdle from the 9th dimension to the 10th dimension. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start thinking. 10 dimensions. Before superdimensional civilization, there were actually only 9 dimensions. The 10th dimension was often a concept. Even if there are some civilizations or special individuals that can enter the 10th dimension before superdimensionality. In fact, what they enter is not the real 10th dimension at all. If you insist on it, it can be understood as 9.5 dimensions. A special dimension between 2 dimensions. While talking, Jiangyao felt a little emotional in his heart. Only at this stage did he know what the 10th dimension was about. Ultimately, it is difficult to enter this dimension because it requires the use of the power of law. If you do not master this power, then you will never enter this dimension. Seriously, I'm curious about what this dimension is all about. With such a high threshold, what is the situation of a dimension that separates all dimensions? And are there other dimensions above this dimension? Jiangyao is actually very curious about this issue. Logically speaking, there may be more than 10, and there are higher dimensions above. But currently he has no way to get involved. In fact, he has a feeling that if he enters the 10th latitude, he might be able to discover more high dimensions. But now, he doesn't seem to care about the future dimensions. For him now, what he needs most is to figure out the situation in the 10th dimension. In this way, as time went by, the bug quickly completed its evolution. As the evolution began, the bug's body shape gradually began to disappear. The bug first entered the 4th dimension. All objects in this dimension have undergone fundamental changes. In this dimension, you can see beyond the surface to the depth of an object's essence. Everything seems very magical in this dimension. And everything that was originally in front of you is changed. The entire world seems to be filled with 3-dimensional matrices. And countless ever-changing matrices make up this world. This world is very fantasy. In this world, if you attack the lower dimensions, you can even take away the contents without damaging the surface of the object. This is a very magical thing. Of course, this is just the beginning. Each dimension has its own characteristics. And their characteristics are increased on the basis of the previous dimension. Different dimensions have different special abilities. But these dimensions have one common characteristic. That is, time does not last long. Because these dimensions originally disappeared in the long river of history. Perhaps the universe was once such a dimension. But as time goes by, the dimensions decrease, and these dimensions disappear together. To forcefully enter this dimension is to forcefully enter the fragments of dimensions that are still scattered in the universe. There are a lot of limitations here. But fortunately, there are a lot of such fragments, at least everywhere in the entire universe. So you can constantly switch between dimensions. But the higher the dimension, the fewer such fragments will exist in the universe. Therefore, the higher the latitude, the more difficult it will be to enter. Of course, this is only limited to some civilizations that have just begun to study this. For bugs, all this is very easy. Soon this special bug arrived the 9th dimension. Really? At this time, when the bug came to this dimension, Jiang Yao keenly discovered that there was a higher dimension above it. That means my guess is completely correct. Sure enough, if you want to enter this dimension, you must master the power of law. I didn't master this power before, so there was a problem when I entered. I was just transported to a mezzanine between 2 dimensions, and did not fully enter the 10th dimension. While thinking about it, he continued to watch the insect's subsequent performance. After arriving in this dimension, Bug began to try to break through the special barrier between the 2 dimensions. But no matter how he broke through, he couldn't have much effect. After discovering the situation here, the bugs immediately started a new evolution. And as the evolution of the insects began to change quickly, his body and his various attributes began to undergo earth-shaking changes. A layer of special power covered the insect's appearance. This layer of power was naturally the power of the law. After the evolution was almost complete, it began to move towards attack the barriers of this dimension. During the impact, the bug was still adapting to evolution. At first, he could not break through the barrier at all. But later on, his body could penetrate part of the lightning protection, and he would eventually be bounced away. But as time went by, each time more and more parts go in. In this way, he traveled with difficulty, and continued to evolve in the process of traveling, changing his life characteristics and biological attributes. At this time, the effect of the law of evolution is used to the extreme. After a period of time like this, the bug seemed to have completed all its evolution, and instantly turned into a stream of light, and plunged into this special barrier. By the time Jiang Yao once again gained the insect's senses and perspective, he was already in a strange space. This is a space that cannot be described in words, where the whole world becomes very dreamy. Everything around is shrouded in various interspersed colors. What are these things? No one knows. But when you look at these things, you see that these things have all kinds of different things tangled up in them. These things include some so-called timelines, or lines of cause and effect. Things that cannot be described in words. You can see the birth to death of this thing, but you can't touch him. Everything here seems chaotic and boring, but it also looks extremely beautiful and orderly. The situation here cannot be described in words. This is a magical space filled with all kinds of contradictions, but everything seems so reasonable. There are many things. When you observe them, they are in a state of existence, but when you withdraw your gaze, they disappear. All in all, everything here seems extremely dreamy and incomprehensible. There is no speed limit here. The speed of light is set to infinity, and it only takes an instant to go from one side of the universe to the other side. Many concepts originally used in 3 dimensions have been applied here, and there are brand new concepts belonging to this dimension. Is this dimension? At the same time, he also discovered that this dimension is different from all other dimensions because this dimension is an independent dimension. As if the dimensionality reduction of the universe has not affected it. It is a special dimension attached to the normal dimension. Simply put, this dimension can also be understood as a huge whole. In other words, it can be understood as a huge universe. But it is in a superposition state with the normal universe. The two are the same, but they cannot interfere, as if they are both projections to each other. This was the first time he had seen such a magical scene. Similarly, he also observed his own special race here. There is a big difference between the Zerg in this dimension and the 3rd dimension. Because in this dimension, you can see the essence of this race, from their birth to the experience of developing them, as if the threads are constantly extending outward. These are the destiny lines, or the British lines. Through these things, we can learn about the past of my civilization. And what surprised him the most was that he could actually see things in other universes. You know, he entered the 10th dimension in this universe. Logically speaking, the dimensions of this universe must be disconnected from the dimensions of other universes. But here he can see the development process of other universes and other dimensions through these causal lines. This scene is very magical, especially during the Dragon Boat Festival. When you see these things, you will find that many secrets may have nowhere to hide. Everything you do is recorded in the universe. Only when you reach the 10th dimension can you have the right to look at these records. So for some super civilizations, civilizations like mine have no secrets at all. Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head. No, you shouldn't say that. It should be said that there will be no technological level before entering the super dimension. After entering the super dimension and understanding these, you can find ways to hide these traces. Erase these traces directly from the 10th dimension. This method is indeed feasible, but it is very difficult to accomplish this. Of course, he is not short of time now. Since your own bugs can evolve to this dimension, you can send more bugs in. You just need to figure out how to clean up these traces. And then the remaining bugs can evolve to possess this ability. There is no doubt about the power of the law of evolution. And he also discovered a characteristic. That is, those powerful extra-dimensional civilizations do not seem to be able to enter this dimension. The reason why he made this judgment was that here, he also saw the development history of those civilizations, and the traces those civilizations left in the universe. After all, the first thought of a civilization like me who entered this place for the first time was how to erase these traces. And if they really entered this universe, they would have the same idea. And have the same idea. Then they will definitely implement it. It is impossible that some of their traces are still there now. Okay, I roughly understand the situation. That is to say, it is actually very difficult to enter this dimension. The reason why I can do it so easily may be because of the special nature of my law. While thinking about it, he naturally didn't forget who came here. So he seemed to start searching the entire dimension. When he came here, in addition to taking a look at the situation in this dimension, there was also a more important thing, which was naturally to look for those special races. However, after he walked around here, he did not that special race was not found. It seems I was wrong from the beginning. Those special creatures are not so obvious in this dimension. They should have no dimensional attributes. But without dimensions, how do they survive? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little headache. Indeed, if you really want to study this special existence, it will take a lot of time. Otherwise, there will be no progress at all. In other words, even if he had time, he couldn't research it, at least judging from the current situation. The other party didn't know what kind of technology he had mastered to attack this special existence. It seems that research on that special creature needs to continue. But judging from the current situation, if you want to research that special creature, it is best to steal the other party's technology. Compared to before, it is not difficult for him to do this now. Indeed, it is not difficult for him to do this now, because he can understand the development history of this civilization by observing from the 10th dimension. It is not difficult to find the corresponding technology. This discovery also made him feel a little numb. Now he seemed to have accidentally entered the perspective of God. It can observe everything that happened in this civilization in the past through this perspective. The technology you want can be easily obtained, because you only need to understand the timeline during which they studied these things. As long as he sees the research process during this period of time, it is equivalent to him directly mastering this technology. This can only be described as outrageous. But sometimes things are not as simple as he imagined. Because when he tried to observe, he found that the other party seemed to be able to detect this and hide it accordingly in a short period of time. That means they can discover what's happening in this dimension. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw the other party's actions. Can they also enter this place? Or can they only observe the things in this place and make some small changes? He is not clear about this. But it doesn't seem to be important, because he has been exposed anyway. Even if the other party knows about doing something in this dimension, what will happen? Anyway, you can't find me in the 3rd dimension. And in this dimension, if you can come in, then I will retreat immediately. Chapter 873 Characteristics of 10 Dimensions. And I'm just a bug in this dimension. Even if you find me, what's the impact? He was not worried at all about the dangers that would occur here. But what surprised him was that the other party actually had the ability to find him in another dimension. It should be said that he was doing small tricks in another dimension. It was outrageous that the other party could find out. It showed in disguise that this civilization was not simple. So what's the principle behind this? Or what kind of technology does the other party have? He didn't know this, but he knew it wasn't a good thing. It's useless to think about it now. It's been exposed anyway. No matter what means they used to find me. It seems like that's it. At this time, he felt quite like a broken jar. But this is understandable. Now that it has been discovered, there is no point in continuing to cover up the truth. So it would be better to face it boldly. Which would be better. This was what he was thinking at this time. However, the development of things may be much smoother than he imagined. although his observation was discovered and the other party responded immediately. But in the future, the other party would not respond to his thoughts. Countermeasures don't seem to be of much use. The other party wanted to find their location in the low dimension through high-dimensional follow-up papaya. But after searching for the other party, they discovered the problem and couldn't find any trace at all. Obviously, this is a benefit of letting the bugs enter alone. If the bugs enter through evolution, it is an independent behavior of the bugs, and there is no civilized behavior behind it. Perhaps some other civilizations want to explore this level and need the help of the civilization behind them. It is easy for civilizations like this to be followed by similar means and find clues. But bugs are different. This thing has evolved to this level entirely by its own strength. He enters by relying on individuals, not by being limited behind and connected to civilization. So it is almost impossible to find the location of civilization through him. I have to say, sometimes things are so unexpected. I was still thinking about this matter. Maybe it wasn't that easy to deal with. But now it seems that it is much easier than I thought. But if you think about it carefully, this dimension is difficult for me to enter. And it is probably not much different for other civilizations. It cannot be said that it is difficult for me to enter. But it is easy for others to enter. Only then did Jiang Yao feel relieved after realizing that there was no way for the other party to follow the clues to find him. But that dimension is really fundamentally different from other dimensions. So I'm very curious. If this dimension is developed, there may be many different possibilities to be developed. But why have these civilizations not touched this dimension? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Indeed, this incident is somewhat outrageous. After all, this dimension can be regarded as a protection dimension if you insist on it. In this dimension, you may really be able to develop many powerful weapons, and then directly attack low dimension through high dimensions. After all, those who have the ability to enter this dimension now, there are not many civilizations. If we can really research something in this dimension, it will really be a big breakthrough. There are various possibilities here. According to normal logic, since the other party can find this place, it is impossible not to see the specialness in it. Why the other party has not developed this dimension, which makes him a little puzzled. However, if something goes wrong, there must be a monster. The other side civilization can develop to this point, and it is definitely not a fool. Therefore, the other side civilization has not taken any other action so far. It is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Maybe the possibility of development in this dimension is very low, or it is very difficult. So the other party has not made any big moves yet. Or it may be for other reasons. Compared to before, he is undoubtedly much more mature now. He is not like his former self, who just rushed forward when he saw some opportunities and did not consider others. Now he considers many factors. It's also because the more he thinks about it, the less he does wasted work. Next, we can study this aspect and see what the situation is like. Now he has plenty of time here, and the content of his research projects is relatively small. Basically, many of them can be left to the bugs to evolve independently. As for other things, they are handled by the brain bugs. There are fewer and fewer things that he needs to take care of at ordinary times. So he has enough time to study various things. It just so happens that he has not left this universe yet, and he still has the opportunity to study the things he wants to study. As for war matters, there is no need to worry. The players are already there. We have found several suitable universes, and are developing them there. How long does it take for users to increase the number of bugs? Ushering in a huge change. So now he can do some things he wants to do. You can use this time to research some things that you have doubts about. Thinking of this, he immediately made arrangements. Immediately afterwards, the relevant research began to be implemented immediately. And over time, all kinds of data appear. This time the research did not take long. Only 3 to 5 months in total. Soon he got a piece of relevant information, through which he understood why the other party did not conduct relevant research. That dimension and the normal third dimension are completely two different worlds. They can be regarded as two independent and different worlds. Although the two worlds are related and involved, the actual involvement is not deep. This will involve a very embarrassing problem. That is, if you want to launch an attack on this world through another world, then we must consider the issue of world barriers. Of course, it can be called a dimensional barrier here. Because of the existence of this barrier, many effective attacks will be resisted. It's like if you are in 2 dimensions, and you want to directly attack 3 dimensions. You can imagine the difficulty. Just breaking through the dimension. This one, the difficulty already consumes a lot of energy. To put it simply, if you attack a 3-dimensional object, If you are in this dimension, you only need to expend 1 point of strength. Then you can do it. But if you want to attack a 3-dimensional object from 2 dimensions, it will be 3-dimensional. Not only can you easily disintegrate your attack, the most important thing is that you need to spend 10,000 or even 100,000 to complete the attack. Simply put, this is a thankless job. From that dimension, not only is it easy to discover, but it is also easy to be defended. The most important thing is that the price you pay is very terrifying. So studying the attacks in this dimension is simply making yourself miserable. No wonder these civilizations were not studied here even if they were discovered. That's why it took half the day. However, Jiang Yao feels that things are not that simple. As the saying goes, there is no useless thing. It's just that you don't know how to use it. Although if you study weapons of this dimension, the price/performance ratio is very low. He always feels that there is still a lot of room for development. Other civilizations cannot solve this problem of disproportionate resource investment and return. But for me, as a Zerg, I can solve some problems through evolution. I feel that this matter is still feasible, especially after knowing that the development history of some super civilizations can be explained through dimensions. He became even more curious about this dimension. He also knew that there should be higher development in this dimension. Of course, there is also a problem that needs to be involved. That is, how to solve the function of some super civilizations that have the ability to block some important information. He also understood this, especially when he found himself observing those extra-dimensional civilizations. The fragments of those extra-dimensional civilizations seemed to disappear in an instant. It was obvious that the other party had taken certain measures. As for this technology, I feel it is necessary for me to research it. After all, I don't want my history to be spied on. After all, there are too many secrets hidden in this history. If the other party can block it, it can be seen that the other party has also conducted a certain degree of research on this dimension, although it has not developed relevant dimensional weapons. However, the other party's various security measures in this dimension are still relatively complete. Relevant research will be prioritized. First of all, we must ensure that the other party cannot observe us through this dimension. Of course, another point is very important. That is, if I hide my own dimension and a civilization of the same level enters this dimension, it was able to find my problem immediately. It is also for this reason that he estimates that those powerful civilizations have not always hidden some of their dimensional attributes. This is the reason. If you don't know their existence and can accurately locate their existence, it would be very difficult to observe them in that dimension. After all, their behavior in that dimension is exactly the same as other civilizations. It's all because I have been keeping an eye on them, so I can accurately locate the situation on their side. In that dimension, once you hide some of your attributes, you are equivalent to being openly exposed in front of the enemy. The enemy can discover you through that dimension at the first time, and after discovering you, stay there through you. You can follow the clues to find where your hometown is. The hidden risk is very high, especially after encountering a civilization of the same level. You have completely exposed yourself. Can you just erase all traces of yourself in that dimension? He felt that there was a possibility that since fragments in the dimension could be hidden, traces could also be hidden. However, it may be very difficult to achieve this. Of course, no matter how difficult it is, he feels that he needs to find out clearly. After all, according to the current situation, even some fragments of other universes can be discovered through this dimension, which means that even if he hid in a certain place in advance before the war area, it is still possible to be found. But that's where the problem lies. At the beginning, I escaped the pursuit of those super civilizations by constantly changing universes. According to the information I have discovered now, the other party can find me. He couldn't help but frown a little when he thought of this, because not only one universe is recorded in the dimension, but many universes will be recorded. So as long as the other party comes into contact with this dimension, it means that his traces will be discovered by them. According to normal circumstances, since the other party has discovered his traces, why has the other party not taken any action against him? Or is there something special about my traces that's why they weren't discovered? Thinking of this, he also began to understand some of the traces he left in the dimension. After some observation, he soon discovered the source of the problem. The main reason lies in the original high-dimensional universe. He found that some things in that universe seemed to have something, and the traces of that section were directly blocked. Maybe this was the characteristic of the universe itself, and it was also because it existed in that universe. So a lot of it was erased. Fragments, which then prevent the other party from tracking you. It turns out that's the reason. The universe I stayed in before was obviously one dimension higher than other universes. But he has never encountered such a special universe again. And when he entered the universe before, its technological level was not high. At that time, he tried his best to enter the superdimensional civilization every day. And there were still some civilizations secretly acted as pushers to push them forward. Therefore, at that stage, his research on the nature of many things in the universe was very superficial. And it was naturally impossible to discover the special features of that universe. So in other words, only by finding a similar universe again can I understand what the situation is like inside. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It is estimated that with the current situation, we will definitely not be able to find a similar universe in a short time. I guess it will be quite difficult to understand the situation of that kind of high-dimensional universe. Forget it. It's useless to think so much now. Due to a strange combination of circumstances, my whereabouts have been hidden. But this is always a problem. This problem must be solved. Otherwise, if we encounter similar situations in the future, the problem is that I haven't encountered a similar universe. So I will be exposed. Just thinking about it. He also started to think about how to operate it. Dimensional hiding technology and dimensional defense technology are two technologies that must be studied in the near future. I think it is also necessary to study the attack technology in that dimension. Of course, this technology is mainly a technology for fighting in the 10th dimension rather than a technology for attacking low dimensions. Chapter 874 Stable Development Period. The main reason why this technology is studied is that since there is room for operation in this dimension, it cannot be ruled out that war will occur in this dimension in the future. Although it is basically impossible to have a war in this dimension. But at least this is a possibility. I don't have to use some things, but I won't be without them. This was Jiang Yao's thought at this time. There are indeed some things that he must study clearly even if they are useless. Because he doesn't want to wait until the enemy attacks you in this dimension. And then, you can't understand the principle at all, and can only be beaten passively. In short, various technologies in this dimension must be improved. After the plan was formulated in this way, related research began. There is something about this dimension. At this time, as more and more research was done on this dimension, Jiang Yao gradually discovered some possibilities of this dimension. Attacking technology in this dimension doesn't actually make much sense. Because in this dimension, everyone is a Superman. All civilizations are strong. Casual attacks can reach the upper limit of dimensional attacks. There are no restrictions here. It's not even impossible to create something out of thin air if you want. This dimension is quite interesting. According to this logic, doesn't it mean that you will be invincible after entering this dimension? Because after reaching this dimension, everything can easily reach the upper limit. This feeling is very wonderful. Of course, this is also a characteristic of this dimension. No wonder those civilizations did so little in this dimension. Many civilizations even have no special research on this dimension at all. It's not that they don't do research, but it's simply meaningless. Even if the gap between the two civilizations in other dimensions is huge, once they enter this dimension, any gap will be smoothed out. After learning this, Jiang Yao also fell into deep thought. This dimension gave her a very special feeling. How can I describe this feeling? From his perspective, his view of this dimension is meaningless. That's right. These three words can describe the characteristics of this dimension. Many things have changed here. Civilization and civilization. Technology and technology seem to have been brought to the same level. Two civilizations in this civilization cannot completely solve each other. Of course, the reason is also very simple. Even if you die in this dimension, you can be resurrected. Let me go! This dimension is simply the legendary dimension of immortality. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If you live in this dimension all the time, you don't have to worry about all kinds of dangers. Any war in this dimension is meaningless. This dimension can be regarded as a pastoral world. This place fulfills all your fantasies about a perfect world. Jiang Yao was filled with emotion when he thought of this. If that's the case, then there's a problem. With such a good dimension, it stands to reason that there should be civilization settled in it. In fact, according to this logic, this dimension should be overcrowded. Because there is no point in fighting here and resources are at your fingertips. Here you just need to live a good life, and that's it. And the most important thing is that this dimension exists independently of other dimensions. Which means that this dimension does not need to worry about the possibility of dimensionality reduction due to war like the three-dimensional universe. At the same time, there is no need to worry if the dimensions are really reduced, and the living space will be squeezed. Although this dimension coexists with three dimensions, they are not common. Even if the three-dimensional universe becomes two-dimensional, This dimension will not be affected. It is no exaggeration to call this paradise to anyone. But why would such a place have no civilization living here for a long time? Jiang Yao didn't understand this. The brainworm continues to study the characteristics of this dimension, and the various research plans previously formulated continue to proceed as planned. Everything in the 10th dimension is too perfect. However, such a dimension is not overcrowded, and there are almost no people settling in. This makes Jiang Yao a little curious. He felt he had to find out why. In this way, while thinking about Jiang Yao, he also began to increase his research and exploration of this dimension. Soon a large number of dimension bugs were expelled. This kind of dimensional bug is a bug that Jiang Yao specially evolved to study this dimension. Soon, with the introduction of bugs, the progress of research also accelerated. It was the same day as usual. Jiang Yao woke up and started his day's work. What he does every day now is not complicated. In fact, he is in the retirement stage now, and many things are done by the civilization and brainworms below. He just had to make the key decisions and go. And just today, as soon as he woke up, he found that the brainworm was already waiting for him here at some point. Chief, we discovered the ruins of civilization in the 10th dimension. Jiang Yao, who had just gotten up at this time, received this shocking news. What? The ruins of civilization were discovered. While thinking about Jiang Yao, he immediately became serious. According to the situation in this dimension, it is very normal for civilization to settle in. But logically speaking, there is no need to worry about this place. But what is going on with the ruins of this civilization? While thinking about it, he immediately began to understand the relevant information. Soon all kinds of information were placed in front of him. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown when he saw this information. The information shows a huge ruins of civilization. The remains of various buildings can be vaguely seen in the ruins. At the same time, you can also see the glory of this civilization. At least there are many well-preserved facilities. The things inside are comparable to his current technological level. It's incomprehensible even when you look at it. This means that the other party's technological level will never be worse than your own. So how did such a civilization fall? At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but start thinking. Explore here and see if you can find out any information. Soon Jiang Yao made a decision. And as his order was issued, the brainworm soon began to take action. A large number of dimensional bugs came here. And through the laws of evolution, they soon had the ability of eye bugs. With these abilities, research will naturally be much faster. Soon all kinds of data appeared. However, with the emergence of various data, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown, because he discovered a special substance. What is this substance? If you are attacked by this substance in the 10th dimension, you will lose the dimensional attributes. This also means that this thing is no longer affected by dimensional characteristics. This discovery made him frown. This is quite interesting. He was thinking so at this time. In his previous understanding, he believed that this civilization would not be destroyed. But who would have thought that there is a way to completely eliminate the opponent in this dimension? So there is also a war in this dimension. So not many people dare to come in. At this time, after understanding the general situation, Jiang Yao quickly gained a new understanding of this place. But for him, although this discovery made him immediately wary of this place, the situation here also gave him a research direction. No matter how I play, I still have to research related weapons. At this time, he made a decision. There is such matter in this dimension. So naturally, we need to study it clearly. After all, this thing might be useful in the future. And he also needs to research related defense techniques. Be prepared. Just thinking about this, he immediately started to act. Very quickly, various data were collected. And with the data, the evolution of the insects began. Through this, insects are encouraged to evolve in this direction. Once the abilities related to obtaining items are evolved and programmed into genes. If you encounter similar scenarios and need to use these things, you will be able to acquire such abilities in a very short time. Soon, as time passed, the law of evolution did not disappoint him. His bugs had similar abilities. Although it was much worse than the abilities discovered, it was already very good. According to the current situation, if the situation happens a few times, the exact same ability will evolve. In this way, the insects soon evolved related abilities and gradually improved them. In the process of evolution, Jiang Yao also understood this power. This is a very special power. This power is different from other powers he has seen before. It is an independent power. But in terms of channels, he does not know how it is generated, nor does he understand it. Fortunately, Bugs can acquire this ability through evolution. But the cost of releasing this ability is also very high. Each bug can only be released once. And it is not very powerful. This release will also drain everything from the bug. Simply put, this attack can be understood as a suicide attack. There is only one chance. Because each release of this attack requires too many materials. Not only energy, but also other materials. The entire insect to evolve to be able to unleash this attack. All matter would have to be replaced. The essence of this attack is to turn the bug itself into an attacking substance, similar to an explosive pack. And he estimated that if he hadn't mastered the laws of evolution, he might never have been able to understand this attack. The reason why he is such an attack is also due to the rule of law. But for him, this is at least a good thing. Because although the attack methods in this dimension have been solved, of course, after solving the attack methods, the next step is related defense methods. The price required to evolve the defense methods is naturally a lot. But fortunately, his resources are not particularly lacking now. So he slowly passes by bugs that continue to evolve relevant attack methods. Attack some bugs that have little defense means. Continue to obtain data. And constantly evolve. New results soon appear. He also has the relevant defense methods. But the problem is also very complicated. That is, using this level of defense and attack is basically the same. Even insects will become a one-time consumption. But fortunately he has it now. There is no shortage of bugs. And it will not be difficult for him to create a large number of similar cannon fodder. And that's good news. At least based on the current news. He doesn't need to worry too much. Because the relevant attack methods and defense methods have been researched. And even if he encounters a similar situation in the future, he will have a way to resist it. But even this level of attack is still unable to carry out a devastating blow to low dimensions from super dimensions. Low dimensions can still be easily defended. This technology can only target that dimension. This may be the only pity that these studies can only achieve a certain effect in the same dimension. But once the dimension is reduced, there will be no effect. However, this does not seem to be unacceptable. After the results are obtained, the next research will naturally be about the subsequent use of this dimension. The follow-up research method will naturally focus on technologies related to dimension hiding. He planned to study this from the beginning. But in the end, he chose this technology for various reasons. At present, I only need to research the dimension hiding technology. And then, I will have a basic base in this dimension. We can think about it later, and see if we can find other civilizations in this dimension. In fact, he had the idea from the beginning to see if there was any long-term civilization in this dimension. But because he didn't know anything about this place, he didn't act rashly. But now that he has basically prepared some things, he can naturally take action. After determining the general idea in this way, he also started to take action. The first is some details about dimensions. How to keep yourself safe. How to ensure that you discover others, and that others cannot discover you, etc. The relevant research is actually the same as in other dimensions, but for a completely untouched dimension where the laws are completely different in all aspects. The whole process seems a bit complicated. All in all, he needs to make all the preliminary preparations in this dimension. After the place is ready, he will let the players go to this area to develop, or to go to this area to explore and get what they want. Intelligence. With this mood in mind, he started to take action. Soon some important information in this dimension was gradually collected. And the exploration area of the same dimension was also constantly expanding. It began to radiate outwards from its center point in this area. Except for the destroyed civilization he found. Nothing else was found around him. Of course, he didn't care about this. If he didn't find other civilizations, there were two possibilities. The first was the other party. Once you master the concealment technique, the other party may be right next to you, and you won't be able to detect it. The second type is indeed that there are no other civilizations around. Of course, he is not particularly concerned about this. After all, his own safety in this dimension is still guaranteed to a certain extent. Even if the other party launches a sudden attack on him, he will destroy his own place. It doesn't matter if everything is destroyed. His family background is not here, and he has not invested much in various aspects here. Chapter 875 Encountering Other Civilizations. In this way, after some preparations, the relevant things in the 10th dimension were quickly produced. There is already a prototype of a base here. However, Jiang Yao also found many problems here. And one of the issues that concerned him the most was the problem with the materials here. To be honest, he had never seen the materials used in the base he saw before. This made him a little curious about this kind of thing. And he couldn't understand where the other party got this kind of material. So how did they get it? Jiangyao was also a little confused about this. This dimension is currently very different from other dimensions. There are no resources in this dimension. The entire space here is constantly changing like animation. There are some irregular things changing in the entire space. These things don't have any entity. They are like curtains in the picture, constantly changing shapes or other things. And this space feels more like a data recording thing to me. That's right. This is how this space feels to him. This is like a data recording device. All the big and small things that happen in the universe will be recorded here. Civilizations that have the ability to enter this world can retrieve these records through various methods. In short, the feeling here for him was too wonderful. Although Jiangyao still doesn't know what the significance of the existence of this space is. He is certain that the buildings in the ruins that Ho discovered before do not exist in this space. Of course, he still doesn't know how the other party does this. At least he tried many methods, but couldn't bring things from other dimensions in. If it weren't for the bugs that could evolve, even the bugs wouldn't be able to get in. It is even more impossible to bring other things, because there is no way for these things to evolve to be the same as bugs. As for bringing in similar things through some means, it is impossible, because the relevant research progress is very slow. By the time he studies this place and understands it, he may not realize how many years have passed. Things are a bit troublesome. At this time, he couldn't help but think so. His idea is to establish a foothold in this space, and then start to develop based on it. The role of this foothold is of course not just a foothold. It also serves as a strategic fortress. When encountering a powerful enemy, you can rely on this thing to deal with the enemy. After all, traces of war have been found here, so he must consider the war. With this mentality, Jiangyao also started his follow-up research. To be honest, it was much more difficult to study the materials in this universe than he imagined. But fortunately, he had a lot of ideas, and soon he came up with a solution. Since conventional materials cannot be brought in, and even if they are brought in, it may not take long for them to eventually dissipate due to the strange power here. But don't forget that bugs can come in. If you treat bugs as materials, you can build a base. His idea is very simple. Develop a kind of bug similar to building materials. Let them enter this dimension, and then build their own base. Not only is it easy to operate, but the most important thing is that the strength of this base will never be low. Except for the evolutionary progress required to enter this dimension. All other evolutionary progress is focused on the evolution of insect strength. I have to say, this rule is easy to use. If you think a little more broadly, you can still figure out a lot of ways to apply this rule. At this time, after watching these special bugs enter the historical dimension, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, the effect of the bugs on his side is really great, at least compared to the current effects of these bugs in the past. The effect is much greater. Many unsolvable problems can be solved through the laws of evolution, which makes him feel a little outrageous. In this way, as time went by, a huge building quickly rose up in this strange space. This building gave people the feeling that it was made of the SHLs of different animals. The entire building it is oval in shape and has a thick carapace on the outside. And this kind of price that seems to be easily broken has very special characteristics. At least in this dimension, his defense power is very amazing. Of course, these will only have a certain effect on subsequent battles. Now he must figure out how to make the creatures in this dimension unable to recover after being attacked. Otherwise, there will be no way to have combat effectiveness here. Of course, this technology can still be completed through purification. After all, it has obtained the relevant substances. Next, it only needs to let the bugs evolve the ability to have the same characteristics as this substance. That's it. Very quickly, various combat units in this universe took shape. Compared with the three-dimensional universe, it is very difficult to obtain various things in this universe. Even a little bit of evolution requires a lot of effort, resources to invest. But fortunately, in the end, these things were perfected little by little like this. Now, it is no exaggeration to say that he has the ability to fight in this dimension. This means that if there is any civilization in the future, this dimension has launched some blows to him. But it doesn't mean that he has no backhand power. Attacks in this dimension will become very weak when it reaches the measurements. But it does not rule out that some special situations will occur. After all, anything can happen. Chief, the current research on the 10th dimension has made breakthrough progress, and our bugs can already conduct conventional combat in that dimension. At the same time, The exploration of that dimension has also begun. At this time, the brainworm is reporting on the current progress. Based on our exploration during this period, we discovered a point. First of all, the range of that space is really too large. And there is no limit to the speed of light in that space. The moving speed in that part of the universe cannot reach the speed of light. But our speed in that part of the universe can already reach tens of thousands of times more than the light beam in the three-dimensional universe. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard brainworm's report. 10,000 times? Jiang Yao also felt a little outrageous when he said that. This speed should be enough. And the area we are currently exploring is only a small area around our base. We must first determine whether the area around our home is safe before we can consider other things. As for what Jiang Yao said, Brainworm naturally had no objections. I know, leader. Jiang Yao thought for a while after hearing this. By the way, let's explore the surroundings and see if you find any strange places. Or something special. Not yet. Everything around us is very empty except for the ruins. How can I put it? The surrounding area gives us a very special feeling. The scope of exploration, calculated according to the ordinary universe, should have reached the scope of 1 or 2 universes. But even in such a huge space, nothing else has been found. Jiang Yao was thoughtful when he heard this. Continue to observe. In addition, the surrounding monitoring facilities and defense facilities should be set up as soon as possible to ensure that the opponent is close to us, so that we can detect the enemy as soon as possible. After giving the recent instructions in this way, the brainworm left. As time went by, unexpected news soon appeared. While exploring that dimension, the brainworms discovered civilization. You mean you found civilization? At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the brainworms return. Unexpected, but reasonable. If you find it there, it proves that there must be civilization there. The number may be relatively small, but it must exist. Speaking of which, Jiang Yao decided to try to get in touch with this civilization. Because according to the brainworm's report, this civilization did not express any malice, or the desire to fight among the creatures in that dimension was not that strong. Although I don't know the specific situation. But what is certain is that not everything that civilization says is true. The reason why he thinks so is naturally very simple. Because he has found the ultimate of civilization. If the civilization over there is very harmonious, then there should not be such a thing. Since such a thing exists, it is enough. It shows that there is nothing as simple as it seems on the surface. But this is not important. Since the two civilizations are in contact, he also wants to learn about some situations in that dimension through that civilization. Of course, he must be careful during the whole process. After all, the other party is kind to him on the surface. But he doesn't know what the actual situation is. So he needs to understand and wait until he has a clear understanding of the situation there before making a decision. For this matter, he naturally left it to the civilization and idiots under him. After all, these things were not what he could care about. He had no ability in this area at all. In fact, after leading the race for so many years, Jiang Yao had no regard for himself. The understanding is also very clear. Through the characteristics of the Zerg, he has inherited a lot of knowledge. But he knows very well where his abilities are directed. Or he can do it in terms of the layout of the overall civilization. But he is definitely not as good as some other details. Those of professionals. So for some things, his ideas are very simple. Leave professional matters to professionals. At this time, as the order was issued to the affiliated civilization, a group of affiliated civilizations also began operations on their side. The leaders have issued orders. Let us discuss how to contact that civilization. At present, on the surface, this civilization has a friendly attitude towards us. But we don't know what the actual situation is. However, based on our experience, maybe the friendliness is just superficial. And it may not be as friendly to us as it is on the surface. It seems so simple. This is for sure. Although the characteristics of that universe make war meaningless. Wars must have happened. And we don't know how often they happen there. Under such circumstances, everything over there has no bearing on, it's all unknown to us. Contact over there still has to be the same as in the normal universe. First hide yourself, and then get to know the other person. Although we don't know exactly what the situation is on the other side. What is certain is that according to the current situation, what we need to do here is very simple. That is to find a way to find out more about the opponent's background and make arrangements in advance. Take care of everything to prevent sudden accidents. It's still too early to contact this civilization. At present, we have only developed the attack technology of that dimension. but we have not developed the defense technology of that dimension. So now we need to buy ourselves some time. In this way, everyone discussed each other word by word, and soon they also determined a rough plan. First, ensure the combat strength of your own side. All kinds of pre-war preparations must be made, and one's location must be hidden as much as possible during the contact. After all, for the players, they are active now, because at least they have found the opponent's location. At the same time, a plan to deal with this civilization must also be carried out. This civilization is a sphere, and all living creatures are known to be spheres of light. This ball of light comes in different sizes and colors. Naturally, they were not surprised by this strange creature. After all, they had been wandering in the universe for so many years, and had seen all kinds of civilizations. But whether this kind of civilization can tolerate conventional attacks is also a question. After all, we have relatively few contacts with this kind of civilization, especially in this dimension. This is our first contact, so we must understand their attack methods clearly. Years of experience have allowed them to encounter similar things, and their first thought is to think about war. Well, after all the preparations before the war, they will consider subsequent contacts. There are two completely different concepts between having weapons that I can use without them, and having no weapons at all. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of their side, they must first ensure that their side is in a state of weapons. With this in mind, they began to make arrangements. Although they were not fully prepared, they were at least somewhat prepared. After all these things were almost ready, they began their first contact with this civilization. The main content of this contact was about the possibility of cooperation between the two civilizations. I'm thinking about this issue of yours, and I don't rule out the possibility of the other party testing it out. At this time, in the conference room, a group of people who were well known for the project were gathering together to discuss the intentions of each other's actions. Through the cooperation of both parties, it is not impossible to find our location. So how should we deal with this matter? My personal suggestion is to delay first. In this way, we can buy time. At the same time, during the delay, we can also conduct a thorough investigation of their civilization and take a look at the situation of their civilization. In addition, we also need to collect data on their civilization to see if our existing attack methods are useful to them. At the same time, we cannot expose the attack methods we have. Chapter 876 First Contact. During this period of time, many ideas have been thought of for this civilization and the subordinate civilizations under Jiangyao. After all, the opponent's strength is not weak, so everyone is very careful when dealing with it. In fact, this mysterious civilization is unknown to them now. The unknown is the scariest thing. We must hide ourselves when we don't know the other party. As for subsequent communication, we will make corresponding adjustments based on the actual situation. After some communication like this, they finally decided on a rough plan. It has to be said that judging from the current situation, at least now they have the ability to talk to each other. Of course, this is enough for them. After all, they don't expect to be able to compete with each other now. This is how the contact with the other party's civilization began. First of all, the first contact between the two parties was more of a trial. As a force that had just entered this dimension, Jiangyao was naturally very cautious. Fortunately, their caution also paid off for them. The information we have so far, first of all, is that there is indeed a civilization in this dimension, and there are not many of these civilizations. Secondly, the size of the space in that dimension is infinite. At least that's what they said. There are many civilizations in this space, but because the space is too huge, it seems very empty. While talking, everyone seemed to think of something again, so they continued to add. Everyone must be aware of the characteristics of this space. In addition to this information, we have also obtained a lot of information about the history of this space. This information is also useful, but we still need to consider one issue: the authenticity of this information. It cannot be ruled out that these are all fake news. At this time, when someone heard someone say such words, everyone present naturally understood. So this information now can only be used as a reference for us. Let's sort out the information first. In this way, everyone began to sort out some of the contents of the conversation between the two parties for the first time. The overall content is actually not complicated. To put it simply, no one knows how this space was born. This area is a dimension independent of other dimensions. This dimension is very special, and they don't know the reason why. There were no creatures in this dimension after its birth. But as time went by, some low-dimensional creatures continued to improve their dimensions through various methods or through some special means. just like the players. Finally, they successfully entered this area. After entering this area, they felt that this was paradise. So they settled here. And these are also the first creatures in this dimension. This group of civilizations developed here. But the good times did not last long. As time went by, many of these civilizations also discovered problems. Because they found that after entering this dimension, they could no longer go to other dimensions. Simply put, they are trapped in this dimension. There seems to be a special force in this dimension that prevents creatures that enter this dimension from going back. Jiangyao civilization naturally also tried this. And they found that it seemed to be true. In fact, it doesn't mean that you can't go back, but that you won't be able to survive in this world after you go back. The reason is naturally very simple. That is, once you evolve to 10 dimensions, you cannot lower your dimension again. Simply put, the upgrade in this dimension is irreversible. This is true even for insects that have mastered the laws of evolution. Such an irreversible state prevents these people from ever being able to freely travel between dimensions. Even though the dimension they're in now is very huge. But it still gives them the feeling that they are a caged bird. Of course, this is normal. Later, the characteristics of this dimension were known by later civilizations. Of course, the situation inside is difficult to discover without in-depth research. The reason why they were able to discover it was because the civilization in this dimension told them. As for the reason, of course it's not that these civilized consciences cannot bear the suffering of more civilizations, but because they don't want too many civilizations to come in. Because once the internal civilization exceeds a certain limit, a war may break out. So in order to avoid such a thing from happening, they finally chose to tell this information to the beings who wanted to enter this dimension. In this way, as time goes by, more and more civilizations know about this matter. Compared with the various powers in that dimension, many civilizations believe that freedom is king. And once you enter that place, then all your stuff starts from scratch. The previous physical formulas and previous cognitions are completely inapplicable here. And we must start from scratch. But it is basically impossible to study technology here. And that's where the problem lies. As for the reason, it is naturally very simple. It is like the research difficulty there is level 50. But many civilizations come in at level 20. The 30 level gap made it impossible for them to understand what was inside. And at the same time, they were unable to capture the various laws inside. All in all, once you enter here, you will always be in the same place. Although there isn't much of a problem surviving there. Surviving for a long time can feel depressing. The only way to survive in that space is to evolve yourself into a creature without emotions. Because only in this way can you avoid going crazy over the long years. Obviously the other party did the same. Many civilizations were forced to start evolving. But evolution was so difficult. Most civilizations simply did not have this talent. So they chose to self-destruct over the long years. At least for them, this might be a relief. That's about it. At this time, the players started to dig into the details after sorting out the information. First of all, what can be determined is that the situation of this civilization is a bit complicated. The opponent may have been there from the beginning. Or it may have entered later. After all, there are plenty of opportunities for them to withhold important information. As for the civilization that entered the day after tomorrow, it shows that they have an instinctive sense of war. Of course, there is a reason why I say this. After all, according to what they said, many civilizations that entered here the day after tomorrow were forced. After all, no civilization would be stupid enough to enter this cage. Many civilizations that entered later in life did so because the war civilization was about to be destroyed, and finally made a desperate choice to enter here. At least once you get here, civilization can continue instead of being destroyed directly. So the current situation is that if the other party is like this, then their words cannot be trusted. Because you never know what the other person is thinking. You can never know whether the other party is hostile to you or has some agenda for you. I have to say that once you start with malicious intentions, many possibilities will emerge. After various speculations by these civilizations, they summarize several of the most likely things to happen. One thing is very likely. And this thing is that the other party sees the law of their own evolution. And through this law they see hope. So it cannot be ruled out that they want to plot the rules of the players. So judging from the current situation, for them, what can be plotted against us is this law. While talking, the civilization present also fell into thinking. Because they do not know the situation of the other party. They do not rule out the possibility that the other party has the power to directly obtain their laws. Since it is certain that there is a cage inside, it makes sense that they would find a way to get out of the cage. At this time, everyone was discussing with each other. They all know that there are too many things to consider when fighting against this unknown civilization. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that the current situation shows that the other party has not taken action. At the same time, there is a possibility that their guess is wrong, but they still think about the worst. In short, consider everything according to the worst-case scenario. As he spoke, everyone present fell into thinking. If that's the case, then we still need to make a lot of plans. In this way, the matter came to an end very quickly during the exchange. To be honest, the ending in front of them has given them a bit of a headache. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that everything is still in the guessing stage. And even the other party's methods are still guessing. The information obtained is still too little. Continue to communicate with them, and take a look at their ultimate goal. At the same time, we are also preparing as much as possible. In fact, regarding the current situation, what they hope more is that the other party really has peaceful purposes. But they feel that this possibility is very slim. At this time, in another area, a bug was followed by many light balls. The two sides were talking about something at this time. That is to say, this area is called the Pure Land by you. That's right. The technology of all civilizations cannot develop here. What did you look like when you came? And what will you be forever? Looks of unlimited resources here. At least if your life level reaches this dimension, then you can use these resources. And civilizations that cannot use these resources have long been destroyed. In short, after entering this universe, you will face the first test. And this test is whether you can upgrade your dimensional attributes to the 10th dimension. Otherwise, you will not be able to survive here at all. At this time, after hearing what the light ball said, the insect also nodded. So there is no war here. Facing the question from the insect, Guangqiu pondered for a while, and denied what he said. No matter where it is, this will happen. You must have come from a lower dimension. And this place has also experienced war. It's just that the frequency of wars here is much less than in other dimensions. And the main reason for wars here is still because of the region. Everyone was a little confused after hearing this, and asked about the situation. Although this universe is infinite, the internal resource areas are distributed. Maybe if you discover this resource area, the next time you discover this resource area, you don't know that you will have to wait until the year of the monkey. Even before you can find the next area, you will be destroyed because you have no resources. When they heard what the other party said, everyone present immediately became vigilant, because the meaning represented in this sentence means that there is a possibility of conflict between the two parties. Although the players do not need this resource for the time being, it is obvious that the other party does not know this matter. Even if you tell the other party will not believe you or even say that because you told the other party this matter, something will be exposed. Something to speed up the war. I probably understand. That means there is also the possibility of conflict between our two civilizations. In fact, after reaching this point, many times the conversation is relatively direct, and there is no need to cover up. After all, if the situation is not right, the two sides will start fighting directly in a civilized manner. There is nothing to consider later. So it would be better if civilized negotiations at this time are more direct. Theoretically, it is possible. But I see that your demand for resources is not high. To be precise, the way you obtain resources is completely different from ours. You can directly obtain resources from the dimension through some special means. Access to resources. Hearing what the other party said, the expressions of everyone present couldn't help but change, because it was obvious that this was a secret of the Zerg clan. And they didn't expect that the other party would discover it so easily. This is after evolving to this stage through the law of purification. The Zerg's law of change and evolution will always choose the optimal route for purification. So it is not surprising that it can evolve to this level. That's right. We have such ability. And it's for this reason that you choose to contact us. The other party did not deny this. This area is rich in resources. So we hope to survive here for a long time. And when you appeared, we discovered your characteristics. What is certain is that there is no conflict between the two of us in terms of resources. So we chose to contact you. Of course, the reason why we chose to contact you is to gain access to your capabilities. For this to be the cornerstone of contact and trust between the two parties, we do not have to hidden from you. It goes without saying that they do have this kind of ability. It goes without saying how incredible it is in this place. But it is definitely not possible for them to get it so easily. So what can we get from you? Or something useful to us? Hearing the question, the other party started thinking. Some secrets about this dimension. Or some history and the like. These things may not seem of much use to you. But believe me, these things are very useful to you. At least based on your current technological level. This information is enough to give you a clear understanding of the world. Of course, it is definitely impossible to obtain this technology through this. We can also tell you some of this dimensional defense technology, offensive technology, hiding technology, etc. Although you are also studying this technology, I can tell you clearly that your technology is very superficial. Hearing that the other party was wrong, all the civilized people present couldn't help but look at each other. It was obvious that they couldn't refuse what the other party offered. Chapter 877: How to Sell for a Higher Price. For them, there are many things that need to be considered for this civilization. Although the first contact was very successful, there will be many subsequent contacts. At present, your civilization has entered this stage. And now there are two roads in front of you. In the conference room, the two sides once again conducted negotiations in a civilized manner. Of course, the main content of the negotiation this time is still because of the special method of trading players. The technologies we currently have do not include your technology. And your technology can be understood from a certain perspective as the cornerstone of survival in this dimension. Although there is no shortage of resources in this dimension at present, because there are too few civilizations to live in it, at least when compared with such a large space and the civilizations that live in it. But you must also know that there is no shortage of resources in such a space. And it is not difficult to find resources. Often we can find 2 to 3 spare ones before the resources in this area are used up. Resource area. And for us, your technology is just an extra layer of protection for us. This technology is even the same for other civilizations. But the techniques we teach you are different. We will teach you complete attack and defense techniques to ensure your safety in this dimension. After hearing what the other party said, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Everyone. The other party has given the conditions now. What do you think? The conditions they gave are very tempting. And they also pointed out to us many loopholes in our technology before giving the conditions. It is even said that for them, these loopholes can be pointed out at will. But you can only imagine how many more there are that cannot be pointed out. This technology is also very important to us. I even feel that if this technology is handed over to them, there may be huge changes in this dimension. But what they said is also true. The area of this dimension is really too large. And the resources contained in it are also very rich. It can indeed do what they say. So from a certain perspective, they don't lack resources. If that's the case, I can't understand why the other party is so persistent in wanting to exchange our technology. The so-called adding a layer of protection to yourself. I feel the possibility is very low. There's probably a lot more to it that we don't know about. Although their technology is very attractive, I personally feel that there is no need to replace this technology. At this time, everyone was expressing their own opinions, but most of them were opposed. Of course, this is mainly due to the fear of this civilization, because no one can guarantee that the technology provided by this civilization is real. It cannot be ruled out that the other party may use some fake technology to fool them. For these technologies, they have done too little research and cannot distinguish true from false. So this is a risk point. Apart from this, what also needs to be considered is what level the relevant technology is at in this universe. For example, in this universe, this technology is actually readily available. But because players are new here, they don't know how to obtain it. Under such premise, if the players agree, it will be a completely loss-making transaction. This is something that players need to consider. All in all, this matter seems simple. But in fact there are too many things that need to be considered. Even if both of them can live in harmony, and both parties can conduct normal transactions. But even so, they have to think about how to maximize their own interests. So you feel that the benefits they are currently giving are not enough. You can't say that. If these technologies are relatively difficult to obtain in this universe, then the benefits they provide are sufficient. But if they are easy to obtain, they are cheating us. Indeed, the biggest problem now is that they don't know how difficult it is to obtain this technology. If they randomly encounter a civilization and the other party has mastered the same technology, then they will be fooling around. Yet, all in all, there are many factors they need to consider in this wave. Let's see. The level of trust between the two parties is not high right now. Let's have as many contacts as possible and then go take a look. As for the transaction, our suggestion is to delay it as much as possible until we have figured out the situation and determined the specific situation of both parties before we make a decision. There is naturally no problem with this strategy. For them now, they need to understand the situation of this universe so much. So they take this opportunity to find out the situation of this universe before deciding whether to cooperate. This is indeed it's the best way at the moment. After determining the general idea in this way, the affiliated civilization also began to plan. They may be able to guess a little bit about our decision making. Let's see their reaction before making a decision. After making the decision in this way, they immediately gave each other an answer. But this time on the Halo civilization side. Everyone. Our negotiations with them are basically over. Judging from the current situation, the other party is very afraid of us. This is normal. After all, judging from the situation of the other party, they probably just came here from a lower dimension and don't know much about the situation here. So they will definitely be wary. These civilizations entered here because they failed in the war. Or for other reasons. For them, they have always lived in the fog of war. It is impossible to believe in any civilization so easily. At this time, everyone in Halo civilization was also discussing each other's situation without saying a word. Naturally, they had their own purpose for this time's contact with that group of bugs. In fact, they discovered the area where the group of bugs were located very early. They also felt a little surprised when they saw those bugs starting to build their own kingdom. After all, being able to research materials that can be preserved in this dimension for a long time so quickly is not simple in itself. Then, they discovered that this civilization, like other civilizations that had just entered the universe, began to explore outwards. Of course, they were also very wary of this civilization. After all, wars were not impossible here. On the contrary, the level of competition here is no less cruel than that in the outside world. The main reason why wars do not occur here is because many times there is no need for it at all. So it does not happen. However, if certain issues are involved, there may be a war. Although they do not believe that such a newly arrived civilization can pose a threat to themselves, they are still very cautious. Later, after understanding it, they keenly discovered that the talent of this race was far beyond their imagination. At least among the races they encountered, there was no race that had the ability to adapt so quickly. Soon they discovered the characteristics of this race. This race has a special evolutionary ability. This ability should be the power of their own laws. Through this law, they can easily evolve and adapt here. The perfect form of existence. This also makes them more curious about this race. Of course, in addition to being more curious about this race, they are also very interested in the abilities that this race has evolved. Especially the ability to directly obtain energy in this dimension. At least it is very useful to them. Although they do not lack resources now. According to the current situation, more and more civilizations will enter this universe as time goes by. And the competition for resources will also gradually increase. At that time, the role this technology can play will be very large. And they also want to use this method to study what the laws of this race are. This law is a superior law for this universe. There are many laws in this universe that cannot be used. The laws that can be used are called superior laws. And the rules that the players have in their hands are naturally taken by them. Of course, it is basically impossible to study this kind of law through one or two things. But there is always hope if you try. Of course, from a certain perspective, they would not think of directly enmity with the other party, because it would not benefit them in any way. For them, the best way to get along with the other party is to obtain what both parties need through transactions. Although the technologies they have come up with are not particularly rare technologies in this dimension, and are even very popular. For them, this is how transactions are. And you need to make this thing valuable. As we thought, these civilizations that have just come up from below are very cautious. That's true. At least under the premise that you know that these technologies are very helpful to them. They still chose to temporarily refuse the transaction. I guess they may have guessed the issue of bargaining chips. But it doesn't matter. The two sides have to sit down and talk. And then finally reach an agreement. At the beginning, they did not expect to obtain the other party's technology with just these few technologies. Offer a slightly lower price in the early stage, and then negotiate slowly. In this way, even if the price increases in the end, they will not suffer too serious losses. This referee needs to fight for a long time. And the most important thing is that they also know very well that the other party will definitely use this time to find other civilizations and try to contact one of them, just to know what kind of price they offer. And the second is to understand the specific situation of this universe. If the civilization they find attacks them without saying a word, then the other party will definitely judge the situation in this universe as very unfriendly. Under such circumstances, their own performance will appear very suspicious. All in all, there are too many things to consider in this transaction. and they don't know what the success rate is. But they can't temporarily increase the price themselves. This will make them appear very eager, and even say that they will pay several times the original price. Even dozens of times the price cannot be exchanged for this technology. So what they can do now is to wait and see what happens. Even if there is a problem with the other party's understanding of the universe. As long as the other party survives in this universe, one day, they will be able to understand the situation of this universe. At that time, they can come over and talk to them. It's okay for them to trade. That's the situation anyway. All in all, this matter cannot be rushed. And in this universe, they do not need to rush. Because all civilizations in this universe have long lifespans. And there is no need to worry about dying midway or anything else. At this time, on Jiang Yao's side, everyone was also discussing this matter. According to the current situation, neither party is pursuing this matter too closely. Our entire network of fleets, looking for other civilizations, has also been sent out. Judging from the current situation, it shouldn't take long to find other civilizations. In short, this time we need to find multiple civilizations and obtain information through them. In this way, we can obtain relatively accurate information in this universe. Of course, our technology can also be sold at a higher price. That's right. Players are fighting for this fragment. This technology is sold to one civilization, and it is sold to 10 civilizations. And the most important thing is that after selling this technology, it will not cause any harm to you. What a threat. From a perspective, this technology can also promote peace in this dimension. After all, if everyone was like them, there would be no wars breaking out due to competition for resources. But how to sell this technology at a sky-high price will be the most critical issue they need to consider. After all, only the more civilizations they encounter, the higher the price they can sell this technology. They believe that once their technology is sold to multiple civilizations, the other party will definitely sell the technology again as soon as possible. In this case, it will be a good thing for the universe, and for those who have spent money to acquire their technology. It's also a good thing for civilization. Since you don't know the specific price, you can ask a few more civilizations and sell to more civilizations at the same time. In this way, many problems will be solved. This is what they think. Of course, the premise of all this is that this universe is in a friendlier state than other universes. If all the civilizations they encounter can communicate normally with the previous civilizations, then their plan has a very high probability of success. As time went by, they soon found the second civilization. Like the previous civilization, the two sides also reached a more friendly contact. At the same time, the players also deliberately exposed this technology. Discuss the price of this technology with the other party. Chapter 878 Transaction Successful. Naturally, the other civilization is also very concerned about the technology that the players suddenly come up with. After confirming that the players indeed had this technology, they immediately began to organize a team to discuss related matters with the players. There is no way, no matter where this technology is placed, it will be of great help to civilization. With this technology, we no longer need to worry about resources in the future. We can directly obtain resources. In this case, we do not need to worry about the eventual collapse of civilization if we cannot find resource points. Our civilization is also very sincere about this technology of your civilization. We can exchange a total of 10 technologies, including attack technology, reconnaissance technology, etc. At this time, the other party at the negotiation table, Wenming, also immediately showed sincerity. After hearing these contents, the expressions of the reference officers of the United Civilization changed slightly. It seems that the previous civilization really wanted to trick us. This civilization came up with nearly 10 technologies without hesitation. And these technologies include 3 technologies proposed by the previous civilizations. At this time, everyone couldn't help but sigh. None of these civilizations were simple. If it hadn't been for them and a new face here, I'm afraid this matter would have been deceived. Of course, this is normal. After all, it is impossible for any civilization to say that it has no ideas after discovering such a big fat piece of players. Then our next negotiations will still be the same. We will tell them that we will definitely find many civilizations and trade them at the same time, so as to maximize the benefits. Tell them the situation. First of all, they won't chase you and ask questions every day. In fact, the most important thing is that we can also raise prices on the ground. After all, the transaction is more civilized. Then we can appropriately, if you raise the price, you will get greater profits. But that civilization also said that although most civilizations are peaceful, Some civilizations will covet our technology after discovering it, and problems may arise then. After all, it's not like there's complete peace here. At this time, everyone also began to discuss. After all, this matter was not trivial to them. So many details had to be clarified. But soon they had a plan. The fleet they set out on the expedition changed. First, it was led by a group of bugs with such abilities, and then a group of bugs without such abilities. Once a problem occurs, these bugs can immediately eliminate the bugs with this ability. If there are no problems, this bug will become the energy supply point for other bugs. In this way, you can prevent the other party from using your bugs for research to the greatest extent. And you can also show your technology to the other party. Indeed, this is the safest method they currently have. After the plan was determined in this way, the fleets that had been sent out also returned one after another. Immediately after setting up again, they set off. This time with guarantees. They naturally began to search on a larger scale. And soon many more civilizations were found. So far, they have found a total of nearly 40 civilizations. These civilizations are all very far apart. But what they have in common is that they attach great importance to this technology. 2 of them have taken action against them. But because the players had plans in advance, they didn't let them succeed. Naturally, these 2 civilizations have also been recorded in their little notebooks. And they will seek revenge from them when the time comes. Although they have found many civilizations so far, they do not intend to stop there this time. Their goal is to find at least 200 to 300 documents, so that they can obtain thousands of technologies at once. At the same time, as time goes by, more and more netizens are found. And they also have a certain understanding of the value of various technologies, which makes it easier for them to negotiate in the future. Time flew by so quickly, and several years passed. This day is a day that all affiliated people attach great importance to, because they will conduct transactions with more than 200 civilizations at the same time on this day. This is also the limit of civilization they can find so far. If the transaction is successful this time, then we will basically have the trump card to survive safely in this space. Yes. At this time, everyone was very emotional. After all, they had paid too much in the past few years. Fortunately, it was all worth it. While discussing like this, the transaction ceremony soon began. And the same thing happened at basically the same time in different places. The whole transaction process was very smooth. At this time, after seeing that these technologies had been traded, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. All fleets return and start data transmission. Just like this, as the order was issued, the bugs began to return one after another after the transaction was completed. During the return trip, relevant data was transmitted through the Zerg's spiritual network. Finally got it. Everything went smoothly this time. I have to say that this kind of universe is still somewhat novel. After all, this is the first time they have encountered this peaceful universe. But it was obvious that they were still too smart. Because at this moment a change occurred. Everyone, our returning fleet has been attacked. After receiving the news, the commander-in-chief immediately informed everyone of the situation. But for this incident, everyone present was not surprised. Because in their planning, this kind of thing is also possible. And they have made corresponding plans. Their entire transaction process is that after the transaction is successful, the Zerg will return immediately, transfer the technology during the return process, and then travel at a certain distance. If the other party did not catch up, they would also self-destruct one after another. If they were attacked, they would do the same thing. And this time, they would send out a lot of bugs. The purpose of this is to confuse the other party, and make the other party think that they need to escort things back. But in fact they don't need to at all. Apart from confusing these bugs, the most important thing is to buy time for transmission. If the other party kills them during the transmission process, their own technology has not been fully transmitted. So they need to buy a certain amount of time. It's expected. After all, these technologies can recreate a civilization for them. Simply put, they can create a competitor. So they definitely can't let us take these things back so safely. While talking about the commander-in-chief, he began to wait quietly for the follow-up report. He wanted to know how many of the more than 200 civilizations trading in the universe had taken action against them. However, as time went by, everyone soon their expressions changed. Because all educated civilizations had taken action against them. And the most important thing is that they decided the location of the transaction. But during the transaction process, they sent a fleet in advance to ambush, or arranged it in order not to let any bug go. More than 200 civilizations have made the same move. Everyone present couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw the scene. Sure enough, this is what happens between civilizations. At this time, everyone was also very lucky. They defined the enemy as malicious towards them from the beginning. So the current situation was expected. Even in this universe, they have never let down their guard, which is why this transaction plan was successfully completed. Regarding this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, they all grew up in such an environment. If the environment they grew up in was a little more harmonious, they would probably be caught in this wave. As the last Zerg fleet was annihilated by the opponent, the commander turned off the projection. Although this time the plan was successful, and we successfully obtained the technology. Judging from their behavior, they may start looking for us all over the universe. Of course, it is very normal to have such thoughts. After all, they definitely don't want this technology to be spread to outsiders. And they have been trading this technology. As time goes by, they know that the capabilities of this technology will become more and more powerful. More and more. Which is what they don't want to see. Therefore, they will definitely look for traces of themselves as soon as possible. It is even said that this behavior has started long ago. But it was done very covertly in the early stage. Everyone, we have a lot of work to do next. We need to research and understand all these technologies as quickly as possible. And then they will be looking for us at 10 o'clock today. So we will treat them as our experimental subjects. As the commander-in-chief finished speaking, everyone immediately began to take action. Although they succeeded this time, they attracted many enemies. But they were still bugs and had no plans to survive in that dimension for a long time. Bugs only needed relevant technology and confirmed the feasibility and whether there were loopholes in the technology. This time they obtained a total of 1,200 technologies. In fact, they have obtained a total of 2,400 technologies, but half of them are duplicates. But these half of the duplicates were obtained from different civilizations. When the time comes, we will know if there are any problems by comparing the two. Although based on their technological level, the possibility of the other party doing something fishy here is very low. It does not rule out the possibility. By comparing and referencing the two technologies, it will be easier to find out the errors and proceed. Correct. All in all, the transaction was relatively smooth this time. After mastering these technologies, the players will have a firm foothold in that dimension. Even if they are desperate in the future, they will be able to hide in that dimension. This is also it was a guarantee for his own life. Of course, while this side was providing protection for Chongqing, the players who were sent to different universes were naturally not idle either. Basically, all the discovered universes have been completely conquered by them. Of course, this is not the point. The point is the players. Now basically all the resources in these universes have been exploited. Of course, these resources were also converted into combat power immediately. At the same time, on Jiang Yao's side, he had left the previous universe and went to another universe to hide. After all, the next step is to go to war with those civilizations. Of course, he needs to make sufficient preparations before that. He has already thought of the time and place for this war. It will be the next time the other party releases space control instruments. In fact, he didn't know when the other party planned to do this. Logically speaking, each cycle needs to wait for many years. But Jiang Yao found that since they knew their existence, this cycle seemed to have been shortened infinitely. Because at this time, he had discovered that the other party had begun to rearrange its layout in the universe. And depending on the situation this time, the other party plans to destroy directly with violence. To adopt such a method, the resources required are massive. At least this universe cannot provide them. And since the other party has done this, it means that the other party has also mastered cross-universe technology. Obviously, the other civilization may also be hunting other universes, obtaining resources through other universes, and then completing the layout here as quickly as possible. Of course, the other party was making plans, and he was naturally not idle either. After all, he was very concerned about this matter. As time went by, the other party's second plan was soon completed. After the relevant preparations were completed, the other party immediately launched a war. He is also envious of the opponent's technology. If he masters this technology, his preparation period will definitely be many times shorter than those of those civilizations. We can just take advantage of this opportunity to see if we can get this technology. Thinking of this, he immediately started taking action. At this time, somewhere in the universe, a special bug appeared here. This is Jiang Yao's experimental bug No. 1. The function of this insect is very simple. That was to see if he had the ability to control the universe. After all, This was a bug that evolved based on the opponent's technology. Soon after this bug appeared in the designated area, his body began to change. Soon countless threads were pulled out of his body, and they were connected to the universe like some special connector. In front of his silk thread, the universe was like a curtain. The silk thread penetrated straight into the interior of the curtain. Then as time went by, the bug began to change, and soon his figure disappeared here. After his figure disappeared, Jiang Yao could clearly feel that he could control this small area, and he couldn't help but look happy when he saw the scene. Success? Jiang Yao was happy when he saw the scene. The success of this insect experiment means that it is possible to pick peaches. This is naturally what he wants to see very much. Of course, the movements on his side were naturally discovered by those civilizations immediately. After all, the other party's progress was not only to control the place as soon as possible to prevent long nights and dreams, but also to lure it out. Not long after the insect disappeared, a huge fleet suddenly appeared at its original location. Chapter 879 The First Confrontation. The space here has changed. It should be them. At this time, the fleet commander looked at this area and said. Everyone else nodded after hearing his words. It should be. There is nothing wrong with the instrument testing. As he spoke, the adjutant took out the device in his hand. At this time, the instrument showed the energy fluctuations here. It seems that what we speculated before was not wrong. This secret civilization has indeed reached the level of a superdimensional civilization. As he spoke, the commander couldn't help but frown. To be honest, this feeling is very bad. These universes were originally found and controlled by them, and they were very careful after finding this universe. They hid in the dark and cleaned up all civilizations. All civilizations that pose a threat to them have been solved by them, which means that it is impossible for a superdimensional civilization to be born in this universe now. Their method of cleaning up civilization is very simple. That is, it depends on the development direction of your civilization. Usually, different development directions have different upper limits. Those whose development directions are correct and may break through to superdimensional civilization will directly solve them all. As for those civilizations that could never reach this point no matter how they developed, they were left behind. This also means that in this universe, they will never be able to break through to a higher level, unless they leave this universe to find other technologies, and then start research from scratch. Maybe they can find other ways. But this universe has been closely monitored by them for a long time. So it is impossible for such a thing to happen. So how did this civilization come to us? And when did it come to us? No one present could answer this question. In fact, for the entire universe, they believed that their monitoring capabilities were very strong. But even under such circumstances, they were still unknowingly touched by the other party. You must know that opening the door to the universe will produce special energy fluctuations. Logically speaking, they can detect such energy fluctuations. But the result is that they did not discover it. Of course, this is normal. You must know that there were several super civilizations on their side who attacked them, and they were able to slip away if the other party had arrangements. It can be seen from this that how much breakthrough they have made in this technology is also because their technology is very superb. So they are not aware of it at all. In the takeaway, they came here on the run again. They were very weak at that time, so they were more careful in doing things. After they came here, they didn't expose themselves and kept hiding. So naturally it is impossible to find it here. Things are getting harder and harder to do. As he spoke, the commander couldn't help but sigh. Of course, they didn't come here to see this time. At this time, as time passed, the space around them soon began to change. Seeing this scene, the commander couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Here he comes. As he finished speaking, a strange-looking spaceship appeared here. And the moment the spacecraft appeared, an invisible gravitational wave began to spread from the center to the surroundings. At this time, everyone's eyes were on this spacecraft. It was obvious that what this spacecraft was doing was very important to them. Just like this, under the gaze of everyone, a few minutes passed. When the time ended, these gravitational waves suddenly disappeared. Everyone, the situation is not good. The universe in this area has been secretly controlled by the other party. As the words fell, everyone present could not help but change their expressions. It's exactly what we thought. It seems that they were responsible for the mysterious disappearance of our spacecraft. And the reason they did this was to obtain this technology. Now judging from the situation, they should have successfully researched this technology. Hateful. I didn't expect that the result of our hard work would become someone else's wedding dress. Just when they were indignant about this, They suddenly felt that the space around them had changed a lot. And everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw this. The other party is mobilizing the power of the universe. No. The surrounding space is blocked, and the jump engine cannot start. Everyone, hurry up and get out of here. Looking at the changes around them, they immediately guessed something. It was obvious that the other party wanted to take action against them, and even said that the other party deliberately led them here. And just when they were about to leave, a large number of insects appeared here. Everyone present could not help but change their expressions when they saw these strange creatures. Is this the mastermind behind this? Everyone present knew very well that since the other party had taken action, it was naturally impossible for them to leave safely. Send a message to civilization. Tell civilization what happened here, and let them prepare for it in advance. Commander, this area has been sealed off, and all our communication methods have failed. The commander's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He had actually thought that something like this might happen, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. We have only lost that spaceship for a long time, and the other party is actually able to research the technology inside to this extent. To know that being able to do this means that they have mastered the technology of controlling the universe very well. Any technology ranges from simple to difficult. In fact, they thought that if the other party obtained this technology for research, they might not be able to achieve high results in the short term. Even if they achieve the most, it would mean controlling this area. But this control can only be said to be simply to mobilize the power of this area. But they never expected that the other party's control level was so strong. Not only could they block the surroundings, but they could also completely block the exam. Everything around them was completely under their control. This was already the case. The research on this technology has reached a very in-depth level. How long has it taken to research this technology to this extent? It seems that the other party is not simple. All fleets are obeying orders. From now on, we must find a way to break out of the siege and send this message out. The commander at this time knew very well that this news must be sent to civilization as soon as possible. Only after receiving this news can we make corresponding preparations. Otherwise, civilizations like this will only rely on their learning ability. Of course, they are not easy to deal with. But it was obvious that these bugs did not intend to let them go. The next moment, dense crowds of bugs flew towards them, followed by their battleships, which immediately opened fire on these bugs. Their side is a superdimensional civilization. As a superdimensional civilization, they naturally have the power to control the laws. And the law they master is the law of destruction. This is a powerful law. Of course, their warships also use this technology. The warship's artillery fire violently attacked these bugs. Basically, those bugs who were touched by the attack died. Under the influence of the power of law, the attack of their warships was very terrifying. Seeing that the bug commander was solved by his side after just one meeting, he did not relax. At a civilization of his level, he knew very well that the other party had mastered the power of law just like them. So far, the other party had not shown their power of law. Before that, he could not take it lightly. Only after the opponent's power of law is eliminated, the real war begins to reach this level. The war between civilizations is more of a collision of the power of law. But soon he gradually discovered something was wrong. Because as time went by, he found that these bugs had changed a lot. At first, their attacks could easily destroy a patch of bugs. But later he found that his attacks could only destroy a small number of bugs. What on earth is going on? Why did the opponent's defense suddenly improve so much? Seeing this scene, he naturally realized the seriousness of the situation. You must know that he didn't pay attention to these species from the beginning. After all, his attacks could easily destroy them. But now he found that the number of bugs he could kill with his attacks was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Reduce. Then something incredible happened under his gaze. Originally, one attack could destroy a large area. But now one attack could only kill one insect. How can this be? In 3 minutes, these insects have undergone such a big change. What laws have they understood? Then, to his surprise, 1 minute passed again. And this time the changes in these bugs were even more obvious. Because now they were attacking the bugs. And the bugs were able to withstand it perfectly. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a chill rising. Of course, this wasn't the end yet. Just when he was racking his brains to think of a countermeasure, the sudden news from his subordinates once again shocked him. The commander is in trouble. The opponent's attacks are increasing exponentially. But their attacks can't cause any damage to our shields at all. But now their attacks can cause considerable damage to our shields. And the intensity of their attacks continues to increase. Upon hearing the news, the conductor's heart immediately sank. But the next moment, he suddenly thought of something. Then a projection appeared in front of him. And this projection turned out to be an ordinary insect. Then under his gaze, he saw only this insect. It looked like this at first. But as time went by, a special armor film gradually formed on the surface of the insect. At first, they launched an attack. It is also changing rapidly with the passage of time. Evolution. This is evolution. When he saw the scene, he immediately understood something. These bugs are constantly evolving through fighting. However, it is different from ordinary evolution. It may take tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years for normal organisms to evolve to this level. But it only takes a few minutes for this group of bugs to achieve it. It was obvious that this was not a normal evolution. In just a moment, he understood something. The law of evolution. The place definitely has mastered the laws with similar abilities. Although he had heard of many laws, he had not heard of this law. But he knows very well that there are many laws. Have you ever heard of it? This is very normal. The most important thing is to understand the characteristics of this law and find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. But it is obvious that he has no chance now. No matter what the cost. We must rush out. All battleships are looking for opportunities. And they must go out and tell civilization the news. Now he no longer expects to win this battle. Now he only hopes to spread the news here. This law is too threatening to them. Especially at this speed of evolution. Even they can't help but feel that there are some evil people who are still following this speed. It would only take a few minutes for the opponent to evolve the ability to deal with them. And it would probably not take long to surpass them. Under such a premise, he really couldn't imagine it. If this civilization really takes action against them, how should they respond? And it is clear that the other party's attack on them now is not to prepare for future wars. You must know that the other party did not know their attack methods before. So it is completely a trial to attack now. And they have evolved corresponding abilities. And if it really happens next time, if you want to attack their civilization, you must bring insects with this ability. By then, all their bugs will have such abilities. It will be hard to imagine how much it will cost for our own civilization to eliminate them all. Moreover, now that the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, their side will be very passive. So even though the hope of escaping was slim, he still wanted to try. But it was obvious that all these actions were in vain, because the players had already arranged everything before the attack. And everything they could think of was the players also left and made preparations in advance. After all, they are not stupid. And there is no way they would give others the opportunity to go out and report the news. As time went by, the situation soon became one-sided. First of all, the insects quickly evolved to be very perfect in attacking and defending against them. These bugs are completely immune to the effects of these laws. At the same time, the bugs have also been greatly improved in terms of attack, and can easily cause huge amounts of damage to their shields. Their shields were quickly broken under the attacks of insects all over the sky. And then, the ship itself was also attacked by insects. At first, the damage to the ships was not as high as the shields. But as time went by, soon the two were even. It is obvious that the bugs have also completed perfect evolution in terms of attack. Calculated carefully, the duration of this war was not long. Only about a few hours at most. However, within this few hours, some bugs were completed, starting from attacking, to the perfect evolution of defense. Chapter 880 The Captured Commander. What would take hundreds of millions of years to complete in just an hour seems very magical. Because you can clearly see the overall evolution process of these bugs with the naked eye. And see their changes every minute and every second. It's a very amazing feeling. The evolution of bugs cannot be completed in one go. During the process of evolution, bugs will continue to undergo trial and error. For example, if the evolved defensive carapace is not the current optimal solution, then the bugs will shed it. After this thing fell off, a new evolutionary SHL appeared. You can clearly see the entire process of finding the optimal solution through constant trial and error. Because there are a lot of trial and error processes. And if you compress all these processes into a very short time, you can find a very strange sight. That is, when insects attack, they are deforming all the time. For a while, corresponding things were added to the body. And for a while, these things were reduced. It feels like you're not fighting a group of bugs, but more like you're fighting a group of transformers. But only those who actually fight know how terrifying it is to be able to do this. At this time, the commander of the fleet could not help but feel a little desperate. They had no way to send such important news back. He knew very well what this news meant for civilization. And he knew very well that this race had evolved to a certain extent for them. If this trend continues, by the time the war starts, they will no longer have the ability to wipe out the enemy on a large scale in the early stage, because the opponent has already developed a certain resistance to them. And as the subsequent war continues, these bugs will continue to improve their genes until they reach the theoretically perfect defense against various attacks on their side. This is a very scary thing. You must know that the battle between civilizations is more about using your own advantages to attack the disadvantages of others. So it is very important to collect information on various resources to make money. Understand your current situation through various information, and then make corresponding tactical adjustments and a series of operations based on the actual situation. Waiting until all these things are done before launching an attack on you will not ensure subsequent wars. At least this first war will definitely leave you bruised and annihilated. However, now they have lost the advantage they had in the first battle against these bugs. Even their own civilization, without knowing what means the other party has. The other party already has corresponding means against them. This is a very bad thing. However, as the battleship he was on was attacked and saw the declining shielders, he knew that these things were no longer something he could worry about. Just like this, accompanied by fireworks all over the sky, the fleet commander slowly closed his eyes. But it was obvious that he thought of this matter too simply. After a long time, when he regained consciousness again, he found that he was in a special space. Of course, the reason why he thought so was mainly because this space made him feel very uncomfortable. First of all, the space around this space was made up of something similar to a special kind of flesh and blood tissue. Compared to living in the sun, his environment made him frown subconsciously, especially because the surrounding area was filled with mucus, which made him feel a little nauseous. Where is this? Just when he was about to make a move, the next moment he found that his hands and feet were tied. Of course, as the commander of a superdimensional civilization, he cannot be an ordinary person. With the development of civilization to this point, he naturally has special abilities, which are given to him by technology. After all, he has been upgraded to this level of civilization, and the people inside naturally cannot be the same as people from other low-level civilizations. Just when he was about to mobilize the special power in his body, he found that it had no effect at all. The flesh and blood tissue that bound it, similar to handcuffs, looked weak, but it was very hard. What shocked him most was that this thing seemed to have own consciousness. So where exactly is this place? He asked this question for the second time, but it was obvious that he already had the answer to this matter in his heart. Under normal circumstances, it should have been destroyed. But obviously, the reality is that it was not. So this can only mean one thing. That is, he was saved by that group of bugs, and it is absolutely impossible for the other party to save him out of good intentions. It is obvious that they have designs on him. So what exactly is their purpose? At this time, he couldn't help but think so in his heart. But at this moment, the brainworm appeared in front of him. When he saw this insect that looked like a mountain of meat, his first reaction was to be extremely disgusted. It is true that the appearance of the brainworm is not very good, but the worm never looks at the appearance. What the worm cares about is its own ability. You're awake? As the brainworm approached, a voice suddenly appeared in the commander's mind. He was no stranger to this method of communication. I already know your purpose, but don't try to succeed. Even if you die, I will not betray civilization. The commander directly expressed his thoughts before the other party could speak. After all, he knew very well about the current matter. Since the other party could not keep him out of good intentions, then the other party should keep him. There is only one possibility, and that is for the knowledge in your own mind. After evolving to their level of civilization, there is also special protection for the brain. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for any civilization to forcibly obtain the knowledge in their minds. Once they are attacked by something similar to a mental attack, then their self-protection mechanism will activate and the information inside will be deleted directly. He estimated that it was also for this reason that the other party did not attack him immediately and wanted to use gentleness to make him relax his vigilance. But obviously, this is impossible. The other party's thoughts are already very clear to him. So it is absolutely impossible for the other party to obtain this important information in this way. You should give up on this. You will not get any information about our civilization from me. Faced with the current situation, the commander began to say. He was not afraid of what would happen to him next, because he knew very well that once he entered here, he would never be able to leave. To be precise, when he lost his function, he would be killed by these bugs immediately. So he never thought that he could leave here alive. In this case, it is better to do something for the sake of civilization. After all, my family is also among the civilization. He has revealed the secret of civilization, which may indirectly lead to the death of his family. So it is better to die in a grand manner than to harm his family before death. This was what the commander was thinking at this time. But it was obvious that the commander did not realize the seriousness of the matter. At this time, the brainworm left after seeing that he couldn't get an answer. He was also a little surprised by the other party's behavior. Although under normal circumstances, he really couldn't ask anything. But if the same thing happened in his own civilization, then he would definitely try his best to torture the other party. Because maybe such words can pry the opponent's mouth open. The possibility may be very low. But there are always some things that are possible. In the war between two civilizations, any possibility may affect the outcome. So if it were him, he would never let this opportunity pass him by. He believed the other party's words, and couldn't have thought of this. But since the other party thought of this, why he didn't take corresponding action made him a little puzzled. Indeed, not only him, but also the other people who were captured were very confused about what was happening right now. Treat prisoners preferentially? When they thought of these 4 words, they couldn't help but want to ferment. Could such a thing happen? It's obviously absolutely impossible. This thing can only happen in your own civilization. When your own civilization is still at a low level, wars will occur. And such things may occur during wars. But there is a prerequisite for such things to occur. And that is you and the other party are of the same race. So the friction between you is racial friction. If you are not of the same race, if you are not from the same planet, it is absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. If you still think about this when you capture the alien, then the only thing waiting for you is destruction. Because you and him are not the same at all. We are not of the same race. You and he do not have the same philosophy at all. It is even said that the relationship between you and him is that of a physical object and an inferior person. Under such circumstances, you are still thinking about these 4 words. This is not purely in love. Dig your own grave? So after entering the universe, when the level of war enters civilization and civilization, it is absolutely impossible to happen. However, such an incredible thing happened in front of them today. But obviously this thing was not as simple as they imagined. Because in the following days, they found that the insect would come to see them every day. Then he left after asking for nothing. This was a very strange thing. And it soon proved that the commander discovered the problem. It was obvious that the insects that came to see him did not really want to ask anything from his mouth, but wanted to see him, whether the mood is stable. The reason why he had such thoughts was because he found that his body had begun to change. Although this change was not reflected on the surface, he could clearly feel that changes were quietly taking place inside his body. At first, he couldn't notice this change at all. But now, he suddenly noticed this special change. When he discovered this, he immediately became frightened. It was obvious that the other party must have planned it for him. The other party must have planted something in him, or wanted to do something to him. A kind of experiment. Otherwise, he might have been cold. Thinking of this, he immediately thought that something terrible might happen next. So his first reaction was to commit suicide. After evolving to his level, it is very simple to assassinate him. Because in the years of war, basically all civilizations have expected that similar things will happen. In order to give the warriors a pleasure, they have it in their genes. The special ability to commit suicide. Now he was about to activate this ability and let himself die on the spot. But just as he was about to do this, his expression suddenly changed. How can this be? No way. Absolutely impossible. He was horrified to find that he could not mobilize the power of genes. To be precise, he now had no control over his body. He didn't know what was going on. But for him, it was definitely not a good thing. Then an unknown emotion surged into his heart. At this time, he felt very strange. His body still seemed to be his own. But compared to the past, if he made any move that wanted to harm his body, or had any when he was in this state of consciousness, he found that he was completely unable to control his body. He felt as if there were other consciousnesses in his body. And this consciousness could also control the body. And even said that at certain times, it had higher control than him. This is a very frightening thing. You have to know that your own civilization level is not low. Under such circumstances, something like this happened. You can imagine how advanced the other party is at the genetic level. This is definitely not a good thing. Just when he was still thinking wildly, a discovery made him break out in a cold sweat. Previous wars allowed them to collect data on our warships and have methods to deal with our warships. And now, he has captured us and controlled us. And then conducted research to see the situation. Probably in order to understand the status of our genes and our degree of evolution. And in this way find ways to specifically target us. Genetic killing weapon. At this time, he immediately thought of this possibility. Obtain the complete genetic chain of their civilization. Develop special weapons targeting this gene. And release these weapons on a large scale during battles. In this case, some ordinary people in their civilization may be tricked without knowing it. This is a means of reducing the civilized population on a large scale. But unfortunately, regarding this matter, his guess was indeed correct. So slightly but not completely correct. Because he soon discovered that his body was changing more and more as time went by. Especially things starting to grow on the surface of his body that made him feel disgusted. Some things look like things that only grow on bugs. Then he was horrified to find that he had completely lost control of his body. And he could clearly feel that there seemed to be another consciousness in his body. And this consciousness is constantly telling him to surrender to the leader of the Zerg.